Well, good morning everybody and welcome to live coverage of the 5th round of the 2021 British Universities Karting Championship. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box is Howard Mitchell. Together we are Double Dash Motorsport Media, your commentary providers once again for the BUKC. 1st of May, it is feeling very, very spring-like here today at Shenington. Classic circuit, this in Oxfordshire, just over a kilometre in length. 9 turns, looks simple from the air, but it definitely isn't. And I think we're going to have a lot of great racing here, as I say, at this classic UK karting circuit for the first time on the BUKC calendar. Weather forecast today, pretty good, cloudy, a little bit of a chance of rain later in the day, quite cool, light breeze as well at the moment, especially here for this place. It is like a lot of circuits in this part of the world, a former RAF base of course, so it can get a little bit blustery, but right now conditions pretty good. Here's your schedule for today. So it's the sprint format for the BUKC, 25 minute races with a handover as well. So race 1 is due to go off from about 10 past 10. Race 2 at 10 to 11, half 11 for race 3, 10 past 12 for race 4, and 10 to 1 for race 5. To catch up on all of those details, because that is subject to change, results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. Lunch break will then be followed by round number 6, where it's exactly the same format, 5 races, 25 minutes each. In both of the rounds, an individual team of 4 drivers will race 4 times, so there will be a race where they sit things out. And in terms of points and scoring, of course, as ever, the best 3 results for a team counts towards their round tally. Let's have a look at the championship standings going into today. We're at the halfway stage of the championship. Loughborough have had a brilliant season so far. 239 points from a possible 240. If they win both rounds today, they will be champions, but following them are Cambridge A and Brooks A, both on 231. Leeds B are on 218 and leading in the clubman class, the P's and the C's there indicating premiers and clubmans. Oxford Brooks as a whole and as a squad having a good season, 5th and 6th for their C and D teams. Manchester A, who won the last round, apologies for the error that we made on the round 4 broadcast, well done for their debut winning the BUKC. They're an outside bet for the podium overall at the moment in 7th place on good form. Nottingham Trent A running as well in 8th place very strongly. University of East Anglia from Norwich running very strongly as well in their first season in this division, currently in the top 10. Warwick A, probably the closest team to this circuit, will be hoping for a good day in their efforts. They're currently 10th in the championship. So I think that's all the housekeeping done. I think we are ready to head down to Jacob Harris down on the grid.
Welcome down to the grid here at Shenington, race 1 of round 5 of BUKC 2021. Let's have a little look at who's in this one. On the right hand side to me, I have Diego Martinez de Luca of Southampton. Diego, where were you at Clay?
I was presenting at a conference my PhD.
Okay, I'll let you off for that one. That does sound pretty impressive. Can you make up for lost time here?
Probably. I've never been here, so hopefully I can get up to speed quickly, but we'll see.
Did you have a quick going up practice, or are you just going in blind?
No, I mean, in pure Southampton style, we never prepared for anything, so no.
Do you at least know where you're going? Because you're at the front here. People are going to be following you.
I walked a bit through the tracks, so yeah, I should be able to know where I'm going, but yeah.
All the best for finding your way around. Hopefully it's not too tasking. Let's see who the man on pole position is. Who have we got here on pole?
Tom Edwards.
Tom, who are you racing for?
Leicester.
This must be first for you then, a pole position. I don't think we've had Leicester on pole position before.
No, we haven't. 5th is the best so far this year.
Have you been here before?
I have not.
This isn't going to go well. We've got 2 people on the front row who've never been here before. Do you at least know the way around?
Hopefully.
I like that lack of confidence. What's the plan then for pole position?
Try not to get punted into turn 1, then hold on.
I can abide by that. Well, all the best with that. I think you're about to get going. That's all we've got time for, unfortunately. The front row of your grid, Leicester and Southampton, neither have been here before, so that'll be an interesting trip to turn 1. Our commentators, Andrew and Howard, will talk you through it.
Thank you, Jacob. Karts heading off for their practice laps. Let's have a look, though, at this Shenington circuit and the challenge ahead of the drivers here today. So you start with a flat left through Park Corner. Immediately, though, you're preparing yourself for the right-hander of Cafe. The first of many corners around this circuit that are crucial to get a good exit, because there's a long run to the next braking zone. Through Pitts Bend now onto the Stratford Straight. Big stop here into Stratford Corner. Looks like a simple hairpin, but look out for the curve on the left-hand side. That is track limits there if drivers get too close to it. Little bit of a breather now before the Bruno chicane. Another crucial corner in terms of exit for getting onto the Hanger Straight. Look out for the big curbs as well. They're really, really big and nasty. We don't want to see karts running over those. Down the Hanger Straight now and into Hanger Bend, which is another flat corner, and then a big overtaking opportunity down the inside into Wilkins. Tricky to handle, though, through there. And it'll be interesting to see how the drivers do as they complete the last corner. That is a lap of Shenington. I'll now introduce Mr. Howard Mitchell for the first time this morning, who's going to read out your grid for race number 1.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, great to be here, and first time at Shenington with the BUKC, and as we saw from those grid interviews, a lot of drivers here who are going into their first ever laps of this circuit. Leicester A are on pole with this one. Tom Edwards at the wheel, then it's Diego Martinez at the wheel of the Southampton A kart, Max O'Shaughnessy for Exeter A, and Bryn Griffiths for Swansea A make up row 3. It's Leeds B and University of Wales Trinity St David B on row 3. Row 4 is Warwick A and Birmingham A. Row 5 is going to be the Brighton A effort with University of West of England B alongside. Then it's Loughborough C and University of West of England A on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Oxford Brookes C with Surrey A alongside. University of Wales Trinity St David A and Warwick B make up row 8. Row 9 is going to be Cambridge B and Nottingham A. Rounding out your top 20 then, Loughborough A coming into this as our championship leaders with Newcastle B alongside. That rounds out your top 20. Loughborough B and Birmingham B make up row 11, and then it's Swansea B and Oxford Brookes B on row 12. Row 13 is going to be Nottingham Trent A and Oxford Brookes D, Newcastle A and Birmingham C on row 14. Row 15, rounding out your top 30, will be Imperial A and University of East Anglia A. And then rounding out your 32 kart grid, it's going to be Cambridge A. And our winners at the last round, Clay Pigeon, well done to them, Manchester A. That's how they line up then for our first race of the day, of the 2 rounds that we're going to have here. And yeah, we can see the karts lining up there. And yeah, I think that this is the interesting thing for me, mate. It's the first time we've been to Shenington with the BUKC. That's fantastic. So many drivers, so few drivers have driven around here, and it's you know, it's also the nature of Shenington. Shenington is not one of those circuits that has a fleet that you can just turn up and have a practice session. Yeah. You know, in some rental karts here. So many drivers are coming into this one blind, and I think it's going to be a fascinating day. Feels very similar to Clay Pigeon. In my mind, it's quite an old school track. It's high speed. It is on top of a hill, so the weather can turn you quite quickly as well. So a lot of similarities in that sense. But I think it's going to be fascinating to see how these races go. I mean,
Clay Pigeon's fresh in the mind in the Club 100 community because we were there last weekend. I think the big difference for me, yes, it is high speed, but you've got a lot of big braking zones around here, which you don't necessarily have at Clay.
Yeah.
Today is all about patience for me. Overtaking opportunities, there are some round here, but you have got to pick your marks, especially as you go through Wilkins here. You can't be slamming it on the inside, say you can at some other circuits, and get away with it. So keeping a cool head today is going to be really, really key. These 25-minute races are going to feel long for some drivers.
They are, yeah. It's going to be about getting into the groove of it and then start picking off, I think, because otherwise, yeah, it could get interesting.
We're ready then for the start of round 5 of the 2021 BUKC Mains Championship. Away we go. Good start for Leicester A. They will lead into Cafe Corner for the first time. Max O'Shaughnessy's had a good start there for Exeter A. He's already up to 2nd place. They're going to run out through Pitts Bend now. It's been a clean start through Cafe. Good start, drivers. Very good to see. Down into Stratford Hairpin for the first time. Thomas Edwards has got a good lead though here, Howard. He has the front of the field as there's a couple of carts getting collected towards the back end of the field through Stratford. That's a good start for Leicester A.
Absolutely, mate. It's also a good start for Leeds B, who've got themselves up into third place there, following Max O'Shaughnessy through as they come to the hangar straight. Max O'Shaughnessy has a good run here, and Leeds B is right in his tail as well. Is there going to be anything on with Wilkins on this very first lap? They all keep it quite tight in their first time breaking into this Wilkins corner. And Diego Martinez, well, we heard from him on the grid. I think he's done a good job of navigating his first lap as well. But it's a great start from Tom Edwards here. Still leads the race at the end of lap 1 for Leicester A.
So it's Leicester A from Exeter A, Leeds B in third, Southampton A fourth, Warwick A, Brighton A, Trinity B, Loughborough C, Birmingham A and Loughborough B. That's your top 10 at the end of lap number 1. Already Edwards defending into Stratford corner. Max O'Shaughnessy trying to go around the outside. Does he have the switch back there? He does indeed. Very nicely done by Max O'Shaughnessy, Exeter A, to the front of the field.
Yeah, that was an inch perfect execution there. He just, you know, if you misjudge that, you could be contact making. Oh, someone's off at the chicane there in the back of shot, and it's the number 17, which means it's Diego Martinez in the Southampton A cart. So yeah, that is it is tricky into that chicane, and you know, if you as people will be seeing as they're watching this on their stream, as there's a penalty for Newcastle for overtaking under yellows. The curbs here, they really are. This is what, you know, you do not want to be making contact with them in the wrong places. It's Max O'Shaughnessy at the front now, though, for Exeter A, and Leeds B have done a cracking job of following through there. I don't have a driver against that car at the moment. I'm not sure if they're eligible for points in this one.
I suspect they would be, because Leeds B obviously are on a big effort in the Clubman Championship.
Of course, yes,
they're definitely going to want to maximise numbers of drivers in that. They're actually prioritising the efforts of that B team over the A team this season. So much so that actually, I think in hindsight, they could have had a go at Prems this year with the A team, because they've got that B team running in fourth overall. By the by, though, there's Birmingham A in the number 13, Benjamin Boris, this time with administration parts of their team organisation properly set. Of course, they missed out on a big chunk of points at Clay Pigeon, falling foul of the ineligibility driver rules. They're doing well at the moment. They're up to 7th.
Change for 4th place on that last lap. Brighton A.
Look at that. Ocean Beach.
Oh, yeah.
And Manchester A on fantastic form at the moment. He's come from the back of the grid. He's already up to 13th, Howard.
Yeah, brilliant effort there. Just being able to pick his way through these first 2 laps. I'm massively impressed with that. As we're looking here at the leaders still. Exeter A with Max O'Shaughnessy at the wheel at the head of this. But you're absolutely right. There he is in the number 20 car. Definitely look out for him on the shots as we're showing the mid-pack, because he is working his way up through the field very handily here in the early phases of this race. And there's that attempt there for 3rd place that I just saw behind our leaders as they come across to finish another lap. It is the 27 of Brighton. Oh, they're side by side for 3rd place. Warwick A is getting involved as well.
Now, a crucial thing around this circuit is the slipstream. There's a cart off and a driver running back towards us at the commentary box. Someone's had a problem. If you can check what that number plate is, Howard, for me. Black flag for the number 36, which is Warwick B. Leicester down the inside, still fighting with Brighton. Now, this is good news for Exeter A and Leeds B. If they can work together, they can break a gap, which, given the slipstream power around here, that will not come back. If you're on your own running at the front of a pack round here and trying to chase down 2, 3, 4 carts that are working together, it's simple as that. You will not catch them round this circuit.
Yeah, but if they start battling, then that's where the opportunities can come. It was the Warwick B cart, by the way, Angel Marco, who we saw sprinting back to the pits. He's just gone out on track with a replacement cart, so not quite sure what happened there. But that's a harsh start for the day for Warwick B. They're going to have a tough job from there because they are now right at the back.
First Colin Cone penalty of the day is going to Oxford Brooks B. So that'll be a place deduction for them at the end of the race. Black flag for a restart on the grass. Now that's a pretty big one, Howard, for Swansea B. They're going to be in a fair amount of trouble for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Last couple of seasons we've had clutches in these Club 100 carts, and a big no-no is trying to get your cart going again whilst on grass. It really does not do the carts any good to try and get traction on those surfaces, so that is an immediate penalty there. We're looking here at the University of Wales Trinity St David B, who are the current target for Manchester A, and that is going to be a switch into Wilkins there for 7th place. So Ocean Beach continues to work his way up through the field very impressively here for Manchester.
New fastest lap of the race. I was about to say it just gone into Exeter A, but has been taken away now by UEA, which I think is going to be Matthew Graham out there, and there he is on screen.
Yeah, good little battle going on between actually there's loads that out there, but right now we're looking at that battle, as you say, University of West of England A getting by there on BUKC into the Stratford hairpin. I also think I just saw University of Wales Trinity St David A get by Loughborough B, so some good battles here with these drivers trying to get up into that top 10.
We should say, are we going to trial our new way of pronouncing UE, as say it's UE Bristol A instead of UEA, which is the team from Norwich?
We can try it.
Gonna throw this former student ways. That's how we do it when we're down at Silverstone in
UE
July.
Bristol and UE Norwich. I can do it. I can do it. We'll give it our best shot. But yeah, still nice and close between our top two. You're working together well here, I think, mate, to bridge a bit of a gap to the third place battle. Doing what you were saying, you know, if you can work together here, then it can really pay off. As Cambridge B in the 39 kart there is having a look. Actually, it's Nottingham Trent A who've got the better of them actually there in Stratford hairpin, as there's a mechanical flag for Loughborough A.
Yeah, not good news for Max Reed. No Pierce Pryor for them today, so Max Reed stepping up to the A team, and it's not a good start for them. That is the meatball flag. They will have to come into pit lane to either get repairs to the car that they've got or get a new one. As there's the leaders going past the back mark. That's Warwick 36 Warwick B cars. Should say as well, Max O'Shaughnessy does have experience around the circuit. He won the opening round of the E60 Championship here last year, which is the very first event that Club 100 ran after the first lockdown, and I was in that race. I didn't see much of Max because he absolutely flew off the front of the field. He is very strong round here.
Yeah, and I think that experience and that pace that we know he has anyway is really paying off here. Fastest lap of the race last time, well, it was Warwick A, but actually it's just got beaten by UE Bristol A, as we were going to say, and so good pace from both of those. But what's of interest to me there is we are starting to see third place battle close up, as we're looking at some of the battles going on. It is, sorry, yes, it is Birmingham A, isn't it, leading Manchester A, but will that be for much longer? Because Ocean Beach's progress through this field has been absolutely superb, as has University of West of England, as they come through Cafe Bend, and Ocean Beach looks like he's got a good run out of there, as they're going to be heading down the Stratford straight. Is he going to attempt a move under braking? Yes, he is, and that's going to be through, and it's going to allow the University of the West of England through as well. So working together well here, and good driving there from the Warwick B driver as well, from Angelo Marco. I know it's been a frustrating one for him, having to have a kart replacement, but doing the right thing there and trying to get out of the way. We're looking back here at our leaders. Leeds B still on the tail of Exeter A. And this is good sprint racing technique here, to just keep your powder dry maybe until the end. And hey, even if Leeds B finish second, this is a tremendous haul of points for them to get their day off to a start in their bid, a very earnest bid, and a successful bid so far for that clubman's title. Warwick A's Sam Stevens it is in third place, a couple of seconds back at the moment. Still got the attentions of Martin Matchak in the Brighton A kart. Look out for the number 27 towards the back of some of these shots. And then there in fifth place is Leicester A, pole sitter, doing really well here. Tom Edwards, he said on the grid to Jacob that this was his first time racing around here. Well, I have to say, so far it's been a very impressive race so far. I wish my first time around Shenington was this successful. It wasn't, but yeah, really good stuff so far from him. 15 minutes of this one still to go. We talk about this one in terms of a sprint, but for sprint racing in karting, this is actually quite a lengthy format of sprint race, but it works really well for the BUKC. Been doing it for years, and it's some people even call it a bit of a sprint duro, but it is really about pacing yourself. So that's why it's so impressive to see what Leeds B is doing at the moment. Just work with the leader, bridge a bit of a gap, and then maybe the opportunity for an overall race win will come to you. Good battle there, I can see. between Birmingham A's Ben Boros has actually stayed in touch with Matthew Graham in that UE Bristol kart for 7th place. Fastest lap of the race so far is from Oxford Brooks B, who have just got themselves up into 13th place ahead of Nottingham Trent A. So good pace there from Lewis Bracewell in that Brooks B kart. And Brooks, I think, will be looking to have a slightly better... I mean, they have extremely high standards at Brooks.
Yeah.
But I think, all told, you know, Clay didn't quite go their way. So they'll be definitely looking. I wonder if actually, because they tend to have a lot of experienced karters on their team, I wonder if they may be, you know, quite flush with experience of this track relative to other teams going into today. So that might be an interesting one to see. There's a nice move there from Brooks B on the Cambridge B kart into the Bruno chicane, and that is job done there for Lewis Bracewell. So good move there, and that puts Brooks B up into 11th place.
It does feel to me this season, I don't know about you, Howard, as there's a penalty for Oxford Brooks D in terms of contact, multiple pieces of contact. The Brooks squad feels like it's in transition. They've lost a couple of their big hitters. I mean, you know, no Joe Bleakley, for example, this year, and other names like Carl Morby that we mentioned in years gone by, who were such stalwarts of that squad for years gone by. The talent is there. I just wonder, is this a year as down the inside of the 14 goes to number 10? That's a good move there by Nottingham Trent for 13th place. One coming through the field. I mean, they're going to give everything to try and win this title. It's Brooks, they always do. But give this squad another year, another 2 years.
Yeah.
These drivers that are coming through now into their A and B teams, I think they're going to be even more powerful than they were in previous years.
It's a really good point, mate, a really good point. I do actually want to give a shout out as well. We just saw Nottingham Trent A getting up past the Loughborough B kart. We mentioned Ocean Bates' sprint from the back of the field. Andrew Wong started 25th, so to be up there in 12th place now is a highly impressive drive from him.
Leaders going into the Bruno chicane, just making their way through some of the traffic quite nicely. And off there at Wilkins.
Is
Who's
that Warwick
36 again?
That's the same race suit that
Yes,
Anglo-Marco. Yes, it is. So it goes from bad to worse, I'm afraid to say, for Warwick B.
Very easy to do that. There's not a lot of grip on the outside line. It's very grippy on the inside, but if you transition onto an outside line with a little bit too much speed, that is what can happen. Change for 13th place confirmed. Trent A past Loughborough B, but this front quartet working together quite nicely as down the inside looks Warwick A, but elects to just stay in P3 there.
Have we actually seen Loughborough A come in for, I would suppose...
I think they have, because they're running down in 28th and they were up around 14th.
Yes, yeah, fair enough. So that's a difficult blow for Loughborough in the early phases of today's racing. Look how this is closed up at the front. Really good work from Warwick A and Brighton A. Sam Stevens and Martin Matchak to get on to the leaders as someone's off just in front of them at Wilkins as well. And they're still battling away, though, over third place, having worked together to get onto the back of the leaders. That was a very, I think that was Martin Matchak's earnest attempt there to try and get up into third place. There's a contact warning for Manchester.
And this is what I'm talking about in terms of patience. Warwick and Brighton have done a fantastic job to get onto the back of Leeds B, but if they start fighting over third place, they could undo all of their work very, very easily. They've also got to consider Matthew Graham in the UE Bristol kart, the number 25, Ocean Bates in the Manchester A, number 20, both pushing very far. And look, there they are, working together, doing absolutely what they should do. If I'm this four, I kind of call a bit of a truce for the next 8.5 minutes as the number 19 is looking down. And look at that, look at the gap that now has already been developed between Leeds B, the number 34, and Exeter A, the number 3. You don't want to fight in this position because you'll either lose the guy ahead or get swallowed up by those behind.
Agreed, mate. Absolutely. Absolutely the name of the game here. A bit of housekeeping. That kart that we saw spun off on the last lap was Swansea B. They've now got underway again, but it's dropped them back to 30th place, so tough start to the day for them. But yeah, it is so easy into that Wilkins corner. As look at this, an attempt for second place here. Sam Stevens down the inside of Will Stacey, and that is Warwick A up into second place for now.
It was a good move. It's entertaining racing, I'll give them that. But can they wind in the gap that Max O'Shaughnessy's got now? Because he's almost on that point where he'll have broken the slipstream. As I say, this is very similar to what he did in the E60 race last year. It's Brighton A looking to the outside of Leeds B there. Leeds B have got to think championship as well, given they're in a really strong position. 9 minutes to go.
And with 9 minutes to go, keep an eye in the background. There you could see them. Matthew Graham in the UE Bristol car and Ocean Bache in the Manchester A car. They've done such a good job of working their way up. And that's particularly Ocean in this race. And if these four, or even these three who are battling over second, if they start battling away, then these two are going to be right with them.
And they're faster as well. Last time around, 52.335 for Graham, 52.389 for Bache. The top four, well, the quickest of them is Max O'Shaughnessy, but he was only in the 52.4s that last time around, obviously with no slipstream assistance. So this is what we're talking about. That gap is coming down. No sector times around here, unfortunately, but I think you're going to see these two drivers on your screen right now. Matthew Graham in the number 25 UE Bristol kart, Ocean Bache in the number 20 Manchester A kart, as we say, are in great form at the moment. There's the point again. Yeah, keep working together, boys, because you are reeling this top four in.
And I'm massively impressed, by the way. You just see him in his red suit in the back of shot. Tom Edwards there in the Leicester car, 48, our pole sitter. Really impressed. The best grid slot that I think Leicester have had so far this season, and he's going to bring home the haul of points as it stands at the moment. So that's really good stuff from him there. But yeah, you can see how this gap is closing. And this could get very interesting in the last few moments of this race. And I think, you know, having worked his way up through the field largely cleanly, we did see one contact warning for Manchester A few minutes ago, but on the whole, having worked his way up through the field so cleanly, he's now found somebody who's like, right, I'm on the pace of you, let's work together and get onto the back of these three or even four ahead if they can keep on terms with Max O'Shaughnessy at the head of the field. Looks to me like Will Stacey's just dropped back a little bit off of this pack in the 34. They're starting to reel him in. So this could be an interesting one. Actually, we should mention that technically that pass of Brighton A on Leeds B last lap was a lead change in the clubman subclass. So Brighton A are now your highest place of that clubman class. We haven't mentioned it already, by the way. Red number plated karts are your premier class, with black number plates are your clubmans.
I'll tell you what, Howard, I'm keeping an eye on Cambridge A as well, currently running second in the championship, as no, that position is going to stay as is around Wilkins. Cambridge A are in 17th in this one, which doesn't sound too good, but remember, this is their race from the back, so they wouldn't necessarily expect anything from this one anyway. So 31st to 17th, pretty good, and still with a little bit of time to maybe get that up. I mean, how far off the top 10 are they? Probably a little bit too far to get that high up, but top 15 I think is achievable.
I mean, that's why this Manchester drive is so impressive, because it was from the back, and what that does is it, you know, the drive that as they're going by, that's past the Swansea B, who I think will get out of the way quite nicely. There we go. But what I think, you know, what that does is it takes the pressure off of the rest of the Manchester team, because you've got a good result in the bag from your worst grid position. It just makes the whole day just go a little more smoothly, as I think Will Stacey got a bit held up in that Leeds B car getting by the traffic in that one. It didn't quite fall for him as nicely as it did for our top three, so you can see now that he has fallen off the back of this top three. However, they have closed. Sam Stevens has closed right up on to the back of Max O'Shaughnessy now, so this is really on for the lead of the race, as we've got over 5 minutes of this one to go.
This is a tough position for Will Stacey, because he's lost that slipstream now. He doesn't want to panic at this stage. He will get caught. It's inevitable. He will get caught by Manchester and Newey, but if he worked with them, he could find himself back up with this top three in the latter stage of this race. Still 5 minutes of it to go. There are the 25 and 20 who are still continue to put some really good laps in. They are currently quarter of a second, pretty consistently, quarter of a second quicker than the four drivers ahead of them every single lap.
Just want to acknowledge a little bit further back, have mentioned that Lewis Bracewell has had some good pace this race in that Brooks B car. He still has the fastest lap of the race, 51.987, and just looking further down, it looked like he was getting Brooks B and Brooks C are slowly but surely reeling in Benjamin Boros in a good battle for 8th place there in the dying stages. So keep an eye on your timing tower as well, as that's changed. That's Manchester A going past University West of England A. Was that Max O'Shaughnessy feeling the need to go a bit defensive there into the Stratford hairpin for the first time in a while?
X-Terrain is in a curious position this year. Obviously, some of the teams in their runs through this season disrupted by the coronavirus. X-Terrain definitely one of those. Missed PFI, remember, so they've already used up their 2 dropped rounds of the year so far. So they've got to gain as many points as they can in the remaining 6 of the 8-round championship. They did a good job at Clay Pigeon last time. This is why Max O'Shaughnessy wants this win. Number 19 of Warwick A looking to the inside, going for the lead through Park Bend and have got it. Really nice move there by Stevens. Warwick A to the front.
And can Matchak do anything about that in the Brighton kart in the 27 as well? Because it was an unusual line from Max O'Shaughnessy in that extra kart as a result. No, he manages to hang on to 2nd place as they go through the Stratford hairpin. But that was a lovely move there by Sam Stevens to put the Warwick kart, the number 19, up into the lead of this race. And there you can see that Will Stacey in that Leeds B kart, number 34, is getting caught, as Andrew was saying would happen, by the Manchester A and University of West of England effort. But they've still got to work together. This is the thing. They've got to keep working here. There could be more on the table. There's still 3 minutes to go of this one as our leaders come round to finish another one. Into good run there out of Wilkins by Max O'Shaughnessy in the number 3 extra A car. Is he going to have anything into part? Yes, he is. Brilliant stuff there. And the lead changes 1 lap on from where it changed last time. And
this is the thing. You can overtake round here. It is very, very hard to lead from the front because the slipstream is so powerful. 3 minutes to go. Max O'Shaughnessy slightly defensive into Stratford. Oh, is he overshot though? Has he outbraked himself? No, he's recovered that really, really well, has the extra driver. But all the while, this is bringing, in fact, is that Ocean Beach ahead of Leeds B? Yes, it is. So M62 battle has been and gone there. Manchester A now up to 4th place. Ocean Beach couldn't win this from the back of the grid, could he? That would be a remarkable drive. That would be up there with some of the best drives I've ever seen in the BUKC if Ocean Beach could do this. He's got time on his side, 2 minutes 15. So what do we reckon? There's probably at least 3 laps of this one to go. Over start finish. Max O'Shaughnessy defends into Park Corner this time. Less than a tenth between himself and Sam Stevens in that Warwick A kart. Top 10 in the championship for Warwick A at the moment. This would be a great start for them, but I'm keeping an eye on that pace of Beach behind. He is continuing to be quicker and quicker than this top 3.
It's another good run out of Stratford by Warwick A. Sam Stevens. Is he going to be alongside? Does he have an opportunity into the Bruno chicane? Yes, he is. He will have the outside line for the middle part of that chicane, but he's got the job done. A change for the lead. Brilliant run off of Stratford hairpin there by Sam Stevens, but it's a good run out of the Bruno chicane for Max O'Shaughnessy in the number 3. Is he going to send one down the inside of Wilkins? I'm not sure the opportunity is going to open up. I've been noticing that Martin Matchak in that Brighton A kart 27 likes taking a wider line into that Wilkins complex. He's been doing that all race. It does give him some good pace down this straight, but I'm not sure he's been able to do anything with it on this occasion. And as you say, mate, this is all allowing Ocean Bates. There he is, just swooped into your shot. Look out for that number 20 car, and look out for Matthew Graham and Will Stacey coming with him as well in the 25 and 34 respectively. This is brilliant stuff into the Stratford hairpin once again. I don't think there was any change there.
Bache needs a bit of help, a bit of extra Rotax Evo power from Matthew Graham behind. You see how he got away there and then stopped closing in. As I say, it's very, very hard to make progress on your own round this circuit. I think time is starting to run out for Manchester A, but it's still a brilliant, brilliant effort that sets them up nicely for the day. There will be 1 lap after this one. Leaders going through Wilkins now. They'll have about 25 seconds on the clock as they cross start finish. Here they come, and Sam Stevens leads onto the final lap then here for Warwick A. Can he hold on for 60 points here for Warwick A to kick off round number 5?
Should say you could see Brooks B have been able to convert their pace into a 7th place, so they were able to get by Birmingham A and Leicester A as the lead battle comes into Stratford hairpin for the last time. It's going to be a good run off the corner for Max O'Shaughnessy. Is he going to be able to return the favour into the chicane? No, that's great positioning there by Sam Stevens in the Warwick A kart to avoid that, as that looked like Leeds B going down the inside of UE Bristol into the chicane as well, so that might have been a change for 5th place.
Couple of corners to go. Can Sam Stevens hold on for a home victory here for Warwick A? It's going to be another one of those classic drag races to the line. Can Max O'Shaughnessy get underneath? No, he can't. Warwick A will take race number 1. A brilliant victory for Sam Stevens. That is one to be very pleased about indeed. Max O'Shaughnessy, good points for Exeter A. He's finished in second place. Good respect between the drivers there. Brighton A will be happy with third. Manchester A really are coming on strong now. Some good form. Ocean Beach goes from the back row of the grid to finish in fourth. UWE Bristol A and Matthew Graham, again, so solid is Matthew Graham as a driver in this series. Top 5 for him. Leeds B, more good points for them as well in their clubman effort. They finish in 6th. Oxford Brooks B 7th. Birmingham A 8th. 9th for Leicester A, good points for them, capitalising on their front row start. Brooks C wrapped out the top 10. Trinity A 11th, Cambridge B 12th, Trent A 13th with some good moves down at the Stratford hairpin. Swansea A 14th, Surrey A in 15th, Loughborough B, Imperial A, Cambridge A, Brooks D and Birmingham B wrap out the top 20. It was Trinity B, Nottingham A, Newcastle A, UWE Bristol B, Loughborough C taking us down to 25th. Southampton A after a spin for Diego Martinez early on in the race. Not a good start for championship leaders. Loughborough A 27th for them. Birmingham C, Newcastle B, Warwick B, Swansea B and UWE Norwich A in 32nd.
Well, if you were wondering why we were so happy that BUKC's finally come to Shenington, hopefully that race helped you understand it's a fantastic place for a good battle, and that one closed up really nicely towards the end of that one. Hopefully they're all going to be like that. That was a brilliant start to the day, and we'll now have the turnaround for race number 2, and let's head on down to Jacob on the grid.
We're down here on the grid with race winner Sam Stevens. Sam, how does that feel?
Pretty exhilarating, to be honest. I really didn't expect that from 7th on the grid with such stiff competition as well, but it was a good fight as well, you know, up towards the top 5, so yeah, I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, yourself and Max O'Shaughnessy were obviously very, very close on pace, and Martin Matchak behind you in the Brighton cart, not too far off either. Was there anywhere on track you thought, I can have him here, I'm quicker here? Were you picking your moment?
Yeah, so I thought, you know, I saw about 15 minutes left on the clock and just thought, you know, I can buy my time. Problem is the track's so long on the straights, it's difficult to try and get into the toe, and once you've got into the toe, you know, you have that extra overtaking opportunity. So, you know, down towards the end of the track at Hanger, you know, of course I catch, but then of course I lose it in the braking zone, so it was a tough fight, definitely.
And you're our second Warwick race winner of the season so far. Not the best of starts to the season, but are you guys growing into it?
Yeah, I mean, we're tied for 9th in the championship at the moment before drops, so yeah, no, we've got some promising talent on the way with Matt Hudson, who will be out later today. So yeah, I'm hoping for a top 10 this season overall, so that would be really great.
Excellent. Well, all the best with that, and hopefully we'll speak to you at some point later in the day.
I hope so. Thank you very much.
Sam Stevens there, a first-time race winner here at BUKC. Now we've got a couple of drivers who are made their way out onto the grid. We're going to have to go to the back, I think, for a chat in this one. Let's have a look who we've got. I can see Matthew Taylor counting the carts. Appears to be some sort of repairs going on to a wire. So let's duck under there. Darren's through as well. Let's go see where Matt Taylor's lining up, shall we? So that's 22nd, which makes Matthew Taylor 26th, does it?
26th, yeah.
And what are you going to do from there?
Hopefully top 5. That'd be nice. Top 3 ideally, but we'll see.
It's ambitious. We just saw Ocean Beach come from very last to, what was I think, 4th in the end. So, you know, the chance is there.
Yeah, I've done a lot of laps around here, done well around here at British Champs and stuff, so this is probably my best track, I'd say. So hopefully if I've got a decent go-kart, I'll be able to go through.
In a sentence, please can you sum up the Oxford Brooks season so far?
Very mixed. Very, very mixed.
It's a short sentence, but I'll allow it. Tell us a bit more.
So we've had we haven't had a full squad that we would have liked. We haven't had like the top drivers we really needed, but
Other than yourself, obviously.
apart from myself, but yeah, no, we've done well. We just had a little bit of bad luck here and there, which hasn't helped us. But we've done well with the bad rounds we've had. So we've kind of had damage limitations. So hopefully we can capitalise on Loughborough's bad result there and hopefully close in on them.
All right, well, good luck with that. I'm going to let you get out of the way of the refuelling process and move slightly further down the grid. And I think I've spotted Kieran Woodhouse of University of West England next to this car, trying to put his fuel cap back on, but failing miserably. Kieran, where have you been?
Oh, uni.
What's happened? Tell me about it.
Well, uni or BUKC. I know some people say BUKC, but Masters, it's got to be uni first.
Well, it's a disappointing attitude to take, but hopefully you can be more positive about your race hopes here.
Well, yeah, it's my first time in a kart since drivers at Clay, so straight in at the deep end again.
A little bit rusty. You haven't even been to a team sport or anything.
No, nothing.
They've been closed, haven't they? That was a stupid question, really. I should really do some research before I step out onto the grid for these interviews. Where are you starting? What is this, 22nd?
Yeah, 22nd. Wrong side of the grid at the back. Pick up a few positions at the hairpin and see what happens.
Have you been here before? This is my first time at Shenington.
Never. No.
You know the way around, at least.
Well, I just did the practice session, so found my feet, but that's about it.
All right, well, hopefully you find a bit more than that during the race. Kieran, I'll let you go and enjoy. Let's wander down here, and on my left, I think we've got Henry Jackson, a former just heavyweight champion. Henry, how are you doing?
Not super yet.
I accidentally said super heavyweight. I was like, I need to retract that very quickly. How's Nottingham's season going?
Ups and downs. We've lost a couple of our drivers, so we've had some tough rounds. I think this year we're doing it a bit more for personal reasons. Like, we're just racing for ourselves rather than worrying about the championship now.
If you have fun, then you won, I've heard.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it.
Exactly. And where are we here now? We're close to the top, and you can do a job from here, right?
Yeah, 15th. Obviously, it depends on how the first lap goes. Then depends how traffic is, because it's so easy to defend here. It might just form a massive train, and then you might get stuck. So we're just going to see how it goes. Take it a lap at a time.
Are you a Shenington veteran?
Yeah, I used to come here a lot when I was 10, 12 years ago. I think I still remember my way around, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, enjoy. I shall hopefully speak to you at the end.
Perfect, thank you.
Let's wander down to the front and see who else we've got in this one. Rory Smith's here. Rory, where are you going?
What's that?
Where are you going?
I got to use a spare. Apparently something's wrong with mine.
Oh, okay. Let's wander over here, shall we? Missed you last time out at Clay.
What's that?
Missed you at Clay.
Yeah, I miss you too, to be honest, mate. We're going over here. I got a bit snaked by Mr. Sam Rowling in the last one.
Oh yeah, tell me about it.
Because he said he was going to confess his love to me on the grid. So I was watching the live stream expecting him to, unveil all and confess his love, but he actually instead just slated me. It was a bit upsetting, to be honest.
And what did you have to do as a forfeit?
Well, I believe the only option now is, I have to ask for your hand in marriage instead.
Yeah, I'm not available, unfortunately. Not to you, anyway. I'm single, but I don't swing that way.
That's a bit gutting, mate. I was kind of hopeful for that.
Well, I'll let you get your stuff on your car anyway. This has turned a bit awkward now that you've asked me to marry you, so I'm going to step and talk to Jack, but have a good race. Jack, what are you doing here?
I'm starting at the back.
Why?
My captain's decision. I'm in for nearer front in the afternoon, though.
You couldn't pull any strings as a former captain?
I got 2 front grids last time around. It'd be a bit unfair if I had them every time.
If you tug on those strings too long, they'll break, Jack. Can you do a job from last, though?
I'm hoping for a top 15-ish, somewhere like that. So a decent backup result if we have some bad ones later on.
Good man, I like the positivity. I'm going to head back out onto the grid itself and grab 1 or 2 more drivers. I think it's not actually going to happen because we were just waiting for Roy to put stuff on the car. Apologies to all the viewers at home for me delaying the race and interviewing him. We'll head back up to our comms box. Andrew and Howard are ready to talk you through race number 2.
Let's have a look then at your grid for race number 2 of round 5 of the 2021 British Universities Karting Championship. It is going to be Sam Gazy in the Newcastle B kart with David Macbeth alongside for Warwick B. Cardiff A have Aidan Bliss with Surrey A alongside on row number 2. Then it's going to be Alex Smith for Swansea B and Charlie Bennett for Loughborough A, looking to make up for some lost points there in race number 1. Oxford Brookes C have Jorge Belot Ruiz going for them with Benjamin Boros ineligible for points in Birmingham C on that 4th row. Birmingham B have Ethan Herford and Rory Smith for Birmingham A, rounding out your top 10. Manchester A have Michael Grebe at the wheel, and then it's Fraser Glaseby for Nottingham Trent B on row 6. Moving to row 7, it's going to be Finn Hurd for Bath A with Adam State for Leicester A. Henry Jackson starts the Nottingham A kart from 15th, and it's Daniel Hoods for Oxford Brookes D. Warwick A is going to have Joe Perkins at the wheel, and then Brighton B in 18th place is piloted by Alex Mitchell. Row 10 then, University of Wales Trinity St David B have Ewan Howells at the wheel, and then it's going to be Sam Sanders for the University of East Anglia A. Row 11 is going to be Adam Jurger for Sheffield A and Kieran Woodhouse for University of West of England A. And then row 12 will be Adam Fleming for Newcastle A and Jasper Chamberlain for the University of West of England B. Matthew Taylor takes the Oxford Brookes A kart from 25th spot on the grid, and he's got a sister team in the form of Brookes B and Brad Butcher alongside. Then it's Leeds A and University of Wales Trinity St David A on row 14. Row 15 is going to be Nottingham Trent C with Oliver Yule at the wheel, and George Salthouse takes the Loughborough B kart from 30th spot. And then at the back of the grid there on row 16 is going to be Jack Fisher, who we just heard from at the wheel of the Leeds B kart, the number 34, and then Nathan Gollin from 32nd on the grid for Brighton A. That is how they line up then for the second race of the day here at Shenington.
Hello, chat. We've got some Fs in the chat for poor old Rory Smith. Thank you for those. Plenty of chat action going on as well. Lots of support for Warwick coming in off the back of that great result. Some Leeds support as well. David Whitehouse asks, can I blame the slipstream for losing a 4-second lead round here in a club and final once? No, you can't, David. That's all we're going to say on that one.
Sorry, I was just distracted out the window by 3 karts spinning in sympathy in the chicane at exactly the same time, making no contact with each other. That was beautiful synchronised spinning there that I got to witness.
Hello to Lee Henderson as well, LCH Motorsport. Good to hear the DDMM boys again. Roll on round 2 of Club 100 sprints. Absolutely. Weekend the 15th and 16th of May. We will have it will be a stream. It'll be our first Club 100 sprint stream of the season at Wilton Mill. I'm very much looking forward to it. Should be fantastic.
Absolutely.
All live here on Alpha Live for free.
Absolutely. And it's in our neck of the woods again, so we get a nice little...
Jimbo's having a chat with some people.
Yeah.
Has someone broken a cart? This is all happening just ahead of us.
Just outside our window.
Cafe.
Yeah. Should mention the tyres that are on the chicane here today. There is a special rule that's been put in place that we've been informed of, that was told to the drivers in briefing, just where the front of this pack are coming actually. There's a load of tyres just after the second apex of the chicane, and if you barrel into those, as we may have seen, there they are, right there in your shot, those tyres there, if you barrel into those, it's not a cone penalty, as it might usually be if you tag a tyre or a cone around the circuit. That is an immediate black flag, because you're demonstrating that you really weren't on top of things coming into the chicane.
And JV is personal friends with every single one of those tyres. I saw him and a few others laying them out last night, so
indeed,
don't ruin their work.
They've all been carefully prepared for the trials ahead, these tyres.
Yep.
And they've been lovingly put together in a wall. Don't hit the wall.
So Newcastle B are on pole position for this one, but are ineligible all day. So regular viewers will know how I feel about them. I want them to disappear because they make the spreadsheet of doom hard. So effectively, this is Warwick B with a really good chance to get some points on the board. Aidan Bliss for Cardiff A as well. 25 minutes are on the clock here at Shenington Race 2 for round 5 of the BUKC 2021. Ready for the go. There it is, and away we do go into Cafe corner for the first time. Decent start for Newcastle B. Can they hold on to this lead? David Macbeth looking for a route through there. Has got balked a little bit, and I think I can see Charlie Bennett already coming through in the number 4 for Loughborough A. They need this to be a good race. They've already effectively used up their dropped score in the first race of Loughborough A, and there's already a problem. Someone's not got their helmet done up properly, so that's going to need some attention as there's a spinner towards the back of the field. Oh, and a little gesticulation there as well. Contact warning for the number 6 of Nottingham A. Little bit of a scrappy start, this one, Howard.
Yeah, and there's some spinners further back that we're not seeing on our shot in the chicane, so we're going to have several karts here who are going to be falling off the back of this pack. It is a scruffier start than race 1, that is for sure. As they work their way through Wilkins, they do seem to be keeping it clean through there. Although someone's going
someone's doing a
across the
Lucas
grass.
Sullivan across the grass, but has not executed it as well as Lucas at Clay Pigeon and has lost a lot of positions there. So David Macbeth has ordered, there's a big spinner, and it's the leader. Sam Glazy is off in the Newcastle B karts there.
Brooks C as well, I think. I saw spun off as well in shot. So that's been and just to go through the karts, they've had some form of issue on lap 1. Newcastle A, Swansea B, Leeds A, Trinity St David B.
Sam Sanders absolutely flying through the field there in the UEA Norwich kart with the Mika Hakkinen style helmet.
Nottingham Trent C, Brighton B and University of West of England A finish off your karts who've had some sort of drama on that first lap. They're all still circulating, but that was a dramatic lap, and someone else is round. I can see out of our window, Andrew, at the chicane. This is and there's yellows out here at Wilkins as well. This is a scruffy start to this one.
It is a bit. See Matthew Taylor out there as well for Brooks. Saw Sam Sanders racing at WMKC last weekend. If you missed that stream, you can go watch that back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
So I'm just wondering, there was a Premier kart there who was stationary in Wilkins, and I'm just trying to work out who that might be.
It might have been UEA. They've not come through on timing. They have come through now in a time of 2 minutes something.
Yeah,
that's not a good start for the guys from Bristol. Here's the number 52 going down the inside of the 48. Black flag for Brighton B. ABC takeout. So they've brought someone to a halt with some banditry. They've got to come and have a little chat with Jimbo in the pit lane. Track limit warning for the number 30 of Nottingham Trent B. There is Henry Jackson. So he has survived the first couple of laps, as he was talking about on the grid, and is in a decent position here.
I've just seen out my window Jack Fisher in that Leeds B kart trying to work up from the back. He went round at the chicane then. There's another kart. There's been a spin at the chicane, and there's a Prem kart on the exit of the chicane, spun out. There has been a spinner in that chicane at least 2 spinners every single lap so far. They've got to calm it down into that chicane.
Oxford Brooks C have got an ABC takeout black flag, so that's another one coming in for a little discussion. 22 minutes of this one to go. Drivers not really being anywhere near patient enough at the moment. There's Henry Jackson in the number 6 recovering out of pit lane there. Couldn't quite work out, that might have been Brighton B, as there's a spinner down at the hairpin. It is the number 30, and that's Nottingham Trent B, who've also just had a track limit warning.
Yeah, just got to calm it down in situations like this. You just got to start focusing on the basics and not going for the major moves.
Good position here, Howard, at the front of the field for Loughborough A, championship leaders, but also Birmingham. Now, it's Benjamin Boris, as who's that off? A lot of drivers falling off the road at the moment in this race. Benjamin Boris is in the Birmingham C kart. He is not eligible for points because we've just seen him out in the first race. He just needs to sit on the rear bumper of that Birmingham A kart, push them along and get them some good points in this race.
You know how Newcastle B were ineligible, and that makes your spreadsheet difficult?
Yes.
They were one of the spinners last lap, so they're out of the equation now, so that makes your maths easier.
It does. Contact warning for the number 15, Leeds A. Where are they at the moment? They are currently in 25th position, so at the back of this train, which pretty much does go down from 4th place to 20th.
Yep.
That's all here on your screen at the moment. With Surrey A at the front of it, Oxford Brooks A, contact warning, change for the lead. Now that's a bit of teamwork. Rory Smith pushed through by Benjamin Boris, and for not the first time this year, no more Fs in the chat required for Rory Smith. He leads in the BUKC.
I'm not sure I've ever seen someone who's had a marriage proposal rejected have so much drive.
It's a good response.
It is a good response from Rory Smith to get to the head of the field there.
Yellow flag. Just had Jacob behind us say Mike change his mind now.
There's
Go
hope
on,
yet,
Rory.
Rory. There's hope.
Yellow flag out in the Bruno chicane. Couldn't see what it was for. I told Adam that there's going to be an action hotspot down there today. But this is good for Loughborough, of course. You know, you take that 45 out the point scoring equation. They're currently sat on a nice 59 tally. So,
yes, indeed. Shout out to Adam. He has not yet abandoned his post on that camera at the chicane, which
man.
is one of the most nerve-wracking places to stand today, I reckon.
Nottingham Trent C, number 44 ahead. Unsafe release. Black flag penalty for Oxford Brooks B. Now, I wonder, is that them? That's them coming out the pits from the first black flag, isn't it? So they've done a proper Formula 1 bit of banditry there, and because it is a thing, as you come round Cafe Corner, you do tend to run out wide, and if someone is exiting the pits, they've got to keep it tight, they've got to keep it left and locked down. It would appear that Oxford Brooks B have not done that, and they're going to be coming back in for another black flag.
Yeah.
18 minutes and 45 seconds of this one to go. Birmingham A currently sitting on a victory, and they've got their teammate behind them. There's Sam Sanders in the number 54 UEA Norwich kart, and that is a very nice overtake on Aidan Bliss and Cardiff A for 5th place.
Yep, really nice move there. That's a very slow-moving number
B.
7 of Brooks B, having come out from their second black flag, and that was a move. No, they're just getting by the Brooks B kart, aren't they? There.
Yep. Warwick A having another good run in this one. So the little moustache there on the front of Joe Perkins's helmet, as this needs to get itself sorted out as they go through the Bruno chicane. Brooks are not having a good race here. Another black flag now showing on my screen, this time for the C team, the Charlie squad. I'm rooting for Nottingham Trent C. I've currently got my eyes glued out the window. They're going to nail the chicane this time. They've had an eventful race. I'm sorry to say, I think they've been involved in an incident twice in that chicane, as we're looking at Birmingham B attacking Nottingham A over 7th place. Nottingham A are going to have the inside on Cafe Corner, but can Birmingham B get better drive off of the corner in that number 40 kart? This is good battling here as the Brooks B kart is having to get out of everybody's way. Yeah, it's Ethan Herford driving for Birmingham B in this one. This is going to make me feel old, as there's, David Macbeth's had a spin in the Warwick B kart. He's not having a good one here, and there's a shake of the head as he gets going again. I'm going to make myself feel old here. Ethan Herford now one of the more experienced members of the Birmingham squad. 17 minutes of this one to go. 3 wide through, and a big chunk of curb there for the number 14 of Loughborough B. And off into the gravel as well. Yeah, pushed wide there by, who was that? I think it was the 53 of UEB. So there may be some gesticulations and decisions taken over that one. Penalty for Oxford Brooks A for contact. So that's going to be place deductions for them at the end of the race. They're currently in 9th.
I think it might have been Loughborough B who ended up on the grass.
Loughborough B on the grass, pushed wide by UE. So in the midfield, it's still not really calmed down, has it, Howard, from lap 1?
No, although having said that, I am impressed by the standard that I'm seeing in this train of carts. I nearly jinxed that one, didn't I? As that was a bit of a leery moment there through the chicane for Sheffield A. Not too happy with how that went. But, yeah, they are battling well at the moment, but seeing this much battling goes against all the stuff you and I were talking about in race 1 of working together. You know, I mean, I suppose they are staying in quite a stream of karts as University of Wales, Trinity St David A and Manchester A do battle over 13th place in the 11 and the 20 respectively through Park, as there's a penalty for Oxford Brooks A for contact. And mate, this is not turning into a great day for Brooks so far, is it?
Michael Grieve down the inside there on Trinity A, so that's Manchester A going up to 13th place, although maybe overtaken now by the number 27. No, not quite. Brighton A. There's a big off there for the number 12. Well held. Brooks C have got that back on circuit, but I wonder if they got a little bit of a tap from the rear on the entry to the Bruno chicane, where the back end of the kart does go very, very light on you. So it doesn't take a lot of contact to unsettle the kart enough to have a bit of an off.
I think that was Warwick B getting past the 27. No, sorry, it was Brighton A battling Brook C, of course, who was recovering after that that moment in the chicane.
Penalty for Trinity A, ABC bump and pass. Stationary yellow flag out on Pitts Bend. Just seeing if there's any others out. It's been withdrawn now. Back with our leaders, though. Birmingham karts A and C at the front of the field. C is not eligible for points, remember, though, so don't even worry about them. They're not going to attempt any overtakes or anything of that description because they've got Loughborough A still right on their rear bumper.
But they are still a factor. Birmingham have that rear gunner.
Yep.
And that's, you know, that could be critical here with the strategy that Birmingham are playing, which I want to make clear is within the rules for them to do this. So, you know, that Birmingham C kart may be ineligible, but at the moment it's providing an extra kart that Loughborough A are going to have to navigate their way by if they're going to take the lead of this race. And Loughborough are looking for good points, of course, after that difficult start with the mechanical flag in race number 1. So if Charlie Bennett, who's piloting that number 4 Loughborough A kart, wants to take the win, he's going to have to get past both of them.
Well negotiated.
He's got good drive off the Wilkins there just because of how it fell with the traffic there, but it's not going to give him enough overspeed to have an opportunity into park.
Yeah, well negotiated past the traffic there. Good morning, Mr. Luke Austin, who's messaged us on the chat. Asks us, did you know today marks 5 years since the very first Alpha Live stream? No, I was not aware of that.
Not aware.
Happy birthday, Alpha Live, 5 years old.
Yeah, absolutely. We should have bought a cake.
We should have.
But no, that's fantastic. And it's been a great 5 years of working with them, I have to say, as well.
Long may it continue.
Absolutely.
And long may it continue. This lead for Birmingham A. Rory Smith won at PFI, of course. We weren't there with the PFI. Cam was with you at PFI, but it, I can say from the side of the track, it was one of the most dominant victories I've seen in BUKC in a while. Rory wasn't at Clay Pigeon. He's obviously back here, charged, rejuvenated by marriage proposal rejections and wants this 60 points.
That's one of the weirdest sentences I've heard you say in comms this year, mate, but yes.
And a fair few of them come out of this mouth. Track limit warning for the number 19, Warwick A, currently in 9th place. That'll be for nudging one of the sausage curbs on the exits of either Stratford or the Bruno chicane.
So we're looking a lot at Birmingham's A and C. The other Birmingham kart in this race, Birmingham B, is locked in quite the battle at the moment. Here it is, in fact, with Cardiff A there in the 52 and Warwick A, which is going to be... So it was Ethan Herford at the wheel of Birmingham B. Cardiff A have Aidan Bliss and Warwick A have Joe Perkins in this one. So it's quite a battle that's going on at the moment over that 7th place position. Not the first time already today that 7th has been a hotly contested position. Here it is. So the number 40 is Birmingham B.
Just point out there, into 10th place now, Amy Jurga is absolutely flying in the Sheffield A number 23. She started 21st, was pretty rapid, I noticed in the practice session this morning. So Sheffield A coming into there she is in number 23. Is doing a great job, I must say, as team captain.
Yep.
It did not go unnoticed by myself that on the Inters and Rookies Day at PFI, Amy doing the job that any team captain should do, not racing that day, but there with the newbies and giving them that tuition and teaching them how to get round PFI, and that's a move, clean move up the inside of a couple of back markers. And was that for position as well? Yes, it was.
For position.
It was.
No,
Getting past Cardiff A. So that's another 2 positions, in fact, because that was a brilliant move.
It was a double overtake into Wilkins.
Warwick got caught out by Cardiff, and then Sheffield nipped up the inside, and now up to P8.
Yeah, and now it is the 19 of Warwick A that's getting by that Cardiff kart. So brilliant few corners there for Amy in that Sheffield kart. And look at this. This is side by side. I think the only kart that's not for position in that is the one at the back, the Brooks B kart. But brilliant stuff there as they're battling into the chicane, and Cardiff is trying to hold on to this position against University of Wales Trinity St David, and I think has managed to do so there. That was a difficult period there for Aidan in that Cardiff kart, because he'd fallen off the rhythm, and he's still under attack now, and having fallen off the rhythm, he's trying to gather it back, but that's a really nice block pass there from Trinity St David A, and was it Harry Farnhill at the wheel for them in this one? So good move there by Harry. That was a nice move. I know Cardiff weren't too happy about it, but I think that was a pretty nice block move there into Wilkins.
Yeah, come from 28th on the grid as Harry Farnhill, one of the most experienced drivers in this field now, race winner in years gone by. That's the number 7 Brooks kart, which remember is down a lap because it's had at least 2 black flags.
And it's a bit of a difficult one for them, really, because they're not part of the race, but they have the pace to be catching up to people sometimes. So it is a difficult judgment call, but yeah. Back with our leaders, Rory Smith in that Birmingham A car, the red and white striped helmet.
Good driving by the number 35, Brighton B, Alex Mitchell. Is he a relation?
He's not, no. He's probably the better karter.
Dutifully just pulling to one side, letting the leaders through. No blue flags in this competition, of course, as Nicky Richardson very much gets out of the way there. Our lead Club 100 test driver. He's very good round here. He's got many a story over years gone by of racing some of the best in the country around Shenington.
Got to say, Ben Boros must have been doing some bump drafting for Rory several times. He's really strong out of that chicane, I've noticed. So that's interesting, although he's slightly weak off of Wilkins there. And that's allowed Charlie in that Loughborough kart just to catch up. But again, by the end of the straight, he's back up with Rory. So I'm not sure if that's just how he drives off the corner, or the car is particularly strong in that area of driving. I'm not sure.
Will be a little bit of variance from time to time, from kart to kart, but broadly they all set similar lap times. Bit of traffic for Rory Smith to deal with here, and yellow flag in the Bruno chicane, I think, for someone just recovering.
Now that kart that he's coming up to put the lap on here, that was Newcastle A, and Newcastle were involved in quite a few incidents on the first lap. Not necessarily the fault of the driver, but they were involved in a spin at Stratford Hairpin on the first lap. So they're on a bit of a recovery drive in many ways, are Newcastle A. And they picked up a fair few penalties I saw in race 1 as well. So it's not the best day so far for Newcastle. Need to pick themselves up a bit.
This is really good work by the Birmingham boys. They are breaking away from Charlie Bennett in that Loughborough A kart through this traffic. All of the moves are clean, and if they can get ahead of this next one, number 25, and there's rain. I'm hearing reports of rain. Now this is very much a Shenington thing. Because we're on the top of a crop of a hill, you can occasionally, out of absolutely nowhere, get little showers, and yet there is rain, Howard, on our commentary box windows. Now, this was not forecast.
No, absolutely, but as you say, mate, this is classic Shenington in many ways. We're just on some hills that are on the border between.
Whoa, what are you doing, boys?
That's not in the game plan. Surely that's not in the game plan. That's going to allow Charlie Bennett in the Loughborough kart to close right back up. So any advantage that Birmingham had set going through the traffic there, they have surely lost in that little moment there. I'm not quite sure what that was, to be honest with you. I don't think, even though we are hearing reports of rain, I'm not sure we've had enough anywhere yet on track to affect it under braking into Wilkins, so not sure what that was.
Yeah, this is this horrible kind of rain where the drivers will see this on their visors and think, oh no, how much grip am I going to have? How much confidence am I going to have? I think you're absolutely right, Howard. It's not heavy enough, and with all the karts still running around on warm tyres, it's not heavy enough to affect the grip levels. We'll keep an eye on times. Yeah, they're still holding around the mid-52s and 53s.
Yeah, so as I say, yeah, this circuit on top of a hill, we're just over the border between Warwickshire and Oxfordshire here, if people are familiar with that area. And yeah, you can very easily get some showers just blowing in, even if they're not forecast here.
Yeah, 52.4s for both of the Birmingham drivers, so the pace is absolutely fine. And as soon as we were talking about the rain, I think it's actually stopped. As I say, there was one of these showers just as I was leaving the circuit last night. They can be completely unforecast and pop up out of nowhere. There is a little bit of rain forecast for around 3 p.m. but obviously we're quite a way off that. Birmingham back into the rhythm now. They've got a 0.6 gap over Loughborough A at the moment. There's the number 30 that we're having a look at, which is Nottingham Trent B in 22nd position. And I think I'm right in saying it's our very own Fraser Glasby. Regular on the cameras for Alpha Live. In another year of BUKC racing. Oh, that's a nice arty
Yeah,
shot.
it is.
David McGrath in the number 36. 4.5 minutes to go then.
Still a really good battle going on. Keep an eye on your timing in that battle over 8th place it is now, because Amy Jog has been able to get through it all and break away. So it's no longer a battle over 7th, but a battle over 8th, which is currently going the way of the University of Wales Trinity St David A. Harry Farnell, who I should mention is in that battle over 8th and has come from 28th on the grid. So a really good drive for him to get up through the field here.
Have we mentioned as well, Surrey A, apologies, we haven't got their driver name. They are eligible in this race and currently sitting in 4th.
Yeah.
A very nice result for a team still very much in their baby steps of being a mains squad.
Yes, very much so. We've seen plenty of them in our intermediate championship, but we've not seen a lot of them in streaming action in the BUKC because, as you say, they're new to the mains. And Matthew Taylor, who we've heard from on the grid as well, doing good on what he said, that he's good around this track, getting Brooks A car up into 5th so far. So good job at the moment, needed job for Brooks.
They do have a penalty.
They do have a penalty. That's a good point. Good point, well made. So yeah, still not perfect, but at least he has got the pace to maybe try and negate that penalty.
And the competition's been so competitive this year, it's weird as there's a black flag for Leeds A, the number 15. As was taken by surprise by us, you can win a round now without winning one of these individual races, as Manchester did at round 4. So a top 10 result is still good this season.
You might be wondering what the black flag for Leeds A is for, because it doesn't show up on timing. I could see someone's just had to reconstruct the tyre barrier at the chicane, so I wonder if Leeds A may have paid a little visit there.
Oh dear. So the West Yorkshire team have gone full Otley run through the tyres. JV will not be happy about that. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Charlie Bennett's pulled himself back here really nicely in that Loughborough A kart. So it's still this 3. The 2 Birmingham karts, 1st and 2nd. Loughborough sat there in 3rd. And this is the thing, because of the championship position Loughborough A are in, yes, they need to do well. They need to get as many points on the board, but they don't need to, do or die attack today.
No.
As down the inside is looking Charlie Bennett, trying to get 2nd on the road, has got it. He's got it. Now that's a crucial move, because now the rear gunner of Birmingham is out the way.
He has indeed. I just wonder if it's lost a little bit of time for Charlie. It was a great move, but it was costly, and I wonder if I wonder if we're seeing there the effect of having that rear gunner. Was it so expensive in getting by Ben Boris that he's now going to always be a couple of kart lengths off of Rory Smith? However, Rory's having to deal with traffic coming off of Stratford hairpin, so if Charlie Bennett can deal with that better in that number 4 Loughborough kart, then that will be job done.
And he has, and he definitely has. That was them getting past Nottingham Trent B and Fraser Glasby.
Yeah, good awareness from Fraser there to spot that there was another kart coming through as well.
90 seconds to go, couple of laps more, lap time still holding. No, they have dropped a little bit. Down the inside goes Charlie Bennett at Wilkins. Rory Smith sees it's coming and holds to the outside. Now, is the Loughborough kart going to have the run into Park? No, here comes Benjamin Boris. He's going to go round the outside. Brilliant move and critical move in the context of this race, because now the Birmingham rear gunner is back in position.
Yeah, really difficult position for Charlie Bennett there. He needed to go for the move, but also, he was in a Birmingham sandwich. He was the meat in the Birmingham sandwich, and that was And
there's a thumbs up from Rory there, because he knows how important this is. Now, really, as is the rain coming again, did I see a little spot on the camera there? Benjamin Boris needs to hold up the number 4 as much as possible. There's no real benefit in pushing number 13 along.
This is where Charlie's been strong.
The 4 along.
This is where he's been strong, and you can see Ben there covering to the inside, but he's going to bulk himself. He's going to go too slow, and that was brilliantly judged by Charlie Bennett. Benjamin Boros in that number 45 car tried to defend too much.
Yeah.
And it sacrificed the line through there, so that means it's back on for Charlie Bennett as we are on to the last lap, and he's the closest he has been to Rory Smith, and there is traffic up ahead as well in the form of the number 44 Nottingham Trent C kart. Here they are into the Stratford hairpin, and Rory Smith goes by, doesn't go by, it's Benjamin Boros who's trying to attack back at Charlie Bennett in the number 4 Loughborough car as they head towards the chicane. There's yellows out as well.
It's a slow kart to drivers left, just leaving the chicane now.
Here we go then.
This is big pressure for Rory Smith. Can he hold on to this victory? Nottingham Trent C ahead of them. He's going to have to go down the inside. He's on the curb, locks it down. Good defence there from Rory Smith. Can he get it off the final corner to take a win here for Birmingham A for the second time this season? Rory Smith is a race winner in the BUKC, a brilliant drive, and wins by less than 0.2 of a second. It's a very good score though for Charlie Bennett and Loughborough A. They've got their round back on track. Birmingham C finished third but are ineligible. Brooks A get third on the road on the final lap but have a penalty. So Surrey A will score 58 points, a very good score for the Clubman team there. UEA, Norwich A and Sam Sanders, another good finish for Sanders, there 6th overall. I reckon that will be at least 4th on the road after penalties are applied. Ami Jurga, brilliant drive, finishes P7. Trinity A, another great drive from Harry Farnhill, finishes P8. Warwick A, 9th, having a good day so far. That's 2 top 10s for them. Nottingham A in 10th, and it was Birmingham B, Manchester A, Cardiff A, UE Bristol B, and Leicester A. That was your top 15. That's another solid result for Leicester, by the way. Brighton A, Loughborough B, Leeds B, Warwick B, and Brooks D take us down to 20th. Bath A, Trent B, Newcastle A, Trinity B, and Brooks B down to 25th. Brooks C, Swansea B, Brighton B, Newcastle B, UE Bristol A. Not a good drive and not a good race there for UE Bristol. Number 25. Leeds A and Trent C take us down to 32nd. Wow, another pulsating race here at Shenington. I do believe that Jacob Harris is ready down there on the grid to have a chat with Rory Smith. Maybe he'll reverse the answer to the wedding proposal in this particular interview.
Down here with race winner Rory Smith. Rory, we held up the race with our interview a little bit, but you were worth the wait apparently.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I just got to say absolute hats off to Ben, who was in our Birmingham C kart for playing the team game. I mean, without him, I don't know whether or not I would have stayed out the front. I was struggling with a bit of straight line speed. I don't know if it was just me getting used to track or what, but he definitely played on for the team and was pushing me the whole way around, so that's why I could stay at the front and keep putting in the lap time. So yeah, fair play to him, but also great to have another win this year as well.
Question for you, is that fair?
I think so, yeah.
To have Ben in the C team kart, given that he's already raced for the A team and then can go out and lend a hand to someone else in the A team?
Yeah, I personally think it's fair because everyone else is doing it as well. I think most teams are doing that sort of thing.
But is that what makes it right? If everyone does it, you know, if everyone went around punching each other in the face, would that make punching people in the face okay?
No, I could sense you're not too happy about this now.
But I'm neutral here.
Pardon?
I'm a neutral.
Yeah, no, I think look, everyone's here to have a bit of fun, so what's the problem with it? I don't see an issue.
Right. And you're not too hurt after what happened before the race, yeah?
I'm quite hurt still, actually, mate. I'm a bit gutted.
We can still be friends.
Yeah. But you know, friendships never last when romance was there before, so it's gonna be difficult.
Well, maybe you're doing it wrong. You know, I've got several exes that, you know, still on reasonable terms with. It's not as if we see each other as much as we used to, obviously, but we're still civil.
We can give it a go. Let's just be friends then.
Are you coming to the 24-hour?
I think I might struggle. I think I've got a bit of a clash that weekend, so unfortunately I know it's an awesome event and...
I see how it is. Now that I've said no, you just don't want to see me.
Yeah, as soon as you said that, I just cancelled all my plans. No, not coming back ever again, no chance.
All right then, well, I'll at least see you later this afternoon.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Cheers.
Nice one, Rory. Race winner of race number 2 there, Rory Smith. Sam Cobb's lined up on the grid for this one. Let's have a quick chat with him about Cambridge, who are... I'll let you finish, Sam, whilst I describe that Cambridge are probably our closest challengers to Loughborough for the championship, aside from the standard Brooks title challenge. Sam Cobb here, a man of much experience, formerly racing for Warwick in the BUKC for a number of years before shifting over to Cambridge quite recently, actually. I think it was before last season that he made the switch, and he's just setting up his car, making sure the tyres are there, getting his seat insert in. Taking a while, actually. It's like he doesn't want to talk to me. Sam, come on, you got ages. Come and have a quick chat. Cambridge Championship Challenge. Tell us about it.
Well, we're sort of in there. It's going to be hard to catch Loughborough. They're nailing it at the moment, but we'll see how it goes.
You're going to give it your best, right? They had a terrible result in race number 1, better result in race number 2, but there's still an opportunity today, surely.
Yeah, it's still on. It's more about them having bad luck than us having good luck, because they've just got 4 really good rounds in the can, but we just want to win some rounds and get right up in there and hopefully take it from there.
So get yourself some medals and see where you are at the end of the season. What are you going to do for us yourself here today?
Best I can. Hopefully a win. Grid's looking decent, but let's see how it goes. Should be able to do something decent from here.
Anyone in particular you want me to go have a word with?
Well, Sam Johns is over there and he's always pacey, so he's worth a chat.
I will go make sure he doesn't fire off any back markers. Sam, I'll let you get on with finishing your car.
Cheers.
Sam Cobb there, and from one Sam to the other. Sam Johns, how are you?
I'm good, thank you, mate. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Last time out at Clay, we saw you fire off a back marker on the last lap. Are you going to do the same this time?
I didn't fire him off. I stand by that.
We've got a live stream. You rewind that, and it doesn't look too good.
Okay. If I did fire him off, why didn't I get a penalty?
Well, I mean, you didn't get a penalty as in the stewards gave you one, but you certainly lost out.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, I didn't plan on doing it anyway, and I don't plan on doing it now, so...
That's what I wanted to hear. What do you plan on doing?
I plan on pushing some pedals and turning some wheels and see what happens. As my teammate Ben Gilbert said, so quote from him.
I do quite like that. You should get that on your Swansea Met Uni hoodie or something like that. Push some pedals, turn some wheels. I'd enjoy that.
Yeah, well, I think I'm going to be captain of this team next year, so I'll get some hoodies, get some quotes along, all the famous quotes from us being interviewed, and make a little compilation on a jacket or something.
Yeah, we do something to do whilst you're waiting for Slando to come round.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a gap between them, isn't it?
Yeah. But a local one for us.
Yeah, it's very local. I'm going to try and get a little test for all the guys there, because I'm very friendly with the Landau guys. They're very nice guys. Going to try and get them a little test in a pro kart, so we have a little practice.
See, a little bit of industry insider getting a head up on the BUKC field. We'll have a good race. I'm going to go speak to someone else, but I'll see you at Landau, obviously.
Yeah, cool, cheers.
Charlie Lamb's just in front of Sam Johns. Charlie, how you doing?
Not bad, good morning.
How's your morning gone as a team?
Not great so far. Had a dodgy race yesterday with Henry, had a bad kart I think, struggled. First race this morning wasn't great as well, so hopefully get a better result here.
Not the day Nottingham were hoping for, but here you are. What was this, 5th on the grid?
Yeah, starting from 5th. A lot of quick drivers around as well by the looks, so it could be a good race.
Yeah, I'm going to go talk to Mr. Ide in a second, but anyone in particular you got your eye on?
So yeah, Luke Hyde and Sam Cobb there, and Sam Johns behind, all fast. So it could be a good race.
It's a tough one. Have a good one though, Charlie. I'm going to go speak to Luke, who also was a race winner, I think, at Clay. Luke, you weren't at Clay, didn't you?
No, I was second, I think, so a bit close.
But a very strong performance nonetheless.
Yeah, it was very good, yeah.
And just to confirm for Andrew and Howard, who weren't 100% sure at Clay, it is Ide, isn't it?
It is definitely Ide. Thank you.
All right, then. And you're new to the BUKC?
Yeah, it's our first year. I mean, we're missing one of our drivers this weekend, which is a shame, but hopefully our 3 drivers which we got here who are point scoring can point scoring well and finish high.
Yeah, the pressure is on to make the most of your results, but if you all do, then it could still prove to be a decent weekend.
Yeah, hopefully we can be somewhere near the top in clubman still, but trying best.
All the best with that. You've got a good position and strong competition in the field.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll speak to you later. Luke Ide there. Let's have a wander back, see if we can speak to someone. There's more repairs going on to the cable here. I'm going to duck under it real quick. Jeremy Todd's in the Swansea cart. Jeremy, how are we doing?
We're doing okay so far, I think. We had quite a rough race 1 and race 2. We had, we didn't attempt PFI either, so we're not really sure how we're doing on points. But we got Ryan Edwards coaching us for this circuit, so we're hoping to do some pretty good defence today.
What kind of a coach is he? Is he kind of a hardline Jose Mourinho type who puts his players in the firing line, or is he a encourager?
He tells you how it is.
Okay, well, make of that what you will, given the way Swansea season has gone. This will be race number 3. Andrew and Howard, or I believe John Ratcliffe, back in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Let's have a look at the grid for this third race of the day. Bathé, back in the championship for the first time this season, have Axel Slijepcevic on pole position for them, Roberto Pereira alongside in the front row for Trent C. Simon Stoneham and Luke Ide go for Trent B and UEAA respectively. Row 3 has Charlie Lamb going for Nottingham A and Sam Cobb for Cambridge A, starts 6th. Trinity A has Sam Johns racing for them in this one. Leeds A alongside on that 4th row, quickly followed by their B team on the 5th row. Haven't got driver names for those two teams at this precise moment. Alex Page drives for Brooks B in this one, wrapping out the top 10. Row 6 has Michael Preston going for Southampton A and Newcastle B, who are fully ineligible for that the whole day. Row 7 has Jeremy Todd driving for Swansea A, Carl Knight's driving for Newcastle A, plenty of experience on that one. Tom Geeney drives for Brooks A, needing a good result in this one. Eleanor Lopez La Rosa drives for Brooks B. Sam Pooley drives for Nottingham Trent A, who is very strong at Clay Pigeon. Sam Dickens joins him on the 9th row of the grid for Loughborough C. Nicole Sharples drives for Birmingham C, 19th on the grid for this one. Ezekiel James wraps out the top 20 for Brighton A. Brooks D starts 21st. Jensen Brown drives for Exeter A, starts P22. Surrey A are on row 12 alongside Imperial A, who have Justin Sang driving for them in this one. Swansea B have Hay Long, Justin Hong driving the number 50. Ainsley Martin pilots the Trinity B kart, so an all Swansea City derby on that one. 2 Warwick karts on row 14. Chris Miles drives the B kart. Matthew Hudson drives the A. Ewan Hennessy drives for Cardiff A alongside Jake Dodd for Sheffield A on row 15. And then one last row, row 16, Alexa Brett drives for Cambridge B and Charlie Moyer drives for Leicester A. That is your grid for race number 3. And good morning to John Ratcliffe of Cardiff A, Moto Meerkat, back in the commentary box. How are you feeling?
Hello, sir. I'm doing well, doing very well. Excited to do some comms again today. I had a great time out with you guys at Clay Pigeon. Thank you very much for inviting me back to do the same again. And yeah, as I say, excited for some more racing.
Absolutely. You were out in the practice session earlier.
I was.
We're not going to mention the incident.
What incident are you talking about?
There's no black flags for a spin of the yellow.
That never happened to me. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. But it was...
First time round here?
Yeah, this is my first time ever at this circuit, and I'm amazed at, well, first, just how fast it is. It's unbelievably quick. And it's not a particularly physical circuit, but because of the speed, it's a very mental track, like getting your head over, I can break this late for this corner type thing, which obviously with my black flag I might have got wrong a couple of times, but hopefully in the race can get a little bit better at that.
And you're in race 5, aren't you?
I am indeed.
The big one that's
the
always
heavy boys.
Entertaining. Come the end of a round. There is your grid.
Should be great, but excited for this one. First, we've got lots of good names on the grid. I believe I saw Charlie Lamb come into the pits after his first lap of testing out the karts there, so I think he might have changed his kart. Not too happy with that one.
Yeah, which he is allowed to do. The number 8 of Bathé, who had a stellar season last season, and good to see them back on the grid for this round. They're probably not going to hold on to that number 8 plate, having missed 4 rounds so far. But Axel Slijepcevic there in the black suit and the white helmet. Roberto Pereira in the grey suit and the horse-coloured helmet, number 44. Look out for Sam Cobb, though. This is a big race for Cambridge A, I feel, and their championship campaign. They need to get on top of this if they're going to keep this thing going to Llandau in a few weeks' time. So 25 minutes on the clock. Race number 3 for round 5 of the 2021 BUKC Mains Championship. Pace Karts pulls off to driver's left. Eyes on the lights. Under starter's orders. Away we go for this one. Good start for Bath A. Axel Slijepcevic will lead into turn 1, but being challenged around the outside by Roberto Pereira. R32 karts all going to get through Cafe Corner. Yes, just about. I think there's a couple of, nearly 4 or 5 wide coming off of Cafe Corner. Sam Cobb's down the inside into the hairpin. That was a good move for P2. A little bit of jostling in there, John, but all in all, a clean start.
It's a decent bit of jostling there. A couple of karts were squeezing each other side by side, and it sent one car almost up into the air at one point. I thought he was going to go flying for a second there. We are by an airfield, so it could have happened, but luckily not happened this time. And incredibly, through the S section there, no karts have binned it, so thank God, turn 1, we're seemingly relatively through.
Bump and pass penalty already for UEA Norwich and their A team, so that's going to be some positions deducted at the end of the race. 4 it should be, but the end of lap 1. So in fact your leader has a penalty already, so Ides made the mistake there. There's the number 24 of Newcastle A, Kyle Knight, who said there was a lot of experience in that number 24, and it's just showed it, because Knight is up 6 positions at the end of lap 1, also up on their starting position as the number 8, looking down the inside of Cambridge A. I can see Exeter A have moved up 10 positions on that first lap and are already in the top 10. Warwick A have had a good start as well from their lowly grid position. They're up to 20th. That's a move of 7.
Such a quick circuit, as I said before the race, all of them following in such large packs still. I mean, we are only a couple of minutes into the race, but I think with, as I said, the speed of this track, they're all going to stick so close throughout the race. There's one driver, I believe that was a Leeds A man, goes a little wide there, entering the final corner. It's going to lose a few positions, getting it loose under braking, and I don't think quite hitting the grass and managed to keep it together.
Yeah, it is the point of no return out there. If you get
really
into the gravel, you are not going to pull that one back. Here are your leaders. Luke Hyde for UEA, University of East Anglia, but has a penalty already, cannot win this race. Sam Cobb currently sitting then in the position that would award 60 points. And Axel Slijepcevic, who really has nothing to lose in this one, as down the inside of Swansea's number 22 goes Brighton A, so that's a move for 19th place. Contact warning for them though. It's Ezekiel James driving the number 27 at the moment. Contact warning as well for the number 34 of Leeds B. I'll check my crib sheet that I've received from Jack Fisher as to who is in that one. It's all Kieran's fault apparently. Didn't fill in the alpha timing boxes. This is why we haven't got the driver names formally, at least. But it's Adam. Yes. I can't remember his second name now.
Okay.
Very bad of me.
We're just known as Adam.
In for them at the moment. Down into the Stratford hairpin. Keep comments coming in on the chat. Hello to Shane. Good day from Australia, everybody. Is this a team's race? It's a team's event. So on each team, there is 4 drivers. Whoa, as the number 15 gets forced out wide there. It's Leeds A into the Bruno chicane. The driver in the Leeds A kart did very well to hold on to that.
2 big saves in 2 laps. Clearly trying to get his head round this track, as Charlie Lamb gets a slight tap on the rear end there, but manages to save it, but isn't going to get a great run out of the corner. The number 7 looks to retake him down the straight and hope to use the slipstream, as there's 3 karts going into the first corner.
Yeah, that's Sam Cobb to the front of the field on the road. Cambridge A leading this one. Doesn't need the penalty for the number 54 to give him the win at this precise moment. Axel Slijepcevic there, still in 3rd for Bath A. But yeah, just to go back to that question from Shane, is this a team's race? It's a team's event, so each driver competes in their own heat, as it were, their own 25-minute race. There's no driver changes in these races, but of course they are representing teams, 4 drivers on each team. So each driver races once, the best 3 results counting towards a team's round total.
A great system, because in case you do accidentally mess one up, you can at least drop it, and hopefully your mates have done a little bit better.
So Cambridge A confirmed as your leaders. Brooks B have just set the fastest lap of the race so far, so 52.030. Just going to remind myself it's Alex Page driving for them at the moment. One of the new drivers coming through the Brooks system. As Carl Knight in the number 24, black suit, green and gold details on his helmet down the inside there. That's Jensen Brown, who's very nicely making his way through the field for Exeter A, just getting past Charlie Lamb there for 7th. Contact warning for Cardiff A.
I've seen 2 come through, mate. I don't know what Yane's doing out there. And another contact warning for Nottingham Trent C as well. The guys, as I say, everyone's following so closely, it can be quite easy to have a little bit of a tap in there, but trying to avoid those penalties, as they really just don't make you happy, do they, really, these penalties? And there you go, another contact warning for Leicester A this time. I think we're going to see a lot of those come through today as we continue to follow one by one through the first couple of corners. Super quick there, only a slight dab of brakes, and then back on the power all the way out wide there as we run down to the hairpin.
We do indeed, as there's been a change here at the front, because Ide's back to the head of the field, and Axel Slijepcevic for Bath A has got back through, so apologies, we missed that one. But Bath A sitting on a good points total at the moment, but it looks like Trentaine Sampouli, who is on incredible form at Clay Pigeon, took multiple race victories, is he started 17th in this race, and in the space of 6 minutes he's already up to 4th. Out of Wilkins complex they go, round this final corner with no name. Into Park, and here comes Pooley again, and is Sam Cobb going to be able to defend that? The answer's no. Simply cannot defend that. Oh, that's a bit of a big send from Alex Page down the inside, and rightly, I think he's going to let Sam Cobb back through there. That wasn't 100% clean.
Wasn't quite on, was it, that move? But that means, because of that send, it's kind of split the front pack now. We were kind of a pack of 5, now we're 2 packs of 3. But loads of battling going on, and will continue to for the next 18 minutes, I do believe. Yeah,
and Carl Knight has taken great opportunity there to nip through and get another position for Newcastle A. So that's Newcastle A now up to 5th place. You can see Sam Cobb trying to shrimp there, trying to get as much of an aerodynamic position down the hanger straight as possible. Here comes Carl Knight down the inside into Wilkins, and that is your classic Wilkins overtake. Very nicely done by Carl Knight. You can brake very, very late there, and through goes Alex Page for Brooks B as well. So that's Newcastle A and Carl Knight up to 4th. Here comes Alex Page, though. That was better. That was much better from Alex Page, and he's got Brooks B now up to P4.
Very clean move that time. Learned from the first mistake and has done it again this time. But it shows his hand signal saying, come on, man, let's move ahead. As, oh dear, mechanical flag for Surrey A. That's really going to ruin their race, but I don't believe they're really out there anyway. Oh.
And Jensen Brown and Sam Cobb getting together there, and Sam Cobb trying to fight it round the outside as off. Oh, that's Slijepcevic! Oh no, that is Bath A, who were effectively in the lead of the race, have spun out at the Bruno chicane, and there's another. Oh, Pooley's gone as well. So Sam Pooley in the Nottingham Trent A kart. So those two must have come together. They were running 2nd and 3rd on the road, but effectively 1st and 2nd once the penalty to UEA Norwich was applied, and they've taken each other out.
Are you counting that as commentator's curse, mate? You mentioned Pooley only a couple of minutes ago, and there you go, he's off.
That is the DDMN torpedo. It has hit for the first time today.
First of many.
Yes, unfortunately so. We should put the public service announcement out as well, shouldn't we? So this on your screen now is effectively your battle for the lead, because that penalty for Ide is still going to apply. It's a place penalty, not a time penalty. So once it's taken, Oxford Brooks B have the lead of the race, but are closely followed by these two drivers here. The number 3, Exeter A, Jensen Brown in the yellow and black helmet. Carl Knight, Newcastle A, the number 24. This has got all the hallmarks, John, of a really cracking race brewing with 16 minutes to go.
It's all really building up, isn't it? Yeah, as I said, we kind of split into 2 groups before then. Now those guys have been themselves, which means that we've all kind of bunched back up into another leading pack. As you say, the UEA man out front has got a little bit of a gap, but has that penalty, so we don't really need to worry about him. But Oxford Brooks B man looking sweet in 7th. There was wanting to move forward using his hand gestures, but actually the guy's been themselves, so he just was gifted it.
Yeah.
Nice for him.
Penalty for multiple pieces of contact. Cambridge B, you can see the tyres being repaired. So those are the ones from Sam Cobb's incident where for me, John, trying to hold it round the outside on the exit of that corner is not really one that you go to win. And I wouldn't say that Jensen Brown did anything wrong there, and I think the stewards agree, because we've not seen any kind of penalties of crowding out come through.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that man on the outside, they're repairing the barrier, is going to need a raise after today.
Yes.
I think he's going to have a lot of work to do.
There's Carl Knight, number 24, Newcastle A, going through into Cafe Corner now, trying to keep on the rear bumper of Jensen Brown, another young driver on the Exeter A squad. We're really enjoying their racing this season. Just looking at the times as well, that was a huge lap from Alex Page, 52.410, pulled in over half a second to Ide in the UEA Norwich kart ahead. Looks to me, John, that he's got the pace here to win this outright, not need any penalties to hand him 60 points.
It really does, doesn't it? He's closing him down, as you say, low 52s. They seem to be kind of the go-to, the top times today in the low 52s. So if he's doing that, especially in sort of race conditions, he's looking very nice, as he's already pulled up to the back of him. He's going to go for the move into the first left-hander. He's going to get it done, I believe. Moving on as we'll switch camera angles to the right, and he has done. He's made it stick. What a move from number 7 there.
Very, very nicely done indeed, and it's what the Brooks teams need. Not really had the number of wins that Brooks would expect for their teams so far this year, so this would be a big morale boost for them if they can close out this victory. Another team relatively local to this circuit, and of course have had many drivers in their team who have probably competed here in British Championships over the years gone by. Of course, one of my favourite events of the year that's always held here, always kind of around the British Grand Prix time of year, the Shenington Super Prix. You can watch that on Alpha Live in years gone by, and that was a move by Carl Knight, I just saw, down the inside of Jensen Brown, so that's Newcastle A back up to 3rd.
Brown looked to hold it around the outside coming down the straight there, but into that first left-hander, you really don't want to be 2 by 2. It's one line and one line only, realistically, a lot of places on this track.
Nottingham Trent A have just gained a position for 14th, past Oxford Brooks D, so that's Sam Pooley on the recovery drive after the spin with Axel Slijepcevic in the Bath A cars a few laps ago. Halfway stage of this race, halfway stage of the round as well. 2.5 races gone, 2.5 races to go. Contacts warning for the number 36, which is Warwick B. Currently, where are they running? Just trying to find where they are on the screen. 20 seconds, so 22nd at the moment for the B squad from up the road. Sam Cobb there. Ooh, was a little bit deep, maybe under attack here from the number 19 of Warwick A. So Warwick A continue to have a really good day. Now this is Matthew Hudson, who we heard about earlier. Is learning his craft in the BUKC, because it is a very different style of racing to owner racing. See a lot of drivers come in with speed, but not necessarily the racecraft needed for BUKC. I think Matthew Hudson, though, is taking this very, very nicely. That is just what you want, a nice clean overtake. Of course, this is a bit of a story, because Sam Cobb used to race for that Warwick A team in previous editions of the BUKC. There's nothing he could have done there. Hudson through 5th place now for Warwick.
Well, now he's feeling about that. Getting passed by his own ex-team. Must hurt.
This is an interesting stage of the round, because some teams, including Warwick A, will have a full round score. They'll still have another race, so they could improve on it, but they'll have like a benchmark score, a banker score, shall we say, that they've gone in for themselves. If I've got my maths correctly, and this is after round 4, this is with a massive asterisk, everybody, of provisional. Warwick have currently got sat on 170 points out of a possible 180. That's not bad, and we've seen that kind of score get round podiums so far this season.
Definitely, that's definitely a podium type score, and as you say, to have that just as a banker is fantastic.
Well, starts there.
Ooh, massive crash at the first corner.
Oh, 4 karts off to our right here. This is in Cafe Corner. I think Swansea are involved. So where are Swansea at the moment? So I think it was all from like 22nd down. So if you see on there is the recovering number 22. Apologies, we didn't quite catch that on camera. Well done, John, for spotting that out the window. But yeah, that was 4 karts off all together there. So if you're looking at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC and you see a whole gaggle of karts fall down the order in about 40 seconds time, that is why. Move up the inside there. That is the number 44 going past the 35. So that's for 18th place. Trent C moving past Brighton B. Good move there by Rodrigo Pereira. Roberto Pereira, apologies.
Fantastic battling all the way through the pack, as we see, not only at the front, but these guys battling as well in the clubman class. As we've said previously at all other events, loads of different racing going on, all different places on the grid.
So the karts involved in that 4-kart incident at Cafe were Imperial A, Trinity B, Newcastle B, and as mentioned, Swansea A. Fight still going on here into the Bruno chicane, and we've got your boys involved in this as well.
He is indeed.
Cardiff A, whoa, bit of a bump.
Gives him a bit of a bump there. I'm not sure if he lifted off or what happened there, but yeah, that means Yane's lost quite a bit of speed and is going to drop 1, if not 2 positions there. But a lovely little gaggle of 5, sending it into the final corner here. Interesting under brakes into that one, so being in such close positioning to each other could be a little bit frightening, but they will manage to make it work. I'm going to move on for another lap.
Chris Miles took a good opportunity there for Warwick B to nip through. He started this race in 27th place, is now up into the top 20.
I think that might be the guy that binned me at Claymate, I can't lie, but we're not going to give any shade to him. It's fine.
Just saw the number 41 of Imperial A behind this group, so they are recovering. Down the inside there's the number 39, defending from Cardiff A to number 52. So that's Cambridge B.
But with these guys all battling, more and more and more karts are now closing in to this battle, turning into 6, 7, maybe even 8 karts involved.
Yeah, it's Alexa Brett in the Cambridge B kart. That's the number 44 at the front of this train then. It's all down from 18th place, and who's that sliding in towards the back? Oh, they're all tripping over one another. Everyone's having a bit of a wave. As the number 23 is trying to drive through everybody now. That's Sheffield A.
Mr. Brett was not too happy with that move.
Yeah, it's Jake Dodd driving for the number 23 Sheffield A kart at the moment.
As Warwick B get a contact warning.
Chris Miles looking down the inside now for another overtake. Hennessy round the outside for Cardiff A, but I think has lost out there to Alexa Brett.
Look for the move, but got taken himself. Not quite what you want to do as they go into the S section. Honestly, for me, scariest part of the track. That corner, oh my goodness.
It takes quite a while to get tuned into that one. All I will say is it's all about the exit.
Okay.
Getting the exit speed.
Right.
So getting it locked down.
Mine was more just trying to not bin it on the entry, mate, really.
Cambridge A have got a contact warning. That's Sam Cobb. There is your leader of the race, Alex Page. Oxford Brooks B is looking in fine fettle, in full control. 2.5 seconds now in the lead on the road.
He's just looking fantastic. So much pace in him. He made that move for the lead. We thought, well, he doesn't really need to do anything because the man in front of the penalty. He didn't really care about that. He still sent it. Incredible pace, took the leader, and now, as you say, is over 2.5 seconds clear of that UEA kart.
Sam Pooley continues to put fastest laps in. He's now back up into the top 10, 51.7. I think that's the fastest lap of the race of the day so far. It's the penalty for Sheffield A. Jake Dodd, multiple pieces of contact, and that's in the middle of that group that we were watching.
That is in the middle of the pack, yeah.
A few moments ago from 18th down. Yeah, where we did see it was all getting a little bit frosty, shall we say. Move on the 50 being done there. That's Swansea B, who unfortunately a lap down, so that wasn't for position. So I think that was Leeds A recovering. Leeds having another good run in this one. 8th place for them at the moment. Just looking at some of our championship contenders, I believe, as there's a penalty for Cardiff A.
It's understandable in that massive gaggle. Everyone's kind of bumping and barging off each other, but yeah, if you've done something naughty, you're going to get a penalty for it.
So this is the race that Loughborough are, of course, sitting out. So if you're wondering, where are Loughborough, Andrew? You've not mentioned them. They're not in this race. Don't worry. This is the one that sits out. But this is the opportunity for their championship rivals to get good scores on the board. And I'm going to be honest, John, nobody's doing that at the moment. Cambridge A are doing okay, but in 6th place. Oxford Brooks A are in 11th place. Leeds B are 12th. And it really is looking very, very good for Loughborough. I'm not going to say that this championship's over because we've been in this position before. I remember a couple of years ago we were at Three Sisters for the third meeting of the year, and it looked like Exeter were running away with it, and it all fell apart midway through this round 5, and they didn't have a good round 6, and it was all back together again for the last 2 rounds of the season. But that does seem to me, if there's going to be a way that this championship goes on to Llandau, it's going to be through things happening to Loughborough in a negative fashion, not someone taking this championship by the scruff of the neck and taking the results to them.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with you there, mate. It does seem to be a little bit of a difficult track to make overtakes even, with people sitting in quite close groups and not really being able to get it done. So yeah, as you say, we're going to have to be watching like a hawk over the Loughborough karts in the next couple of races of this round and into next round as well this afternoon, to just see how this championship is going to finish up, whether it finishes up today or whether we do carry on to Llandau.
Well, to Callum Brule, who is cheering on Sam Cobb in the comments, former teammates at the Warwick University squad, of course. Contacts warning for the number 6. Here is your fight for 4th place on the road, Exeter A and Warwick A. And again, if Matthew Hudson can gain another position, that's another point, as Chris Miles is down the inside of Pereira for 18th place. And at long last, someone has been able to wrestle 18th place away from Trent C. That might open things up a bit now, but it's still a great fight in the lower reaches of the top 20. Hennessy for number 52, Cardiff A, trying to look down the inside there of the 48 of Leicester A. Got the 35 of Brighton B in there as well. Elena Lopez La Rosa racing for them at the moment. Leicester A down the inside, and good follow through there from Hennessy. There's a penalty for Leicester A for multiple pieces of contact.
It seems like most of the people in this fighting group now have a penalty.
Yes. It's all going to check itself out and null and void the penalties. It's like that Oprah Winfrey meme. He said, you want a penalty? You want penalties for everybody. 3 minutes 20 to go. Pereira down the inside again. I just heard the words of spitting with rain. Yeah, there's a few spots. This is what it does here, John, if you weren't aware.
I've realised this now, yeah, it seems.
Weather forecasts don't exist here at Shenington.
You can see, I feel like they seemed a little bit more slidey through there, but maybe that's just me playing up to the possibility of rain. But yeah, that could really mix it up a little bit. We do get a little bit of a pitter-patter during this last few minutes.
Trent C continuing to defend. The number 48 of Leicester trying to go around the outside there. Alexa Brett up the inside on the exit of the corner for Cambridge B. I always enjoy watching a race with someone whose teammate is out there. You're a little bit tense, John.
A little bit, mate, a little bit. And also just watching the other guys as well, just going side by side into the chicane. I was like, oh my goodness, they're going to crash. But all keeping it okay. All keeping it okay, as...
And I've just heard the word of hail. Now, that's one I haven't heard before, but I'm not surprised here. And the Colin the Cone's been absolutely killed by Alexa Brett there in the number 39. But reports of hail here at Shenington.
That is an interesting one.
At the hairpin, apparently. So let's see if drivers are struggling. And lap times are starting to drop. The leader's down into the 53s. And it can be. It is one of the most bizarre ecosystems I can think of as a race circuit, but because it really does have these little pockets, even on a circuit the size of this. You can just see a couple of spots there on the camera through the Bruno chicane, and it's getting heavier. It is getting heavier here at Shenington. This could provide some trouble for the drivers in the remaining 1 minute and 30 seconds of this race.
It really is, yeah. We can start to see it out the window now, getting on our pane of glass. It shouldn't matter too much to the leader, Oxford Brooks B, as long as he just doesn't bin himself. He's got a nice little gap out front. But yeah, with all this dicing going on, a sudden loss of grip could make it very interesting.
So, in fact, the leader has now caught this battle that we've been talking about throughout the whole race. This could get a bit interesting. Can the leader pick their way through all these karts fighting over position? There is Luke Hyde, still second on the road, as, oh, the leader gets a whack from the number 38 of Trinity B. Dangerous times for Alex Page. He's got a good lead, though. He's just got to be patient at the moment. Hold on to that 4 seconds. Not long in this one to go. Nottingham Trent have had a contact warning. Spots of rain and hail continue to fall down the bottom end of the circuit.
That's our leader being very smart there, just backing off, allowing the back markers to do what they need to do. He knows he's got a decent gap back to second. He does not need to fight these guys hard because, as you can see, with them going 3 wide into the first corner, in fact, they are batting pretty hard.
He has just let all of this pack through. He's realised he doesn't want to pick up a penalty, so he's just going to sit on the back of them now for the rest of this race. The trouble is, here come. He thinks he's the last lap. No, it's not. He slowed down because he thought it was the end of the race. It's not the end of the race, and Hines down the inside takes the lead. But there comes Carl Knight. Oh, what a mistake by Alex Page. He thought we were at the checkered flag. There was still 25 seconds to go. I have never seen that happen before. He's thrown away this win. What remarkable events here. Hyde has the lead on the road, but has a penalty. Kyle Knight just needs to follow through and is going to take 60 points for Newcastle A over the finish line. Confusion reigns here at Shenington, and Oxford Brooks B have thrown away a victory, an easy victory. Have you ever seen anything like that, John Ratcliffe?
Mate, I've got to pick my jaw up off the floor. What happened there? We thought the weather was going to mix it up, let alone did we know the leader was going to mix it up by his own mistake. I don't know what happened there to him. He's going to be so frustrated with himself.
I'm pretty sure, at first I thought it was Alex Page just going to sit at the back of the group for the last lap, and then he just let off the throttle out of Cafe Corner in the way that you would if you'd taken the checkered flag. I mean, you saw, this is giving me reminders of a Formula 3000 race at Monaco a few years back, but that is the first time I have ever seen that in the BUKC. A driver get it completely wrong, and Carl Knight, once penalties are applied, is your winner of the race.
I can't see him getting particularly angry at himself. Does he know what he's done?
I'm not sure.
We're all a bit confused here, aren't we?
Well, let's head down to Jacob, because I think he's got Luke Hyde there, who, as I say, did take the win on the road, but I'm pretty sure has a penalty, if I'm not mistaken. And try and fathom out what on earth happened there at the end of race 3. Jacob, over to you.
Down here on the grid, can't hear myself. Down here on the grid, in the hail, I've got Luke Hyde. Luke, you might want to just move your seat insert so they can refuel that cart. Oh, now he's just thrown lead everywhere. I should have just started the interview, really, and they could have come back to that one. But yes, the hail is coming down. Rain, hail, not quite sure. Well, you've got to get on the scales in a minute, Luke, so I will make this quick. Yeah. But snuck in there on the last lap.
Yeah, I know. I don't know who was in the lead, but coming around the second corner, I think he got caught up with some back markers in the wet, and I was able just to pass him down into the first hairpin, which was nice. But I think I got a penalty on the first lap for something, I don't know, but a bit unlucky again.
Yeah, I'm not altogether too sure myself. We don't... it doesn't stay up on the live stream, but a win on track nonetheless. How's the conditions affecting things out there?
I mean, the last sort of 3-4 laps when the rain was coming down, it did start to get a bit understeery and oversteery, so, but because the tyres had a bit of temperature in them, they were all right.
I think that's going to change for the next race based on what's going on behind and, well, everywhere around us. This looks to be a damp track now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm feeling quite lucky having this last race before the rain.
Yeah, and obviously whoever else is in your team has to contend with this now. Who you got out next?
Well, I think we're missing the 4th race and then we've got a driver in the 5th one, so maybe it might stop or it might keep going, who knows.
I mean, looking up for the clouds, it does seem to be that it's going to be patchy all day, so it's luck of the draw, really.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I'm quite good in mixed conditions, so hopefully my race in the afternoon is in mixed conditions, so be looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's exciting. I'll let you grab your lead and go get Wade. The queue is dying down. Just when the drivers will wander over towards them as they'll be coming out from that direction when they do line up for race number 4. In fact, we've got an early starter for race number 4. I think the one-way system we've got in place here allows us to bring them in before the other guys have been weighed. So we'll just wait here for the drivers. You can see now coming down the pit lane, Charlie just getting out of the way going out of our one-way system whilst these guys come on in. Don't appear all too enthusiastic to be jumping in these karts with the weather turning as it has in the last couple of minutes. As I said, looking up at the skies, there are blue patches here and there, but I think for the first part of this race at least, we have got wet conditions. You can see around the karts the wet patches forming. Obviously where the karts are shielding them, you still see the difference in colour of the tarmac. This is going to be a slippery race to start and could get wetter. Lining up for champions, or hopefully champions soon, Loughborough A's James Mills. James, where are you starting this one?
16th.
Middle of the pack, and Loughborough need a good result, don't they? They've had one poor result already.
Yeah, we've had one that we hopefully need to drop. Charlie had a good race, so he finished second in his, and we've got 2 more to go with me and Tom, so hopefully we'll put it up there again.
What are you like in these kind of slippery conditions? It's going to be greasy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just about, I think experience will be good in this. I've had a fair bit of experience in Club 100 now, so we know they don't put wets on, so hopefully we'll keep it clean and be fast.
All the best for that. I'm going to go wander over and have a quick chat with some of your competitors. Dante Dillon is preparing his go-kart over here. I'm going to step the other side and let him carry on with that whilst I speak to him. Dante, quite a lot of lead going on here.
Yeah, a lot of lead. It's not. It's never easy, really. It feels quite weird driving with like lead all in weird spots. Feels quite unbalanced, but you got to do what you got to do. So.
Absolutely. I won't take up too much of your time. Let's just jump in behind you for the number 11 kart. Who have we got in here?
Ryan Davis, UWTSDA.
Ryan, how's your day going so far?
It was good until it started raining anyway, but we're going to go out
there.
Much
of a rain fan yourself?
No, not really, no. I prefer the dry, but got to do what you got to do, really, anyway.
You have indeed. And in behind you, looking for his car, is the number 2 driver, I think. That's Sam Fowler. Have you had a look at the rest of the field and seen who's your competition?
No, I'll just leave everyone else to themselves, really, and I'll just do my own race.
That's exactly what I like to hear when I ask that question. Well, I'm going to go have a look myself. Have a good race.
Thank you.
Wandering, let's go further back a little bit and counting the numbers, I believe is Cardiff's Josh Ladd. We haven't had a chat to anyone from Cardiff today, so I'll wander over and have a quick word with him. Josh, how you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. Is this going to be your first BUKC race in the wet?
No.
This mains race in the wet, though?
Yeah. Did Buckmore Inters last year.
Oh, okay. This is slightly different to that.
I don't think anything's the same as that.
So we got greasy conditions. The rain's kind of levelling off a bit, but these tyres will have gone cold. The track is damp. How do you fancy yourself in these sorts of conditions?
I don't. You know.
And you've given yourself a bad grid spot as well.
Yeah, well, I'm pole for the next round, but if the weather stays like this, it won't end well. Yeah.
Ominous words there from Josh Ladd of Cardiff. Well, I'll let you get prepared and get your lead on.
Thank you.
Josh, not too keen. Lining up alongside him is Birmingham's Sam Rowling, whose name we've already heard mentioned on the live stream so far. Sam, Rory's not too happy with you.
Yeah, no, he's not too happy with you either. I heard you rejected him and then accused him of unfair play in the race.
I accused him of nothing. I simply asked a question about the fairness of the race itself.
Yeah, well, I'm with Rory. I think it's fair enough. Everyone else has the opportunity to do it, so why not?
Okay, and I believe you're doing it yourself in this one, or is this your A-team race?
No, not today. Yeah, no, just for the last round, not this one.
All right then. And where are we starting here? 23rd, is it?
23rd, yeah, so it's going to be interesting, especially with this weather. The warm-up's going to be pretty crucial to see where the grip is. But, you know, things can be done.
Look forward to seeing how you get on. Let's have a wander down to the front. In fact, we will have a quick chat with Sam Fowler, as I've mentioned him. Sam, obviously this isn't your first BUKC race, but why is it your first race of the season?
It's a difficult one to come up with an excuse with from what you said earlier. We go with I was busy.
Yeah. So you used to race for, let me get this right, Nottingham, was it?
I used to race for Brooks. I was only worthy of the C team though.
Okay. That explains it.
Upgrade.
Yeah, I'm thinking of your brother racing for Coventry, aren't I?
Yeah,
okay.
that's the one.
But, yeah, I mean, what... I don't remember seeing you last year either.
Well, I was busy last year, placement, so... And then this year, I just didn't fancy it yet, but they've convinced us to get out for this one.
They've convinced you to jump in a wet go-kart. How happy about that are you?
I had to sit in a puddle, so it's not great already. Not the best experience.
All right. Well, what are your chances anyway? Are you good in these sorts of conditions?
Hopefully. I don't know, it's been a while, so we'll find out.
An inexperienced, busy Sam Fowler ready to go out again for Brooks. Have a good race. And let's just quickly dive right to the front of this one to see who is on the front row of the grid. We've got a Newcastle man in third with Harry Jones, but I'm going to talk to the man who sat in front of him. Who have we got here in the number 14?
Hello, Ben Smith. Local B.
And Ben, pole position, tricky conditions. Are you going to be able to find your braking spot into the first corner?
I hope so. Just won't get loaded, hopefully.
What are you like in these sorts of conditions?
Terrific. Amazing. Yeah.
Should be fine then.
No, I don't know. I'll hope for the best.
Yeah. You got a Newcastle driver behind you and Harry Jones. Do you know him?
He's a mate of a mate, actually.
One of our teammates is friends with him, so I won't be too harsh on him.
I see. So there's a mutual friend there. You're not in too much drama.
No, well, I hope so. Well, yeah.
Alright. You're going to work together?
Potentially, maybe.
Harry's. Yeah, that's. It's a 10-year.
Let's have a look at the grid then for race number 4 of this 5th round of the 2021 BUKC series. Loughborough B have Ben Smith going for them off of pole. Sheffield A have Callum Barnett alongside. Harry Jones and Tom Hastie start for Newcastle A and Brighton B respectively on that second row. Brooks B have Riley Phillips and Loughborough C have Rafe Trundle going for them on the third row of the grid. Dominic Cousins starts for Cambridge B and Max Wade starts for Birmingham B on row 4, and then it's Cambridge A who have Sam Gerrard and Imperial A with Peter Pudzinski rounding out your top 10. Row 6 is Nottingham Trent C's Sam Pooley and Sam Hampshire for Exeter A. Swansea B are next with James Wright at the wheel and then Leeds A alongside. Row 8 is going to be Nottingham Trent A's Dante Dillon and James Mills for Loughborough A. University of Wales, Trinity St David A have Ryan Davies and James Walkington for Manchester A rounds out that 9th row of the grid. Oxford Brooks A have Sam Fowler, we were just hearing from him on the grid, and Leeds B rounds out your top 20. Row 11 is Nottingham Trent B's William Toon and Paul Francis of Warwick B, and then Sam Rowling for Birmingham A and Josh Ladd for Cardiff A on row 12. Row 13 is Oxford Brooks C and Surrey A. Don't have the drivers for those, unfortunately. University of West of England B have Sean Bryant and Scott Van Breda for Bath A rounds out your 14th row of the grid. Rounding out the top 30 is Nottingham A's Jack Galt and George Palozzi of Southampton A. And then on row 16, Swansea A have Simon Withers and University of West of England A have Ross Deal for them. And apologies for losing the audio from Jacob. I was rather enjoying that format of an interview where he was interviewing 2 rows of the grid at the same time. Clearly the microphone was just a little bit too excited. And whilst we were good to be back on comms, by the way. Myself, Howard Mitchell, alongside Andrew Mather in the comms box for this one, folks. And wasn't that dramatic at the end of that one, not least with the hail, but also we've been having a bit of a noughties motorsport nerd out here. Bjorn Verdheim of the Formula 3000 race at Monaco in 2003. If you've never seen that clip, look it up. He's so keen to acknowledge the adoration of his team on the pit wall that he actually backs off enough to allow second place to overtake him at the line.
Indeed. You'll also see clips of a very young Christian Horner. He was racing for Arden.
Yes, good
I'm going to break my own rule here. I'm going to talk about an ineligible driver.
Okay.
which is Ross Deal, driving the UE Bristol A kart. He's won races in the Inters for Reading. He is, of course, a very, very high-level driver on the owner scene as well.
Yes.
Thinking off the top of my head, he was a top 3 runner in Junior TKM Super 1 a few years ago. So I'm very, very intrigued. It's been a while since I've seen Ross race with my own eyes. So I say, very intrigued to see how he does here, trying to get through the BUKC field. Pace kart is out. Pace kart will pick up the leaders this time around on a now damp Shenington circuit. Now, if the precipitation does stop, it does dry out very quickly here from memory.
I can be slightly further ahead. It has stopped,
It has
as far as I'm
stopped.
aware. Definitely not hailing anymore. It was quite interesting whilst you and John were talking about that. I did just go slightly out. Our little comms box has a little bit of insulation in the roof.
Yep.
But further on in this building, there isn't that. It's just a corrugated metal roof. And you went there and like, yep, there's definitely hailing. It was rather loud, actually.
I don't think that will be the last time you see that kind of thing today.
No.
If anyone remembers the Club 100 sprint stream, the infamous one where we commentated from the van.
Oh, that was great.
Here, I want to say in 2019.
Yes.
We had very, very changeable conditions on that day as well, but we did see this element of this track dries up very quick when you get karts pacing around it, especially when it's a field size of 32.
Another thing that was happening in that last race, just want to give a quick mention to, there was a glider.
There was a glider.
In the air. I'm not sure if we gave mention to it, but it doesn't half freak you out if you're driving a go-kart, because, you know, your eyes are out on stalks and you've got your peripheral vision, and then something comes in above you.
It's like, why am I being encroached from above? That is not the kind of send that I want someone to do on me. But no, you're absolutely right. It's the gliders. This, of course, used to be RAF Edge Hill back in the Second World War. If you're not aware of this region of the world, a lot of farmland got bought by the RAF and the MOD in the war effort, got turned into RAF sites, and once the war was over, on some of them, people liked to start doing motor racing on them. Of course, Silverstone being the biggest example of that in this region. Anyway, I will stop rabbiting about history because there's a race about to begin. 25 minutes on the clock. Race number 4 for round 5 of the BUKC 2021, and away we do go. Solid start for Loughborough B. They will lead into turn 1. Look at the understeer for people. The 32 has spun it even before Cafe Corner, but there is very, very little grip out there. They're 5-6 wide coming to Pitts Bend. Dante Dillon's being forced out wide as they run down into Stratford Hairpin. Is there going to be any grip? They're trying to go 4 wide, 5 wide again. Howard, surely this is not going to work. No, it's not. There's somebody in the tyres there on the exit of Stratford. They put their hands up in the air, but I'm going to say that was a little bit inevitable given how drivers were trying to go through Stratford there.
Yeah, and it was the number 2 of Oxford Brooks A. That was Sam Fowler, so that was costly there for Brooks. He's given a position back to the other car. The spinner was Rafe Trundle in that Loughborough C kart, so he's gained 1 position back after a dramatic part bend, but it's a good first lap for Loughborough B's Ben Smith, and a great start for Harry Jones as well. And you can see the 2 who Jacob were interviewing before we unfortunately lost audio. They helped each other. The 2 friends were working together well there, as I can see them out there all slipping and sliding through this early part of the lap. There is definitely reduced grip out there. As we're here, we picked up the Cambridge A kart there. Number 5 just swooping in. That's Sam Gerrard. He might be one to watch in this one. Was a slightly costly start for Sheffield A from second on the grid on that first lap. I did see they got sort of nerfed out wide going into park, so did well to keep that together, because I think, you know, it was very easy to get swallowed up in the field on that first lap.
Eagle-eyed viewers amongst you will spot Sam Pooley's back out there again, this time in the number 44 Trent C kart. As someone got very crossed up there coming through Hanger. He is, of course, not eligible for points in this race, having already done a race for the A team in race number 3. And there is a move by him on Samuel Gerrard. No, that's on Callum Barnett, isn't it, for Sheffield A. So Barnett's down to 7th position on the road. Where are Loughborough A in this? They're currently 27th. Whoa, it's Pooley all. This is where the damp part of the track is, and it's very, very tricky. There's James Mills of Loughborough A on the scene. He's currently down in 27th. Now, this is a very interesting race for Loughborough, because, of course, we saw them have issues in race number 1. They had a very good race number 2. They would want a good score in race number 3 to you know, give them a chance of getting in the top 5 for the round as the number 7 goes down the inside of the 14 for the lead of the race.
Yep.
So Oxford Brooks B through and into the lead of the race.
And Sam Gerrard up into 4th place as well, mate, getting by Brighton B there. So moves all round.
But the story is, if Loughborough A don't have a good score in this race, race number 4, that is what potentially opens the door for others to catch up some championship points.
Yeah, and I heard you in the last race giving the example of Exeter a couple of years ago. Great example of how it really is not over till it's over in the BUKC. And this series, in my mind, above all others in many ways, gives close championships all the way to the end. And whilst it's been very impressive, Loughborough's form, it is not all over yet, as that to me looked like Nottingham-Trent C were having a very earnest look at Brighton B for 5th place as they head into Wilkins. So we'll have a look to see if that's changed the other side of this corner. There it is, the 44 battling away, and yes, they have got by Brighton B, and Cambridge A has had a fantastic lap as well. Samuel Gerrard up into 2nd place now for the Cambridge A effort, and now trying to set about catching up to Riley Phillips in that Oxford Brooks B car in the lead.
21 minutes to go. You're watching live coverage of the British Universities Karting Championship, 2021 Mains Championship. Is that the number 14 running wide? Yes, it was. So Loughborough B have lost a couple of positions there, down at Stratford Corner. The tight hairpin, big braking zone. Is of course the spot where this Shenington circuit has 2 layouts. We're on the direct drive layout today of just over 1 kilometre. As Callum Barnett's down the inside of Loughborough B there, gains a position for Sheffield A. But if you do get it wrong down at that hairpin, of course, and you need some extra space, as Bath A have got a black flag, will have to come into the pits. You can go straight on and go down the gearbox course, which is another hairpin, just a little bit longer.
Indeed, I'd be a bit worried if I was Bath A. That's a black flag for restart on the grass, and we did see an exclusion earlier today, so
that's them out of this one.
It is, and that is in the rules. That, you know, that they do not take kindly to that, because you are risking damage to the car. You're doing all sorts of things. You're not getting yourself out of the way in a risky situation. All sorts of things that you're not doing.
Sam Rowling there goes past Leeds B for 12th place. That's Birmingham A, up another position. Having a solid day so far at Birmingham.
Yes, it was an interesting grilling that the man stood behind us gave to Rory at the end of that win earlier today. But
what's this bullying?
It's a fair conversation point, to be fair. That it's an interesting one, isn't it? But we should make clear, it is within the rules as it currently stands. It is within the rules to have non-eligible drivers backing you up like that. Whether or not you agree with that is a different matter, but it is within the rules as it currently stands.
For me, it's about whether they start being in the races is okay. I'd rather them not be there, of course. But if they're behaving themselves, then that's fine. It's when ineligibles then start getting pieces of silly contacts with drivers at the front of the field, that's when they start getting annoyed. Not just because they mess up the spreadsheets.
At the moment, though, we've got a nice race going on here.
Morning round is quite key for them because, of course, they had an exclusion earlier on in the day.
Yes.
That is their drop score. That's gone. That's used. So at the moment, they're sitting pretty good. An 8th, a 2nd, and the lead in this one at the moment. So Sam Pooley goes down the inside. Now, yes, that is a change for the lead on the road, but remember, Pooley is ineligible.
But Do Brooks B know that? Does Riley know that? In that
Possibly
Brooks B
not.
car? And this is the problem. If he fights too much and goes out wide like that, and he's going to have to rejoin the track further up. There you go. That's how you. That's brilliantly demonstrating how you do that. And good job from Adam on the camera for staying with that rather than running a mile's car towards him. But yeah, that is how you rejoin the track. But it's costly there. Costly stuff there for Brooks B. And it's now Samuel Gerard who's in the net lead of this race.
And I was about to say, as Gerard's down the inside of Pooley, going for the lead on the road, Pooley. Now this is when it starts to get a little bit
controversial, should we say, at the very least.
For me.
Because that car, that number 44, is not eligible for points, is not in this race.
And it's now racing with teams that are fighting championship. I don't like to see this, Howard.
Yeah.
That's it. I will say, yeah, it's just my opinion, but yeah. What I was about to say was that Brooks B were a lap ago in a position where they'd be finishing on 172 points and a tiebreaker winning position with Warwick A, who currently also have 172 points. Now that has obviously just changed. The other bit that we've got to remember as well is that tiebreakers are done by race positions, i.e. if there's an ineligible driver,
that's a factor.
If you finish third on the road in this situation now for Oxford Brooks B,
yes,
but get the points for second, if it comes down to a tiebreaker, you have the third. You don't get that second. It's a slight nuance in the rules that's caused some confusion in Clubman's previously. It's Pooley down the inside of Gerard there, going for the lead on the road.
And that's the recovering Riley Phillips in that 7 kart. So there is so that 5 and 7 there, they are your net battle for the lead once you take Sam Pooley out of the equation, as they're coming up on some traffic. And behind them, by the way, change for 4th place, Sheffield A. Callum Barnett now ahead of that 35 Brighton B kart with Tom Hasty at the wheel. So that is a change for 4th, which would be a 3rd in terms of points awarded for this race, as they've come onto the back of, is that Nottingham A they've come onto the back of? Either way, they're doing the right thing getting out of the way. It was Nottingham A who they've just put a lap on. So not the best race for Nottingham A. I have to say, as quickly as we were talking about the adverse weather conditions, we're back to, dry running with pretty good dry pace. As look at this, going defensive is Sam Pooley here, and is that going to give the switchback opportunity for Riley Phillips? It is going to give the switchback opportunity for Samuel Gerard, now getting alongside in that number 5 Cambridge car, but he hasn't got an opportunity there. There's a penalty for Warwick B for ABC bump and pass, so 4 positions off from wherever they finished, currently running in 18th place in the number 36 car. It's as they were, coming down the hanger straight now. But this is, well, if you're in any one of these teams, this is a slightly tense moment here. Sam Pooley leads in that 44 Nottingham Trent C car, but the number 44 is not eligible for points, is not counting for anything in terms of championship. So other than its physical presence in this fight, we are not considering it. Cambridge A in the number 5 is Sam Pooley. There's the Nottingham A car continuing to get out of the way for cars as they're a bit of a lap, well, they're a lap down. Callum Barnett in that 23 Sheffield car has caught right onto this again. Sam Gerard is good out of the Stratford hairpin, and Callum Barnett had a good look there at Riley Phillips in that Oxford Brooks B kart. Closing up here. Sam Pooley's a bit of a cork in the bottle here. A very fast cork in a bottle, but still, they are starting to train up. And there's the move from Callum Barnett. Very late move to the inside, saw the opportunity. Beautiful move from Sheffield A to move up into 3rd on the road, 2nd in the points. Sam Pooley's going to go defensive again into Park Bend and then through the right-hander at Cafe. And Exeter A are beginning to catch up to this. Sam Hampshire in the number 3 kart. And he's bringing Manchester along with him for the party, with James Walkington at the wheel. As Sam Pooley again goes very tight. And look at this, the move from Callum Barnett at Sheffield. That's for the net lead of the race. That's through for Sheffield A, up into the highest of the points-paying positions at the moment. And Sam Gerard's going to try and keep his foot in it, but it doesn't work for him there, but manages to hold off the attack from Riley Phillips in the Brooks B kart through the Bruno chicane. Sheffield A, your net leaders there in the 23 kart, albeit in 2nd place on the road right now. And look how people are closing up to this. Brilliant drive off of the corner for Sam Gerard for Cambridge, but it's not as good in the 2nd phase of that, and it's going to allow Brooks B to pull alongside into Park Bend. There is the number 7 going down the inside, and also through is Brighton B. That's 2 karts by our Cambridge A kart there. So Brighton B up into 4th place. And look how it's closed up now. Everyone down to Leeds B in 8th is part of this train, and Leeds B are actually going to benefit there. Getting by, I think they just got by Manchester at the back of that pack there. Yes, the 34 now ahead of the 20. This is now a nose-to-tail battle from 1st down to 8th. They've been losing a lot of time, our leaders battling away here. Nottingham Trent C, Sheffield A, Cambridge A. And there's a move. Someone's gone very wide there. Was that a... I think that might have been Brooks B. No, I think it was Cambridge getting back a position that they'd lost towards the start of the lap. Brilliant battle this at the head of the field. Cambridge A and the number 5 there under a lot of pressure from the number 7 of Brooks B. It's Samuel Gerrard in the 5. It's Riley Phillips in the 7. And there is the 35 Brighton B. And look at this, Exeter A battling away with Leeds B and Manchester A still at the back of this pack. Off the Stratford hairpin. Into the chicane go the leaders.
Just to mention Clubman, we've not mentioned Clubman too much so far today. This is a really key race for Leeds B, the number 34. You just see them back of shot there. Kieran Harrison driving for them at the moment. He has had some great results over the past couple of years here in the BUKC. This is their final race of this round, and at the moment they're sitting on a very pretty 157 points. Poorly defensive into Cafe again, or through Park and then into Cafe. Leeds B, thinking championship-wise and Clubman trophy, just need to stay in this train. Any position in this train is good. Just don't get a penalty. As Pooley goes very defensive again. 10.5 minutes to go. Is that going to offer the opportunity for Cambridge A to get up the inside of Sheffield A side by side as they run towards the Bruno's chicane? Barnett gets his nose back ahead.
That was very impressive from Barnett. He was trying around the outside, but it held him up. And I'm impressed that he managed to hold on to 2nd place. Look how they're closed up here. Surely someone's going to try and find the space down the inside of Wilkins. They're all going to take it as tight as you like. There's Callum Barnett with a similar move that we saw him get up into 4th place. And Sheffield A are to the front of the field proper now. That is Callum Barnett up to the head of the field. But immediately Sam Gerrard in the Cambridge A kart is going to try down the inside of Park Bend and gets it done. Beautiful swooping move there. And look, they're almost too wide here coming through Cafe Corner. And through into the left-hander of Pitts Bend as well. This is brilliant stuff here, and there's going to be a bit of a Clubman derby soon because Brighton B are losing out slightly in this pack, so Leeds B versus Brighton B for the head of that pack, as that is the 3 of Exeter A now, side by side with the 7 of Brooks B as they head towards, but Brooks B manages to hold on to it, so Brooks B remain in 4th place.
This is really crucial in terms of the mains championship as well. Loughborough A have not made the kind of progress through the field that they would have wanted. They're down in 17th, so this is the door. This is the slight crack in the door to get through that Cambridge have been looking for the past round and a half. They lead this race. They've got to capitalise on this if they're going to start pulling that gap to Loughborough A in the championship. 8 points, remember, at the start of the day.
Oh, side by side goes Sam Pooley in that 44 Trent C kart with Callum Barnett. Callum Barnett's going to be forced out wide. Is that going to give Riley Phillips a way in that number 7 Brooks B kart as they head down towards the Stratford hairpin? It's look at it, yeah, and Pooley's, there's contact there, and I'm unsurprised to see that. That was a very robust set of moves there through those corners. Now here's the question. Yeah, there was a slight nudge there from Callum Barnett on the rear of a kart who's not in this race for points.
Yeah, this is my concern now, because at the end of the day, it's still a kart on the road. Is the 23 now going to receive a penalty for an ABC takeout?
Exeter coming through here down the inside. Goes that Exeter A kart of Sam Hampshire, and he's got the 2nd position there off of Callum Barnett. Callum Barnett's going to be all over the curb. It's going to allow Riley Phillips through in the Brooks B kart and the 34.
Yep, there we go.
Leeds B. There's the black flag. And
the decision's right. The decision's right.
You can't penalise. You can't penalise based on the context of the move. It is contact with another competitor, but there's a slight bitter taste in my mouth with that one, if I'm honest, mate.
There's no bias here, honestly. The 23 has now had its race completely ruined by an ineligible driver getting too involved. Sam Pooley's an incredibly talented driver, but he's not involved in terms of point scoring in this race. And for me, that's where, there should be a rule that says if you're an ineligible driver in that situation, you get black flagged on the end of lap 2 and you get put in a different bit of the track. Have your glorified test session elsewhere on the circuit. Don't get involved at the front of the field. That has now cost Sheffield A having any form of good result in this round. Cone penalty for the number 35 Brighton B. There goes Sheffield A into the black flag. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with the decision. I'm not saying the decision's wrong. I've been in that position as an observer myself. The observers won't know that the 44 is ineligible in this race. They've just seen a 44 get fired off the road.
Absolutely.
The decision's absolutely correct. But the context in which that's happened, I just think it's spoiling this championship for me at the moment. There's too much of it going on.
Let's give mention to the Trent kart that is in this. Dante Dillon's got himself up into 7th place and is now a part of this stream of karts, which, goodness me, now goes down to 10th place. I think Cambridge B is the last kart in this rather impressive train at the front of the field. But it is slightly less of a field, less of a train of karts now, because Sam Gerrard is 1 second to the good. So extra ace Sam Hampshire and Leeds B's, actually, do we know
Kieran Harrison?
It is Kieran Harrison, sorry, you did say, mate. They kind of need to work together here, and this isn't it, as Hampshire goes defensive into the Stratford hairpin. But if they're going to stay on terms with Sam Gerrard in that number 5 ahead, they need to not be battling like this. They're side by side into the chicane, and it's still with X to A there, and that's surely going to be an opportunity for Riley Phillips on that in that Brooks B kart. Exeter to the inside, and Leeds be trying to go around the outside into Wilkins. That's an extremely unusual move there. But Kieran Harrison is through, but he's going to get forced out wide onto the curbs, and Hampshire's going to come back at him, and this is just opening up the gap for Sam Gerrard at the head of the field. Manchester A are getting involved in this as well, with James Walkington at the wheel, and why wouldn't they? Because the opportunity's there, but collectively as a group, it's just given even more of a gap to Gerrard at the front of this field. Yeah, this is looking very good for Cambridge A now. This has been the opportunity they've been looking for. Leeds B, we know they're in a championship fight as well. Oh, big send down the inside from Manchester A. James Walkington. I love Manchester at the moment. They are really giving this championship a good go this season. Yep, agreed. Agreed. Brighton B still in this fight as well. Really good drive this so far from Tom Hasty at the wheel of that one. And as I say, Trent Hayes, Dante Dillon as well. Look out for the number 10. And where have Birmingham been this race? I haven't mentioned them at all yet, but Sam Rowling is there. I know why. He's worked his way up from 23rd. Good drive so far. You can just see him with the blue helmet at the back of your shot just then. Through Park into Cafe corner, and then heading through this left-hander at pits takes you onto the Stratford straight, which leads you down to the Stratford hairpin. As Andrew was saying, if you really took your braking, technically there's an additional hairpin which is used for the gearbox karts. And then swooping into the Bruno chicane here. Don't launch yourself off one of the curbs. And then onto the hanger straight they go. Here they are on the hanger straight. And actually, do you know what? Second place battle have worked well there. They've reeled Sam Gerrard in really well here. And suddenly, Kieran Harrison is in a position to challenge for the lead of the race here, as we've still got just under 4 minutes to go. So there's plenty of opportunity. I'm very impressed with how he's caught up there. Actually, it came courtesy of, well, it wasn't quite the fastest lap of the race that time, but I tell you what, he's got the pace, hasn't he? Kieran Harrison in that Leeds B car. He has got the fastest lap of the race, a 51.902. Just underlining the fact that we are definitely back to dry weather pace here. Gerrard goes defensive. Is there going to be the switchback? No, he sort of manages to dissuade them from trying. As behind them, Riley Phillips in the 7 Brooks B car versus James Walkington in that Manchester A car. Good move there from James Walkington. He's had a really tidy race, hasn't he? But he's all out of shape coming out of the chicane. That's going to allow Phillips through. And is it going to also allow the 35 of Brighton B through as well? Yes, it is just about by Wilkins apex. Yes, and Dante Dillon's trying to get involved. They all trip over themselves, and Sam Rowling reads that brilliantly. Double overtake there for Birmingham A. Gets him up into 6th place. Birmingham A having a pretty strong day here today, which is good for them. It's, again, been a little bit patchy. They're not hitting the heights of previous seasons of Birmingham A.
but taking opportunities when they present themselves. Back with the fight for the lead of the race. Cambridge A being hustled now by Leeds B. It is an intriguing situation, this, and in fact Leeds B are through. Kieran Harrison back to the front of a BUKC field, but here comes Exeter A going around the outside. Oh, careful of that curb. That was really beautifully done by Sam Hampshire. And Exeter A, they keep plugging in these results. As I say, they missed PFI, which was a real shame. They've still got a good chance of finishing up high in the overall championship.
Also onto the back of this packet, I don't think we've mentioned Dominic Cousins much in the Cambridge B kart, but he's got up into this one as well, currently past Manchester, so good job there. So there's 2 Cambridge karts in this this front train, but brilliant stuff from Leeds B, one of our key protagonists in that clubman class. Remember, both classes scored together. It's not like they're on for completely separate points here. So every position counts is the significance of that piece of information. You want to race for every position, even if they're not in your class, because you'll still get points relative to your other class mates. A lot of pressure being put on former race leader Sam Gerrard now in the number 5 Cambridge car in the battle for 3rd place between himself and Brooks B with Riley Phillips at the wheel. And in fact, I feel like they've been the most consistent battle throughout the whole race. I think they've had a similar situation for every position from 1st through to 5th, but at the moment they're contesting 3rd place because Sam Hampshire is ahead of them in 2nd for Exeter A, and then Kieran Harrison leading the race for Leeds B in the 34. Manchester A on the tail of Birmingham there in a battle over 6th place as well, and that's the 35 of Brighton B. Still in the mix, actually. Really good stuff from Tom Hasty here for that Brighton squad. As they'll be coming around this time, surely they'll see the last lap board, and hopefully all of them heed the last lap board on this occasion. Because if one of these back off, they'll know about it, to be honest with you. But here we go. What a race it's been. What a round it's been. How many dogfights have we had in this round? It's really provided some good racing.
It's classic Shenington.
And we don't see the last lap board this time round. My apologies.
So, we should do, because there's only, there
yes,
we go.
Sorry, we did. They did.
Go.
Yeah, we get a slight delay on that. There we go. So it is the final lap. Here we go. Any moves on here? Stays as they were through the Stratford hairpin. They're all just a little bit spaced out at the moment, as they all swoop into the chicane for the last time. Yeah, it looks to me like they've all just fallen apart enough, or spaced out enough, to deter any opportunities. Here is your race leader. He's actually putting a lap on the Leeds A kart, the number 15. It's actually going to be a great photo op for Leeds if you want it, folks, because Leeds A and B will cross the line together. But it is Kieran Harrison for Leeds B who takes a well-deserved victory there in race number 4 of round 5. Exeter A and Sam Hampshire finished 2nd. Fastest lap of the race there to finish off for Sam Gerrard in that Cambridge A kart, coming home in 3rd. He gave it everything he could on that last lap, but couldn't find a way through. Brooks B finished 4th. Brighton B, good drive for them in 5th. Manchester A, another good one for them in 6th. Cambridge B in 7th. Nottingham Trent C in 8th. Ineligible for points. Bit of controversy there, maybe. Nottingham Trent A, though, finishing in 9th. Good drive for Dante Dillon there. Loughborough B running out that top 10. Then it was Newcastle A, Loughborough A in 12th, University of Wales Trinity St David A, Surrey A, Brooks C, Warwick B, Birmingham A, University of West of England A in 18th. Then it's Oxford Brooks A and Loughborough C to round out the top 20. Nottingham Trent B, Imperial A, Sheffield A. What might have been that black flag really upsetting their race there, finishing 23rd in the end. Cardiff A, Swansea A in 25th, University of West of England B, Southampton A, Swansea B, Birmingham B, Leeds A rounding out your top 30. Nottingham A and Bath A were how they finished there. Well, that was another dramatic one, folks, and now you wouldn't have thought, this is the thing with this circuit, you would not have thought it half an hour ago, but it's bright sunshine now. It's absolutely gorgeous out there. And let's go down to the grid. We're not quite ready for them on the grid yet. They're just trying to phone the camera up. I'm sure that's how it works. And we'll be able to go down there and get some reaction from Kieran Harrison, who did a brilliant job to win that one. And the other drivers will go into the paddock, and we will be looking ahead to what will be the last race of this morning's round. I know we're now technically in the afternoon, but we always think of it as the morning round ahead of the second round of the day, which will be round 6. So be sure to tune in for that. Plenty more race action to come for you today here at Shenington Kart Club. And yeah, real microclimate here, meaning that it's really luck of the draw. But John, who was on comms earlier, I bet he can't believe his luck right now. He gets to he gets to drive in. Well, let's not jinx it. Actually, maybe it won't stay dry, but we shall see. We shall see. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. And yeah, there was the controversy in that one, wasn't there? Of a certain ineligible driver, and I'm not sure. It looks to me like Jacob may be walking away from that interview, so not sure if we're able to get hold of him just now, but hopefully we'll be able to go down to him to get the thoughts of some of the drivers ahead of race number 5. As that's probably for the best, because it gives my commentary colleague next to me an opportunity to do some maths.
Lots of maths.
So yes,
to say for Leeds B though, that result, I mean, even if there's a penalty that we've not spotted at the end of the race, I think that's pretty much going to give them the Clubman victory and further solidify their position in that subclass.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they can't ask for more than that, and that was a very impressive victory there. And it could have gone either way. That's what I've loved so much about some of these races today. There hasn't been a really dominant victory. We've seen some strong, we've seen a few victories that were, won by maybe a second or so, but really good stuff battling at the front of this one. And I'm delighted to say that we now can throw down to Jacob.
I'm down here on the tyres with winner of race 4, Kieran Harrison. Kieran, that race started a little bit wet, but here we are basking in the sunshine and the glory of a race win.
Yeah, that was really surprising for me to win that one, actually. The wet start suited me. I'm quite prefer the wet conditions, so I got a good start. And then after, 5-6 laps, I got into some clear air and I could see the pack ahead was the leader pack. And they were fighting, so I just kept my head down, kept pushing, and then picked them off one by one, eventually getting through the lead.
A tough battle for the lead as well between yourself and I think Sam Gerrard was up there and a couple of other drivers.
Yeah, there was a lot of big names there. I knew when I looked at the grid at the start and when I saw them, those guys that I'd noticed ahead, I knew that was going to be a tough fight for the lead, but thankfully it worked out nicely for me.
Yes, and nicely for Leeds B's Clubman hopes, I think.
Yeah, I think UEA A have been having a really strong round so far, so this is crucial for us really to keep in the battle with the points for them.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best for that. We'll find out what happened at the podium just after this race, and all the best for this afternoon as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Kieran Harrison there of Leeds B. Now, we've had a few signal issues, so we are going to tentatively wander down the grid and hopefully get a couple of interviews. Apologies if it does cut out. Let's see how far down we can get, because there is a man that I'd like to have a quick chat with. I believe this is him on my left. I'll just step this side of the cart. He's not seen me yet, but he'll eventually realise that I'm looming over him. Kyle, where were you last time?
Where was I?
Yes. Why didn't you come to Clay?
Welcome to Clay. Oh, Clay. I was at uni.
This is becoming a theme. People missing the BUKC to go to uni. It's never happened before.
No, I know. It's because it's earlier in the semester, and the earlier it is, the more it doesn't matter.
I see. So now we're at the business end. People are somehow reshuffling their priorities.
Unfortunately, yeah.
God, I never thought I'd see the day. But,
no, I didn't either.
But back in the Brooks A car.
Yeah.
How's Brooks A's day going, and what are you going to do about it?
I would say fix it, but that's a high...
that's kind of preempted the fact you were going to say bad, and so I said, what are you going to do about it? But can you score a decent result here?
We'll see if the old gut doesn't hold me back.
One of those lockdowns, is it?
In this suit, it's now it's like a tailored suit. This now, it wasn't. It is now.
Used to be baggy, but what have we got? 7th on the grid. You've won races from further back.
True. It's just a bit different here. I haven't driven here since TKM days when I was little and I wasn't fat. So I wasn't as fat, shall we say?
I don't think it's changed much. The track.
Well, no, the track hasn't, but that's the easy bit. It's more than me. That's the problem.
All right. Well, I'm going to have a quick chat with the man behind you, but all the best, Carl.
Thank you. I bet you've missed these interviews, haven't you?
Oh, I have. I have. John Ratcliffe's behind you. John, fresh from the commentary booth. How you doing?
Hello, mate. I'm doing very well, as you say. Enjoying the comms. I thought, why not get in the karts as well?
Always a good idea. And you've given yourself a 9th position here, have you?
It wasn't me, to be fair. It was the captain of the team. But yeah, I'm a little bit nervous. And this is the highest I've ever started in mains anyway. So I'm going to just kind of go for it and see what happens, really.
Yeah, well, what is Uni 4 if not to get as high as you've ever been?
No comment.
Thank you very much, John. I'll speak to you in a bit later. Let's go have a chat to Archie Hobson in the Warwick car. Archie, how are you?
Yeah, right, thanks.
I've seen the double moustache here. You got a moustache on your helmet and inside your helmet.
What can I say? Just love the tash.
The double tash. And does the double tash give you extra horsepower? Is it grippier with the extra hair? What are we benefiting from these?
It's worth at least a second a lap. Like,
per moustache?
Yeah, of course.
There we have it. Archie Hobson is going to be 2 seconds a lap faster than everyone else.
Yep, that's the plan anyway. We'll see.
All the best with that. Race is about to begin. This will be race 5 of round 5, the last one, before we go into a lunch break. Back to you guys, Andrew and Howard in the commentary box. Talk us through this one.
Let's take you through your grid then for this final race of this round. Bearing in mind we do have another one to bring you this afternoon. But let's take a look at the grid. University of West of England A have Corey Richards starting on pole with Brooks D's Jack Noller alongside. Imperial A and Brighton A make up row 2 with Nathan Little starting for the latter of those two. University of West of England B have Ben Gale and Kane Shepherd starts for Manchester A to round out that third row of the grid. Row 4 is Oxford Brooks A's Carl Morby and Scott Jess for Nottingham Trent A. Cardiff A have John Ratcliffe, who now tries his hand at racing, having joined us in the comms box earlier today, and Jinyan Zhao for Birmingham C alongside to round out the top 10. University of East Anglia A have Dimos Episcopu for them, and Francisco Gomez Medina for Cambridge B. Row 7 is Warwick A's Archie Hobson and Alex Smith for Sheffield A. Loughborough B have Matthias Reed Simpson with Callum Evans starting alongside for University of Wales Trinity and David B. Row 9 is going to be Swansea A with Ryan Edwards at the wheel and then Leeds A alongside. Rounding out your top 20 on row 10 is going to be John Woodhead for Leicester A and Sam Massey for Cambridge A. Oxford Brooks C have Josh Mulley starting for them with Pascal Pook starting alongside for Southampton A on row 11. Row 12 is going to be Nottingham Trent C's Fraser Glaseby and João Maria Jorge for Bath A. On row 13, Birmingham A has Jago Sullivan going for them, and then Tom Thickpenny drives the Loughborough A car. It's experienced row there. Row 14 is Birmingham B's Josh White and Ryan Denny for Brighton B, and rounding out your top 30 on row 15 is Exeter A's Alex Rooney and Lewis Kerrod for Loughborough C. Rounding out the 32 kart grid is Edward McDade for Nottingham Trent B and Newcastle B, who we don't know who the driver is, but we don't need to because they're not eligible for points in this one. So hope they have fun, but let's hope they keep it nice and clean. Drivers on their practice laps at the moment then. And soon we will be under pace card orders. I can confirm that Mr. Mather is alongside me still. He's currently doing a little bit of maths just to know how the round permutations work out. As I believe the pace card is out there now, just picking them up. Don't forget, we are going to have round 5 for you later this afternoon. There'll be a lunch break after this of about half an hour, And then we will be back with more racing action here from Shenington, which so far I think has been a really successful first visit from the BUKC. The racing that we've been treated to has been absolutely fantastic, in my opinion. There's been a few scruffy races, perhaps a bit of controversy, but the actual battles that we're seeing out on track, I think, are fantastic, and I'm getting a lot of feedback from the drivers. I haven't had much chance to talk to them. I was only out for one race out of the comms box, but I think a lot of drivers are enjoying the high-speed nature of this circuit, and yeah, enjoying what this has to offer in terms of the sheer pace of the track, and yeah, the heavy braking zones where you've really got to have the confidence and believe that the karts can take those corners as fast as they actually can. Lining up then behind the pace kart for our rolling start here. Through Hangar Corner they go. And we will try and bring you a bit of an update as to who are the main players for the round victory in both the Prems and the Clubmans as we go through this one. Looks like we're going to be good for a start this time, though. So Corey Richards on pole for UE Bristol A, and Jack Noller alongside in the Brooks D kart in the number 26. The 25 versus the 26. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and away we go. And into Park Bend. It's a good even start from both sides of the grid. Can everyone work their way through cleanly through this first corner? Looks to me like that's a nice clean start there. They go 3 wide, 4 wide, even 5 wide, heading through pit corner, but they all make it work so far. Heavy braking, first heavy braking zone here into the Stratford hairpin. Does everyone end up facing the right way? I'm delighted to say they do, and it is still a change there. I think that's Brooks D getting up into the lead as they head into the chicane and onto the Hangar straight. It is indeed, as some battling already, early battling going on. There's a breakaway group of 5 here at the front of the field as they all work their way through Hangar for the first time and breaking into Wilkins. It's been a mercifully clean lap, I have to say, so far. Maybe the odd, but oh, and as I say that was a jinx there, because there's one kart round at the back who's tumbling down the order, and I think it's going to be, it might be Warwick A. It might be Warwick A. Leeds A as well, been held up. Look at this, side by side for the lead between University of West of England A and Oxford Brooks D as they head down towards, they're on 2 wheels over the line there on the side of the circuit from Brooks D, and Jack Noller trying to retain the lead of that one, but it wasn't on there. This is brilliant stuff at the head of the field. It was indeed Warwick A who had an incident there, and Leeds A, I'm afraid to say, also somewhere unforeseen to us on the stream, had an incident that's put them well down the order. And it is currently Corey Richards, our pole sitter, who's in the lead. And it's the 27 of Brighton A and Nathan Little that's up into second place. Is down the inside there, tries Manchester for 3rd place and gets the job done. Beautiful little move there by Kane Shepherd. Another great move from Manchester in what is turning into an extremely impressive day, as side by side goes Cambridge B and Cardiff A, and that's the number 10 of Nottingham Trent A off at the side of the road. So some disasters befallen them. They'll have to turn that car around and get it going, not on the grass, lest they want to get a penalty. As this battle going on into Stratford hairpin between University of West of England A and Brighton A. And Andrew, I think you want to come in with some championship things here, but yeah, I'll have to cut across if this carries on.
That's absolutely fine. Here's your round predicament. Exeter A in this race currently leading it on 175, so that's a minimum of 175 as a 3 wide down the back straight. With a hand back to you, Howard.
Yeah, Manchester A has the inside. Are they going to be able to do the double overtake here to get up into 1st place? Yes, they are. What a move by Kane Shepherd to get Manchester A up to the head of the field as there's a yellow flag. Did someone go round in all of that? Because there's yellow now out at Wilkins. The pass was done before that was out. And look at this, Cardiff A trying to get the double overtake as well into Park Corner. That is brilliant stuff from the man who was stood in my position just an hour or so ago. John Ratcliffe there having a great job of it. He clearly learned his stuff, stood up here watching it earlier on, mate, didn't he? That's brilliant stuff. And Cardiff A, I believe, are up into 3rd place as the number 2 as well. Oh, they're trying to make it 3 wide when there was only space for 2. Brooks A trying to muscle their way in to get up to 4th place, and I think they've managed it. If you want to try and say...
I'll make it very quick. X-Ray lead 175. That's a guaranteed 175. There's only one team out there who could beat them. It's Warwick A. They could get 178 if they win this race.
Well, they're not going to. They had a terrible first lap. They dropped right down to the back.
I think we're already provisionally calling this round like the US election to X-Ray. Leeds B, leading in Clubman, not racing in this one. So 163 for them is done for round 5 as the number 26 alongside the number 5.
That's Cambridge versus Oxford Brooks D. 2
teams who can beat them in Clubman. One of them is UEA Norwich A. They can get 173 if they win the race. They're currently in 12th, so they're not doing too bad. But the other one is Brighton A, who are in 2nd place at the moment. So if they can hold that position, I think, let me put the number in, it gives them a Clubman win. Yes, it does.
There we go. And news to me that Exeter ran in the US election. So here we go on to the Hangers Straight. Manchester A under pressure here. Kane Shepherd absorbing all the pressure from Nathan Little, who will surely try and prise open the door into Wilkins if given half a chance, but he's not given half a chance. And John Ratcliffe in 3rd place for Cardiff A at the moment, having a brilliant drive so far. And he's going to have a run indeed on Brighton A, and he's going to get the job done. Cardiff A up into 2nd place now, as there's a contact warning for Birmingham A. Why on earth don't I learn this much when I visit the comms box? That's brilliant stuff from John to get himself up into 2nd place.
And he's got a good run as well. He
has.
could go for the lead here. Manchester A having to defend. Cardiff to the outside. But will that open the door to Brighton A to get up the inside? Yeah, just about missing. There's the point to say, come on, let's work together. We can get this guy. Manchester A continuing to lead.
Yeah, Nathan Little there had a good run.
Oh, black flag for Brighton A. So that's big in the terms of Clubman, because it's going to ruin their race, take them out of that position where they were on for a class win.
I'm not entirely sure what that's for.
No, me neither. So, okay, we'll keep an eye on it. It might be an error.
It could be for, yeah, we'll give it a moment. But
hand up from the Brighton driver.
So, okay.
Well,
I'm not sure what that's for. It's not coming up on our time what it's for, and by dint of the fact that he's running in, say, about 4th place at the moment, one would say that he didn't hit the tyre barrier. Here we go, though, again. Kane Shepherd in the number 20 Manchester car versus John Ratcliffe on the Cardiff A car, who's now going to be out wide. We've got a replay apparently of what this black flag might have been for Brighton, so let's take a look at this, and I think we're going to see him taking someone out. And we did
27.
see, yeah, that's why when I said that there was a yellow flag coming out on Wilkins, that's actually who it was for. Trying to work out who it was they took out actually. Was it Birmingham? Birmingham were quite far down there. Not sure. But, yeah, that'll be why. So, fair enough. There it is. John Ratcliffe, again, this time he's going to try and go down driver's right towards the Stratford hairpin if he can get the run. But no, Kane Shepherd has covered that one off well. But behind them, my goodness me, Cambridge B and Cambridge A working together there. Sam Massey has done a great job of getting up the field, and that was John Ratcliffe out to dry on the curb, and he's lost out heavily there because this is such a competitive train of karts, but still very impressive stuff from the Cardiff driver.
Cambridge tactics here. The B team has to bat for the A team now in terms of championship. And up the inside, great move by Massey. Up the inside, decisive, takes the lead. Is this Cambridge starting to make the moves in the BUKC in 2021? Loughborough are in a weak position in this round. This is a great opportunity to get some points back.
Cambridge B side by side with Oxford Brooks A. They're still side by side, and Cambridge B somehow been able to hold on to that one through Cafe Corner. Brilliant stuff from Francisco Medina in that 39 car. And there's Loughborough A as well, looking to get by on Birmingham C, and is 3 wide, I think, with the University of West of England. No, it's Loughborough A, Cardiff A and Brooks D who were going 3 wide there, and they're still 3 wide coming off of Stratford hairpin. This is brilliant stuff. Loughborough A versus Cardiff A heading towards the chicane, and it goes the way of Tom Thickpenny in that number 4 Loughborough A car with that distinctive Dayglow helmet there, the sort of ombre colour there going on. Brilliant stuff in this train of karts. I know we've seen a bit of contact and a black flag, but this is fantastic action at the head of the field here in the final race of this round. Don't forget, we have another one to come. For goodness sake, don't go anywhere, because this has been brilliant stuff so far today. And is this the beginnings of some other teams really starting to feature prominently in this championship? Side by side, Birmingham C versus Cambridge B in the battle over 4th place. And Loughborough A and Cardiff A are still battling away, and Brooks D are trying to get involved in this one as well. Jack Noller still in this one, started in 2nd, is still part of this train of karts. This is brilliant stuff here at Shenington Kart Club. Back with our lead battle though, which has changed. 20 of Manchester A back ahead. No, excuse me, sorry, it's Brooks A. It's Brooks A in the number 2 going down the inside. Still impressive stuff though. Great stuff there by Kyle Morby, who ducks his head to try and get any advantage there over Kane Shepherd as they come on to a new lap, and it's a gap of 1.3 seconds now that Cambridge A's Sam Massey has at the head of the field. You can see him in some of your shots with the green helmet. There he is in the number 5. Bit of a gap now to the number 2 with Kyle Morby at the wheel, and Manchester A with Kane Shepherd looking for a way down the inside into the Stratford hairpin, but there's nothing on there. The 39 behind them, Cambridge B, there hoping to get through and provide some support for the sister kart that leads this race. And then it's Tom Thickpenny in that number 4 kart for Loughborough A. And this is the kind of thing that Andrew was talking about. Cambridge B would do well to hold the likes of Loughborough A behind and deny some points for Loughborough. But there is Tom Thickpenny, very late move down the inside. He's going to hang out Cambridge B to dry. Francisco Medina can't do much about that, and that was a beautiful move from Tom Thickpenny, who also sets the fastest lap in the race at 52.362. This is a man on the mission right now in the number 4 Loughborough kart. So much experience that Tom Thickpenny has in this series, as the Brooks D kart is still battling away. Jack Noller at the back of this with John Ratcliffe in that Cardiff A kart. Brilliant stuff here. Birmingham C in the mix to this as well. I haven't mentioned Junyuan Zhao is doing really well in that number 45 kart. Pretty sure that is an instance of Birmingham C being eligible for points here. Brilliant stuff. But all of this is allowing, and here is Tom Thickpenny now looking for 3rd place on Kane Shepherd in that Manchester kart. He put in a move here last lap. He's doing it again. Brilliant stuff, and trying to follow through as well is Carl Morby in the number 2 Oxford Brooks A kart. He's going to be side by side with Shepherd as they come over the line. The 20 versus the 2. Manchester versus Brooks A, and they managed to get it through, and that allows Cambridge B to go down the inside of Brooks A. But Brooks A is going to come back at them into Cafe Corner. This is fantastic stuff. Birmingham C in the 45 now getting involved as well, going around the outside at pit corner to get past Brooks A. That is going to be for 5th place, and they're going Noah's Ark style here, and there's a bit of leaning on each other there between Cardiff A and the 39 of Cambridge B, but they managed to hold it together. Oh my goodness me, there's 13 minutes to still go. I'm not sure how I'm going to make it through it, but we're going to do our best, because this is brilliant stuff here as they come onto the Hangar Straight. Still Cambridge A in the lead of this one, leading by 2.2 seconds, but the fastest man of the pack, as we're looking here at another great battle. This is University of East Anglia A versus University of, it's UWE versus UWE. UWE Bristol versus UWE Norwich, and UWE Bristol there with a robust move there, and the 22 of Swansea A is trying to get involved as well. We're back to this pack towards the front though, where it's just, there's nobody side by side at the moment, which is a departure from the norm. My goodness me, as they all work their way through pit corner.
I'm just going to throw another one in here, mate. This is how close it is today. It's a penalty for UWE Bristol
Expensive in their battle for 9th place.
As things stand, X to A win the round, but we have such a tiebreaker on 2nd place that I'm going to need to get fastest laps out.
Wow.
We have Warwick A and Cambridge A both currently scoring a 1st, a 3rd and a 7th. The drop score doesn't come into it when it's a tiebreaker, so I'm going to have to get the fastest laps out to work out who gets 2nd place, but more importantly, who gets the extra championship point for finishing ahead of the other.
Goodness me. Goodness me.
Unless Warwick can get themselves up to 6th place and help me out on that one, because that would then break the tiebreaker. But at the moment, they're in 17th, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen with 12 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock.
This is why I love the BUKC, mate, because or one of the many reasons, to be honest, why I love the BUKC. It sounded so far this season like we've been talking about domination by Loughborough. And yet, you know, you can get to days like today where it just seems everybody's in the game. everybody's, you know, having a really close battle with somebody. And I think the nature of the racing has shown that as well, as that's bad drive off of the Bruno chicane by Manchester, and that's going to allow Kyle Morby in the number 2 Brooks A car to go through. It's also going to allow Jack Noller in that Brooks D car. It's going to be both Brooks cars through at that Wilkins corner on Manchester A.
The Uwe Bristol penalty is also important in the context of Clubman because it gives Uwe Norwich an extra position and further solidifies their position at top of Clubman. So at the moment, this is, I'm going to say, very provisional, as it always is with the spreadsheet of doom, especially after last time. I've got Uwe A, that is the Norwich one, on 165, i.e. if they drop another 2 positions, they'll be tied with Leeds on points, who are on 163.
Red suit of Jack Noller there in the number 26 Brooks D, now in 5th place, under pressure from the number 20 of Kane Shepherd for that Manchester A squad. And still, John Ratcliffe very impressed with his run at the moment in that number 52 Cardiff A car. Is he going to have a look, in fact, into Wilkins? No, not this time. And then Birmingham C with Junyan Zhao is on the tail. And that rounds out your top 8 carts of crazy battling, as that's a really late move, almost selling the dummy there from John Ratcliffe. I think he raises his hand. I wonder if he was slightly frustrated there by something that Kane Shepherd did in that Manchester car. 2.9 seconds now that Sam Massey has in hand. You could see there the focus that Tom Thickpenny's trying to put in, but he's lost the toe. Yeah. He has lost the toe at this point, and so in many ways it's an impossible task unless traffic comes into play.
It's a good damage limitation job. We're saying this has been a bad round for Loughborough. We're saying that in the context of Loughborough's performances. I've currently got them still finishing 6th in the round. It's still a decent haul of points.
Yeah.
The trouble is, it's their title rivals out of the head at the head of this field at the moment.
Yep. And also, let's not forget that the sister team of their rivals, that Cambridge B car with Francesco Medina at the wheel, is right on Tom Thickpenny's tail at the moment. So this is the thing. You go, oh, well, if the karts could work together, maybe they'll catch up to the leader. Why would they work together? It's the Cambridge B kart. It's not going to help them. There's going to be no bump drafting here on this Loughborough A kart at all. Although, if anything, it has to be said, Tom Thickpenny is dropping the Cambridge B kart just a little bit. Carl Morby, one of the most experienced drivers as well in that number 2 Brooks A car. Going to be interesting to see what he can do, because he has got a rear gunner. That number 2 and number 26, that is Brooks A and Brooks D, they can work together here. You know, bit of bump drafting or prizing open the door for each other for an overtake, that kind of thing. They have those options, as we've got 9 minutes to go of this one. Sam Massey leads by some 3 seconds, and he really is impressing me with his pace at the moment, pulling away from the field here. New fastest lap of the race from Jack Noller in that Brooks D car at 52.308, which underlines for me actually there's a slight relatively slow pace of this field.
Yeah, but it's not quick.
There's been a lot of battling, and I wonder if the temperatures dropped just a little. I don't know. We did see the sun come out, but
what I can tell you on fastest laps, though, mate, is that Cambridge would have the tiebreaker. Nice and easy. Cambridge A's Samuel Gerrard set a 51.888 in race 4. It was the fastest lap of race 4. And Warwick have not got into anything lower than the 52.
That's
down
Cambridge
the inside.
B.
Cambridge B
it's
on Loughborough A.
Even worse for Loughborough now. They've got to get past 2 Cambridge cars if they're going to do something with this. So Tom Thickpenny down to 3rd place. Great move there. Great drive from Francisco Gomez de Medina in the Cambridge B kart here. Very impressed with this drive. Highest placed of the clubmans as well in this one. As look at this, Jack Noller trying to find a way by on Carl Morby. Actually, no, it's Carl Morby going to the inside on Tom Thickpenny, and that's going to allow Jack Noller through on both of them in the Brooks D kart. So both Brooks karts past the Loughborough kart now. It's getting worse for Tom Thickpenny now in terms of points for Loughborough. Carl Morby back through, and he's got his rear gunner there to try and disrupt things. Tom Thickpenny is going to get past Jack Noller again. So the 2 is now, the 4 is now ahead of the 26 again. But the main goal of Brooks there has been achieved, which is that Carl Morby in the Brooks A car is now up into 3rd place.
Yeah, great to have Carl back. We missed him at Clay Pigeon. But Brooks have handed the last leg to him in this round, and he's showing his qualities again.
In fact, we're looking at 2 drivers here, Andrew, who are competing under the rule that says you can compete having graduated last year.
Yes, we are. Oh, the 41 is off, and that is on the exit of... no, it's not on the exit of Stratford. It's out, coming out to Bruno Chicane. Now, is there a problem with that car?
It's Imperial A, this team. Just trying to find who's at the wheel. We don't know who's at the wheel.
It's an illegible driver.
It's an illegible driver.
It's an Edinburgh Sang.
Well, there you go, taking himself out of the equation. Perhaps a bit too much with that.
I mean, no, it's not all right. He's probably damaged one of JV's cars. It's not good at all. 6 minutes 20 to go. There's a James Johnston passing through shot. Hello, James. Out there for Rich T Racing, but also ineligible in this one. What's happened to Manchester A? They've fallen down to 8th place.
I think they've just been subject to several good overtaking manoeuvres here. I don't think Kane Shepherd has,
including our co-commentator who's going against the commentary code. You're not allowed to be good at racing and commentary. It's not allowed.
Doesn't seem right at all. Doesn't feel right, does it?
No.
Nah. But yeah, doing really well in 7th place.
Flag. Howard for an ABC takeout on Nottingham Trent A. I think they were down in 29th place anyway.
Here is Cardiff A versus Junior Zhao in the Birmingham C car, and that'll be a move for 6th place. So John Ratcliffe up into that 6th spot. We did briefly see the other major, and actually they're coming back at them now, is Birmingham C. Is this going to give Manchester a way in? And yeah, we did briefly on that last lap see the battle that's going on behind this, which is between East Anglia A in 9th, Southampton A in 10th, and Swansea A. They're having a right old battle there. We are looking here at a move back past Cardiff A by Birmingham C. So Zhao back up into 6th place. In fact, the timing tower on the left suggests nothing happened, but we know different. There was quite a changing there throughout that lap.
Manchester still on for a very good haul of points in the mains championship. So if you're a new viewer of the BUKC, we've been talking about 60 points in each of these individual races. The team that wins the round gets 60 championship points. It works on the same principle. Second gets 59, third gets 58, etc., etc. Manchester, of course, have won round 4. And at the moment, I've still got them in 5th place in this round, so that'll be a good 56 points for their championship tally in striking a move, I think, for most improved team of the season.
Yeah, really good stuff from them, it has to be said, as it's closing up nicely here in the battle over 2nd place. There's a bit of traffic for them to negotiate as well in the form of the number 30 Nottingham Trent B kart, who's not doing that has bumped them slightly in the chicane. That's not worked well for Tom Thickpenny there. It's allowed Cambridge B, the number 39, and Oxford Brooks A, the number 2, to get on up the road ahead of him. So that did not work well for Loughborough A there in navigating that traffic. In fairness to the traffic, there isn't really a good place to be at the apex of the chicane. It's a difficult one, as side by side goes Carl Morby with Francisco Medina in that Cambridge B car. They're still side by side, and Medina holds on to it. Brilliant stuff from Cambridge B, doing the perfect rear gunner job at the moment, but Carl Morby will want to try again and tries down the inside there, but hasn't got the overspeed. Can he get the run out of the hairpin down runway straight? This one is. No, he can't. Really good stuff here from Cambridge B. I'm thoroughly impressed with this drive. There's some great clubman drives in this one. Great clubman drives today, but I'm particularly impressed by this from Cambridge B and Cardiff A.
Steady. My co-commentator nearly has a little tumble in the box. Thickpenny needs to keep eyes forward. At the moment, he's not under threat from Oxford Brooks D, but they're only just there, the number 26. Reason being, if they drop one position in this race, it equates to a championship point. They are under threat from UEA Norwich, who are 9th at the moment, but you take Birmingham C out, that gets them to an 8th. So at the moment, they're tied on points, but Loughborough have the tiebreaker.
Okay, so University of East Anglia, debutants in the mains this year, continuing to impress massively here.
Got to say Cambridge B as well, not just doing well in this race, doing well in Clubman. 1, 2, 3.
Well, sorry mate, I just noticed Carl Morby got a great drive off of the corner there. I wonder if he's going to be able to prise open the door here. is he going to be denied? Cambridge B keep it nice and tight, but Morby's going to have great drive off the corner. Surely there's going to be an opportunity now coming on to the new lap. But couldn't agree more, mate. It is a brilliant day for Cambridge B so far.
Yeah, they're on for third, I think, in Clubman for this round, so a nice trophy for them to take home.
That was your race leader, by the way.
Yep.
Barely seen him, but he's doing a good job. 4 seconds to the good is Sam Massey.
Down into the Stratford hairpin. There's a back marker just keeping out the way there. That's good driving from the number 41.
Which is ineligible, so
Yeah.
good
Yeah,
job, that man.
I'm fine with that kind of
Yeah,
ineligible driving. That's absolutely okay. Oh, Cambridge B a little bit wide through the Bruno chicane. They're going to be under attack here. Surely Kyle Morby's going to have the inside line through Hanger. Tom Thickpenny's going to brave it down the inside as well. Beautifully done by all three drivers. But here comes Cambridge B right. Oh, how about that? That was a bit of a move on a former driver of the year in this competition.
And he's got great drive off the corner as well. Is he going to swoop round the outside of Brooks A into Park? Yes, he's going to try it. He'll have the inside line for Cafe Corner. Oh, not quite, but brilliant stuff here from Francisco de Medina in that 39 Cambridge B car. Tom Thickpenny's coming back at him, and keep an eye on Jack Noller in that 26 Brooks D car. Brooks D opens. Now that's important. Kyle Morby now has his rear gunner back again, and Brooks D are up into third place.
That is very, very good from the Brooks guys to formulate that. Now, again, now this puts Loughborough under pressure for this championship point, because if they lose the position to Cambridge B, it puts UEA, the Norwich team, ahead of them in round 5 and loses Loughborough championship point. And down the inside again comes Medina at the same corner on Thickpenny. Has he got the move done? Yes, he has. What an overtake by Cambridge B's driver. They're back up to 4th.
I mean, I suppose they should be buying the beer for Sam Massey for winning the race. But look at this. Round Cafe Corner is down the inside of Brooks D, and he's got him. Where did that move come from? He didn't even seem to me to have the pace. There's still a fantastic battle going on, by the way, between Cardiff A, Manchester A and Birmingham C. Behind them, nearly 3 wide in the braking for Stratford hairpin here. This is brilliant stuff. Jack Noller is trying to find a way through. Has he got a run down runway? No, he has not. Cambridge B retains it. Cambridge B in third place. On the last lap here, we are going to have to keep an eye up the road, because Sam Massey, who we have barely seen this race, such has been his dominance at the front, is the only dominant win of this nature so far today. But he is 5 seconds to the good, as Kyle Morby is not under any threat coming into Wilkins. And I think they're going to stay as they are. But Sam Massey is going to cross the line. There he is in the number 5 to take the win for Cambridge A. It'll be Kyle Morby in second. It'll be Francisco Medina who punches the air, and well he might. What a drive that was from Cambridge B. Highest place to the Clubman runners as well. Jack Noller for Brooks D in 4th. 5th was Tom Thickpenny in Loughborough A. Manchester A's Kane Shepherd in 6th. John Ratcliffe, I doff my cap to you, sir. That was a great job for Cardiff A in 7th place. Birmingham C's Junior Zhao in 8th. Then it's University of East Anglia A in 9th. Warwick A in 10th. Southampton A, Loughborough B, University of Wales, Trinity St David B, Swansea A, Sheffield A to 15th place. Loughborough C, University of West of England A, Bath A, Brooks C and University of West of England B round out your top 20. Then it's Leeds A, Birmingham B, Newcastle B, Leicester A, Brighton B, Birmingham A, Exeter A in 27th, Nottingham Trent C in 28th, Brighton A in 29th, Imperial A in 30th. Then it's Trent B, Nottingham Trent B and Nottingham Trent A. Rounding out the 32 car field. Provisional result, of course, there are some penalties to be applied and some ineligibles, 4 points. But my goodness me, kept it dramatic to the last.
If, and it's a very big if at this stage of the championship, Cambridge A win this championship over Loughborough by 1 point, which is what they're going to need to do, because Loughborough have already got the tiebreaker with the sheer number of rounds they've won.
True.
If they win this championship by 1 point, I think they can give a big beer to Francisco Gomez Medina. I reckon he's just, with that move, knocked a championship point off Loughborough A. That's what a good B team does. They fight not just for themselves, but for the A team. Well done, Cambridge.
Brilliant stuff, and that's, yeah, that was great to see from the Cambridge squad. And I think we're just, Jacob is just inviting Sam Massey off to the side of the track to give him a nice, I think we're going to have a nice sit-down interview. With this one, a nice, calm, relaxing. That's good, because it's been a rather exciting day, hasn't it, so far? So we're going to hand down to Jacob. Catch you all soon for round 6.
Down here on the tyres, we got race winner Sam Massey. Sam, not as competitive at the very front of that one, as we have seen in other races. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Well, that's definitely a pleasant surprise. Yeah, I basically just tried to keep it clean and tidy for the first few laps, just pick off some moves. There was a couple of accidents, as you'd always expect, and yeah, I got to the front, which I never expected to do, and I certainly never expected to do it within 5 or 10 minutes or whatever it was, and then just tried to keep it, clean and tidy from there. And there was obviously some battling behind, which would definitely have helped me, and then yeah, just get my head down and count the minutes down pretty much.
Yeah, so the battle raged behind you between Kyle Morby, Tom Thickpenny and your teammate in the Cambridge B cart. Were you aware of that at all? Do you look over your shoulder much?
Yeah, so coming out of Wilkins, I can just see the helmets in a line, so I could see exactly who was there. And yeah, Fran, who's in our B team, was yeah, he was actually one of the most difficult people to get past in the first few laps. He was really fast, and he's never been here before either, so it's pretty impressive. And yeah, we've never had a strong B team, so to have a B team that's actively helping the A is well, really good and unusual for us.
Yeah, of course. I spoke to Sam Cobb earlier about Cambridge potentially being the closest challengers to Loughborough for this championship at the minute.
Well, we're quite a long way off at the moment, but I mean, to be honest, being in the top 5 is, other than last year, has been pretty rare for us. So we'll just take it as it comes, and if we can have another clean round this afternoon, then we've done most of the work, and we'll probably be there or thereabouts.
All right then, well, we'll find out what the exact results were at the podium, but for now I think we're heading back up to Andrew and Howard to take us into the lunch break. Andrew and Howard, back to you. Cheers, Sam.
Thanks very much, Jacob. Well, there we go, folks. That was round 5 of the 2021 British Universities Karting Championship. I hope you'll agree, a really exciting series of races there. We're going to have a break here now at the circuit ahead of round 6. It's going to be roughly half an hour, 30 to 40 minutes, so we'll be back live with you probably just before 2 o'clock or around that time. Do make sure, I tell you what, if you're watching us on YouTube, click the notification bell, and then you won't have to worry about exactly when it is. You'll get notified there and then, so that's a great way of doing that. But do be sure to join us again for round 6 of the BUKC. But until then, from myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather in the comms box for this Alpha Live production, thanks for watching, and catch you soon.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome to Shenington for your Alpha Live stream of round 6 of the 2021 British Universities Karting Championship. We're going to go straight into the race action here. Myself, Howard Mitchell, alongside Andrew Mather in the comms box. Cardiff A and Cambridge B make up your first row of the grid, with Brighton A and Warwick A on row 2. Row 3 is Nottingham Trent B and Nottingham Trent A. Row 4 is going to be Birmingham C and Birmingham A. Swansea B and Newcastle B round out your top 10. And there's the University of East Anglia A and Cambridge A on row 6. Row 7 is Leeds B and Oxford Brookes B. Oxford Brookes C and University of West of England A are row 8. Row 9 is Loughborough C and Birmingham B. And then to round out your top 20 is Brooks A and Southampton A. Surrey A and Swansea A are row 11. Row 12 is Exeter A and Nottingham A. Row 13 is Oxford Brookes D and Imperial A. Loughborough B and University of West of England B are row 14. Leicester A and Sheffield A round out the top 30. And then it's going to be the University of Wales Trinity St David A and Nottingham Trent C to round out your 32 car grid here. And we're going straight into the race action here at Shenington. And Cardiff A leads them into Park Bend as they go 3 wide, even 4 wide through one of the widest circuits, or certainly the widest part of this circuit. And they'll go 4 wide and even 5 wide coming out of there as they come through Park Bend and head down the Stratford Straight and braking for the first time into the Stratford hairpin. The sun's streaming down, as you can see here. We have had some changeable conditions today, and we're not necessarily out of the woods yet for adverse weather conditions here at the Oxfordshire circuit. But so far, it's sun streaming down, and I'm delighted to say they've kept it clean as they head through the chicane for the first time. 3 wide through the chicane in some parts of the field, but they've managed to keep it together there as they come through Hanger for the first time, and they're going to be braking into Wilkins.
A couple of contact warnings in already. Swansea B, the number 50, and the UE Bristol B car. There's also a penalty already for the number 6 Nottingham A for a bumping pass.
Yep, and it's Cardiff A who still leads though at the end of lap 1, with Brighton A behind.
According to our sources as well, rain due in the next 15 minutes, so keep an eye out for that. And penalty for Cambridge A. Oh, now that's a big one. Cambridge A, one of our championship contenders, will be demoted 4 places at the end of this race for contact.
Yes, and big moment there coming into the hairpin, and it's going to cause a concertina there. And it all started with the 32 squirreling over the curb, which is Loughborough C. So that was a scary moment. Not sure if something caused Isaac Gonzalez there to go into that spin further up the straight, but that was a heart in the mouth moment there. Glad to say that no one was harmed in that one and have all continued. But yes, apologies folks, we've come off the lunch break quite frantically. It is your Double Dash Motorsport Media commentary team of Howard Mitchell and Andrew Mather in the box for you in this Alpha Live stream. And yes, as there's a move there for 3rd place, that looks like for me, which was Cambridge A getting by the Nottingham Trent A cart, and Nottingham Trent B I think are trying to get involved as well in all of that. But I think if we, this is always risky. If we get a quiet moment, we'll tell you a little bit about the order they finished in the previous round. But as Andrew was saying earlier, Cambridge A doing very well, finishing 2nd in this morning's round. And we have 5 more races to bring you this afternoon, all 25-minute sprint races in this British Universities Karting Championship field, paying their first visit ever today to Shenington Kart Club in Oxfordshire. And it's great to be here at this high-speed circuit. The Club 100, who of course are heavily linked, we are racing in Club 100's karting machinery here today, and they facilitate all the competition of the BUKC. Club 100 Championship made a return to Shenington Kart Circuit a couple of years ago, and so it's fantastic that we're now able to bring the BUKC here as we're battling away here. This looks like I think there was a battle involving Manchester A there down at the Stratford hairpin. So Cardiff A lead at the moment by less than a second from Nottingham Trent A, and let's name some of those drivers. So Josh Ladd, who was our pole sitter for Cardiff A, is at the head of this field, and it's Dante Dillon in that Nottingham Trent A car who currently runs 2nd. Brighton A's Marcin Machak runs in 3rd. Then, in fact, no more, because Cambridge A have just got themselves up to third place there with a brilliant lap from Sam Gerrard, who featured so prominently for Cambridge this morning. And it'll be interesting to see if he can now get onto the back of Dante Dillon. Running really well at the moment is Dillon, though, in that Trent A car. Here they are battling away, and there's a bit of a contact there as well. And that is the battle further down the top 10. That was someone's round at the hairpin as well, and it's a little bit scruffy at the moment, this one. But battle going on over 6th place between Brighton A and Nottingham Trent B and Brooks B. That was the one that we just saw having a little bit of contact come into play down at the Stratford hairpin there. Sheffield A have just picked up a cone penalty as well. So there's a little bit rough around the edges at the moment, but here is your lead battle, and it's changed because Nottingham Trent A have got to the head of the field there. So our leaders now coming out of Cafe Corner. As we look at the field streaming through, you can see not too much field spread there. That's the battle with Cambridge B in the number 39. But here is your lead battle. Dante Dillon in the number 10. And now it's Sam Gerrard who's got up into second. Excuse me, no, it's not. It's still Cardiff A. And Josh Ladd at the wheel of that effort. He's managed to fend off Sam Gerrard, who I thought was going to get by him. Such was the drive that he had off of Cafe Corner. But at the moment, it is Cardiff A in second and Cambridge A in third. And Cambridge B in 39, being followed by the 7 of Brooks B and the 10 of Warwick A in that battle over 4th place. And it is indeed Sam Gerrard who's managed to get by. There's the other pack. There's Cambridge B leading everyone through, and Warwick A's got by Brooks B on that one, I believe. So a move there for Matt Hudson to get by and get the Warwick A cart up into 5th place. Here is the battle, though, over 2nd, still raging away, and that looked like Sam Gerrard fending off an attack from Josh Ladd there in the Cardiff A cart. And then here is the battle. Cambridge B, Warwick A, Brooks B, Brighton A, University of East Anglia A, all part of that pack of carts. Through Hanger they go. Looked like a change there. I think that might have been East Anglia getting past Brighton. Difficult to tell from this wide shot. Bit of a lead gap now for Dante Dillon in that Trent A car. He leads by over a second now from Cambridge A and Sam Gerrard. Cardiff A staying with them, though, with Josh Ladd at the wheel there. Just flashed through your shot. There's the Cambridge B cart, and then there is Warwick leading absolutely everybody else, going 3 wide, even 4 wide through the nice wide pit corner there. Going a bit Noah's Ark formation here towards the Stratford hairpin. The 54 there of University of East Anglia A is pushing Will Toon out there, and that is the Trent B cart in the wall, and that's going to be a difficult position to recover himself from there. He's going to have to get out the cart. That's going to be frustrating there for William Toon in the number 30 Nottingham Trent B cart, and we'll look to see how the stewards judge that one. Still 18 minutes to go, plenty of time, quite long. Even though we call it a sprint format here in the BUKC, it's fairly long. Some people even call it a sprint duro, as a sort of hybrid sprint and endurance format, if you like. Fastest personal bests from Cambridge A and Cardiff A in 2nd place. They're trying to work together to get back on terms with Dante Dillon in that number 10 Trent A cart. We're looking here again at the battle of 4th place. Cambridge B and Alexa Brett coming under sustained pressure here from Matthew Hudson in that Warwick A cart, and behind them this battle between Leeds B, Brighton A, Brooks B and Brooks C. And you can see the University of East Anglia with Luke Ide at the wheel there, and it was he who had the contact with William Toon on that last lap, which put him off to driver's left coming out the Stratford hairpin. We've got and there is a black flag for Surrey, which is for curb and tyres. Now, if you weren't watching this morning, firstly, you can go back and watch it on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, so do go and do that when you have a moment. But the big thing here is the curbs here are quite... they're not curbs that you're necessarily going to want to run the cart over. And so, obviously, there's a lot of concern about keeping these carts ship-shape, and so not running them over the curbs and into the tyres, as there's a nice battle going on there between Birmingham C and Birmingham. In fact, all Birmingham carts nose to tail there, in 11th, 12th and 13th place. But so there's going to be severe penalties for drivers, and I can see one of them coming in full. I can see Surrey coming in, just came by our comms window, in fact, for their black flag. So it is harsh penalties that are being awarded out here today. Award is not the right word. Dished out here today for contact with tyres and running the karts over the bumpier curbs.
Ding dong maths time.
Hello, Andrew.
Good news. The championship cannot be won today. I say that's good news for us neutrals.
Yeah, who want to see it go on to...
Even if Loughborough 8 win this round and all their main competitors have... Whoa, that's a bit of an unsafe re-entry that I've just seen coming out of the pits.
That was sorry. Rejoining the track.
Even if Loughborough win this round and Cambridge A and Brooks A have absolute shockers, they cannot go past the max possible points for Cambridge and Brooks A. I think in reality we are talking those three teams now. But yeah, with the results from this morning, this one will go to at least the first round of the Llandown meeting in a couple of weekends' time.
Yeah, which, as you say, from a neutral perspective, that's what we like to see, and the BUKC frequently delivers this going right down to the wire with the championship. And I think that's been backed up nicely by some good racing so far at Shenington, as we can see a battle going 3 wide there over the start-finish line. Still 15 minutes of this one to go, so plenty of time for this to change. And we've seen a lot of races already in this morning's round. And I'm not just doing the sort of the shameless plug. I really do recommend, if you didn't see it, that you go back and enjoy it, because it provided great racing like this battle in the top 10 here. Still raging between Cambridge B, Warwick A, Brighton A, and the University of East Anglia A, and Leeds B. And Brooks C are getting in on the act as well, actually. So it's getting an even longer train of karts as they battle away here, heading into the Bruno chicane now. You can see from the profile of that curb, they don't want to hit that. And JV, John Viger, who runs the Operation Club 100, definitely doesn't want to see them hit those curbs. And yeah, so that's that. Here is the battle group then, going into Park Bend there. And then slightly further down, that's the 49. And a good battle again. I think the Birmingham karts are having a good old battle there with Brooks A, who are trying to make their way up the order as there's yellows out at the Stratford hairpin. There is Cambridge B then, leading Brighton A and East Anglia A through the Stratford hairpin.
Mechanical flag for Leicester A, the number 48, so they've obviously had some form of incident. They're going to have to come in the pits for a repair and or change of cart. Just want to give a shout out to Cardiff A. So we've mentioned before, it's great to have them back in the mains. They had a few years in the doldrums by their standards. Oh, there's a move up the inside.
Yeah, that's Luke Hyde, and that's going to allow Leeds B straight through there.
And it's straight away penalty for multiple pieces of contact.
Yeah.
For the UEA Norwich driver. Cardiff, a few years in the doldrums.
Yes.
In Inters.
Yeah.
Used to be a top 5 team. I really hope that this season is the start proper. Obviously they got the promotion from Inters into Clubman Division last season as Sam Rowling is looking down the inside, but thinks better of it. They've got a good little team here. You know, Josh Ladd at the moment, who we've seen his iRacing exploits in the Legends of Club 100 and BUKC Championship, which you can watch over on the DDMM YouTube channel. He is a quick driver, not just in a sim, but in real life as well. We saw John Ratcliffe obviously get the top 6 in the last race of round 5, and we've seen teams have these steps up, haven't we, mate? And then go on to even bigger and better things. You look at Manchester this season. They, a few years ago, were that top of Inter's team, got up into these divisions, and are now fighting and taking round wins.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's one of the nice, you know, if you follow the series for a number of years, that's always nice to see. The way the sort of ebb and flow of teams, they come back, you know, they come back and they get back on the form, as it's 3 wide heading towards the chicane here between Birmingham A and University of East Anglia A and Leeds B in all of this. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, just been set by Brooks B by, as someone spun out there at the Stratford hairpin.
Yeah, I think it's the number 49 that's been having a couple of issues in this race.
Fastest lap of the race, sorry, just finished from Alex Page in the Brooks B card.
Yes. Hello to Callum Brule. And he's made a very good point here on the chat on YouTube. Keep your comments coming in. Anyone else noticed since we've gone to Rotax how many drivers do everything possible to push the kart back to where they can to restart it? when it would be much faster to just pick it up instead. I absolutely agree,
Yes.
Callum. Absolutely agree. And I think it's one of the learning curves, especially for newer drivers. And do take this as a piece of advice from someone who falls off a lot. Hopping out the kart, picking up that front end and pivoting it round is a lot easier and a lot safer than pushing it kind of back and forth in an Austin Powers fashion.
Yeah, because and the point we're getting at when we say safer, you're spending less time out that kart.
Exactly.
And you're not changing where your kart is. You know, if you're off to the side of the road, you're still off to the side of the road. Just turn it on the top. Obviously, don't start it on the grass.
Yep.
That's against the rules. But if you're in a suitable position, then go for it. As Sam Rowland goes alongside Luke Ide here, Birmingham A, trying to go down the inside into Park Corner on the University of East Anglia and gets that job done. But yeah, it's one of those counterintuitive things, isn't it? Because back when these were clutchless, I always remember the very first time I hopped out of a kart.
Yes.
Which is actually the traditional way in karting, you know, how it all got going. But you know, that idea that you're going to... Because when you first go karting, it's like, don't jump out the car. Don't get out the car. If you're at an indoor go-kart track, you do not get out that kart.
Yeah.
But in this format of karting, you absolutely do. And if picking it up from behind is the quickest way, then that's the best way. As Luke Ide goes super defensive here against Leeds B.
I think it's Kieran Harrison in for them again.
Well
Callum also very astutely points out, I think Warwick A have had a couple of swap-arounds with their drivers and who's taking each race. It is Matthew Hudson on Alpha Timing is registered, but they have made a driver change.
Okay.
Archie Hobson is in for them in this one, and there he is.
Yep.
Running quite nicely in fifth place there.
Yeah, but he's a bit in no man's land, isn't he? And this is where it comes back to what we've been talking about so much today, mate, which is the slipstream, as Sam Rowland's going to try and get the switch back on Cambridge B, and he's going to do it beautifully. That was brilliantly judged by Sam Rowland there in the Birmingham A, number 13, and it's allowed Luke Ide to get by as well in the UEA Norwich kart. Just to be clear to everyone, this season we're getting used to having the University of the West of England and the University of East Anglia, which very commonly both get said UE. So we're going to go with UE Bristol and UE Norwich.
I even checked their website last night. They do have branding as UE Bristol, so
oh,
I
good,
think it's
fair
absolutely fair.
There we go.
Moves being done. Cambridge B have just been shuffled down a few places there into 11th. Obviously, they and for the record, they did have an influence on Loughborough A's score in round 5.
Yes.
And in fact, that's the crucial point at the moment. That's meaning this thing can't be decided here today.
Yes.
So it was a very, very good drive from Medina in the Cambridge B karts.
Yep.
Because it had championship implications. Just for the record, 3 points is now the lead for Loughborough A, 293 for them.
Yes.
Cambridge A on 290 as things stand
Yes,
after round 5.
A slightly bizarre situation it was where Cambridge A were winning the race, but all eyes were on the B team, doing a fantastic job with Francisco Gomez Medina at the wheel of that one. Here, though, we've got just over 8 minutes to go. Nottingham Trente's Dante Dillon leads by some 3.7 seconds. And he's ahead of Cambridge A's Sam Gerrard, and Oxford Brooks B now have Alex Page in third place, who's a driver who, I'm going to say this as diplomatically as I can, will be looking for a good result, even though he had a very strong...
It was a good result.
It was a good result this morning.
Been a little bit better.
It could have been, yes. He may have thrown away a win, we think, this morning. But you're right, he still scored good points, didn't he? So there we go. Sam Rowland, though, leading this battle for Birmingham A. Now, these drivers need to work together here if they're going to get back onto terms with Warwick A. And, sorry, mate, did we say it was Archie Hobson? Who was
Archie Hobson in for them at the moment.
So they're going to have to work together, although he is some 4 seconds to the good now, so it's going to be difficult. Some other good battles. Swansea A have just got by Brooks A for 12th place. You can see that on your timing towers on the left-hand side of your screen. Don't forget, if you've got another monitor free, go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC and you can follow all of the live timing there. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk. Alpha as in Alpha Tauri, not as in Alfa Romeo. I nearly said it the wrong way round then. And we're also saying a happy birthday to Alpha Live because it's 5 years to the day since they did their first stream. So it's delightful for us to be part of a stream on that 5th anniversary here at Shenington Kart Club in Oxfordshire, just over the border between Warwickshire and Oxfordshire.
We've not given the history lesson.
We've not given the history lesson. I fear that the moment we do it, I'm either A, going to get a bit history nerd and go off on too long a monologue, and B, something very action-packed is going to happen in the race. We're bigging it up now. Basically, the first battle of the English Civil War was fought like a couple of miles from here. So there we go, Battle of Edge Hill.
I drove over the battlefield this morning.
You did. They were most upset. They've been going since the 1640s, and they're very tired now.
No. It's the point at which I should have brought the Land Rover Defender here today. The Mazda MX-5's not doing well here. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Nottingham Trent A have a commanding lead of 4.3 seconds ahead of Cambridge A, but I think Cambridge A will be pretty pleased with this at the moment. Continuing to score good points. Good battle just going through shop there between Birmingham A and Leeds B over 6th place. Had a brief chat with Sam Rowling in the break. He was a little bit disappointed. Had a late on incident that demoted him a number of places in his first race.
And I want to give a shout out to Simon Withers in that Swansea A car, who's still having a fantastic battle with Oxford Brooks A. Sam Fowler I've got down as the driver for Brooks A in that one, so they're having a really nice battle that's been going on for several laps now, over 12th place. So definitely keep an eye out for them. And then there you just saw the battle for second place cross the start-finish line. Oxford Brooks B versus Cambridge A, which swapped round on that lap. So it's now Alex Page to the head of the field with 4.5 minutes to go. It is 4.5 seconds that this man, Dante Dillon, is to the good at the head of the field. But the driver who has the fastest lap of the race has just got up into second place, but I think it's going to be a tall order to reel in anything like that kind of gap, because Dante's pace, as he is here on the Hanger Straight, is very impressive. And he'll now break into Wilkins.
I think, though, the time remaining 4 minutes, even if Brooks B and Cambridge A do work together, which I'm sure they will, at least up to the last lap, I don't think they're going to be able to reel in that kind of gap there. In fact, Brooks B are pulling away from Cambridge A now. They've just gone past us in the commentary box, and Alex Page on for another top 3 here. Dillon down into the hairpin. It's got a little bit of traffic ahead of him. Change of position for 8th place. Oxford Brooks C have got past UE Norwich A. Brighton A having another good run here, Howard. I've just seen there in the top 10. They had a disappointing end to round 5, but were in the fight for Clubman's honours, and they've started well here in round 6.
It's actually been fairly unusual so far today that we've seen a win like this, as in, you know, a few seconds to the good for the leader. We did have it with Sam Massey in race 5 of this morning's round, but other than that, it has been quite a close run thing. So I think that underlines how impressive a drive this has been from Dante to take this race by the scruff of the neck and really pull out the gap to the second place battle. And it's been a good job from Alex Page. He's just steadily risen up the ranks in that Brooks B kart. As we're looking here at the battle between Birmingham C and it's the University of West of England B.
Sorry, Howard, it's over 19th place. Got Southampton A, who seeming a little bit off sorts today. Maybe struggling a little bit with the long drive. It's a big journey up from that part of the world.
Yeah, still a big logistical challenge for a lot of these teams who maybe sometimes would opt for a hotel stay.
Yep.
Obviously not able to do that at present. And so they're having to put in the big long drives to get to the circuit on the day. As that is Nottingham Trent C versus Imperial A, we just saw swooping into the chicane. We're back here with the battle between Birmingham C and, actually, is that the number 50 a lap down? I think it might be.
Yeah.
That's Swansea B. 1.5 minutes to go then. Dante Dillon leads by 4.7 seconds for Nottingham Trent A. He's matching the pace well now of Brooks B. Interesting that the pace has dipped just a little bit, and I think that's unsurprising as the field has spread out. Not everyone's got the same draft, quite frankly, down the straight. This is one of the fastest circuits we come to. I say that as if we come here every year. It's the BUKC's first visit, but we know that this is a very fast circuit for the Club 100 field.
Penalty for Oxford Brooks D, multiple pieces of contact. So that will be a couple of positions for Brooks D to be demoted at the end of the race. Unfortunately, they're not having a particularly strong one anyway. They're down in 22nd place as things stand. Yellow flag out in the Bruno chicane.
It's a driver that's spun out in the middle, and there they are getting underway again now. We'll try and work out who that is on timing for you.
Approaching the end of the race, though, where's our leader? I think he's just coming round the toe of Wilkins now. If you've got a spare tablet or PC or whatever it is, live.alphatiming.co.uk, there we go, /BUKC. You get all the live timing and the driver tracker. As the 48's a little bit slow there, but has got going again. Dante Dillon onto his last lap now for Nottingham Trent A, looking to take this victory.
Nottingham A it was who had the spin in the chicane on the last lap, now underway again. Feel like it's been another, we talk about a few teams this year who are in a bit of a transition phase. I feel like Nottingham is another one of those.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. I mean, they've only got the one team here. They've normally had more than one team in previous editions of the BUKC, but I'm sure they'll be back. I'm sure they'll be rebuilding. Meanwhile, their cross-city rivals, Nottingham Trent A, are going to take another victory here in the BUKC. Dante Dillon comes round the final corner, takes race 1 for round 6 of the BUKC 2021 Mains Championship in commanding fashion by some 4 seconds or so ahead of Oxford Brooks B. Alex Page gets another 59 points for his squad. Cambridge A take 3rd place. Good start for them, continuing their good form from round number 5, where they finished 2nd as a team in the overall standings. 4th place for Cardiff A, another top 10 for Josh Ladd. Very pleasing to see. Warwick A continued their strong form here today. 5th place in the first race for them. Leeds B, another team continuing strong form. And they are 2nd of the Clubman's, Cardiff being the top Clubman kart in that one. Birmingham A, 7th. We'll need more results like that across the course of the day to get a strong result, the one that they want. Brooks C are in 8th. University of East Anglia A in 9th. Brighton A in the top 10. Another strong run from a Clubman entrant. Cambridge B 11th. Swansea B 12th. Brooks A 13th. Trinity A 14th. Loughborough B 15th. Sheffield A, Southampton A, Birmingham B, UWE Bristol B, and Brooks C takes to 20th. Newcastle B, Birmingham C, Exeter A, Trent C, Imperial A were your next 5. Loughborough C, UWE Bristol A, Trent A, Nottingham A, and Swansea B, all the races to forget there, just inside the top 30. Surrey A and Leicester A wrap out the field.
You can see there, obviously we have a minimum race weight in the BUKC, and you can see how much lead Dante Dillon needs to put on the car. He has a trolley for the lead, which
it's not a bad idea actually.
It's a very good idea, but yeah, so it might be a little while until Jacob's interviewing him just as they get that all off. Or are we ready to go down now and hear from a race winner? No, they just need a few more moments, but yeah, we'll be going down to hear from Jacob, who will also get some of the thoughts of the drivers ahead of our second race here today. I think that's quite a stylish way. Oh, when you don't drop it off the trolley, it's quite a stylish way of doing it. I queued that up terribly for Dante there.
We'll have John Ratcliffe coming back onto commentary in a short while as well.
Absolutely.
Very much talk about his race from.
Oh,
yeah. There he is.
Yeah, he's there.
Sorry, there's been a chap stood behind me. I thought it was still him. But no, John is here, ready and waiting to. We're going to talk about that result.
I mean, technically, there is still a chap stood behind you. It's just the commentator who's about to join us. So there is your race winner, Dante Dillon for Nottingham. Oh, come on. Now, come on, Trent. Go and... Oh, they can't help him yet. He's got to be weighed. I was just saying, how do they get it all off the trolley onto the scales, though, to do that? Yeah, never mind. I think we might be ready to head down to Jacob on the grid. Oh, no, we're not. We're just waiting for the go-ahead on that one. Do keep your comments coming in, by the way. on the YouTube stream. Thank you very much for joining us for this Alpha live stream of round number 6 of the 2021 British Universities Karting Championship, with commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media.
Whilst we've got a short pause on the grid, events for you folks to be aware of. 16th of May, we're at Wilton Mill, the whole team, for Club 100 Sprints, first round of the season for that. A few days later, on the 19th of May, Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel, next to iRacing Legends Championship, will be at Barcelona. Barcelona! Sorry, I couldn't resist myself there. Quite a few of the drivers that you see here today competing in that. And then end of the month, 4th Sunday as always, myself and James Johnston will be on WMKC duty here on your Alpha Live YouTube channel.
Yeah, plenty of stuff. Sadly, of all the places he said we would go to, we aren't actually going to Barcelona.
No.
Annoyingly. It's like, you know, we'll be at Wilton Mill. Yeah, we won't be at Barcelona, but we will be having a lot of fun on the iRacing. It's been a great little championship that's got going between the Club 100 and BUKC ranks, as we're still waiting for confirmation of whether or not we can, as another glider gets launched. There's an airfield just next to this circuit, and every so often a glider gets launched quite an angle off of this airfield. There's a shot. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant shot there. That's and that can be really distracting for the drivers. If someone goes overhead whilst you're driving, that can be extremely. Where's the cameraman gone to get that shot? Anyway, there we go. But that's there. We are on top of a hill here, which is why the weather can be so changeable. It can be quite blustery.
The rain did not arrive, so that's the thing. This is why forecasts just don't exist up here. Our sources said weather hitting us in that race. It didn't. There are still a couple of clouds kicking around, but yeah, we'll take it as it comes, I think, for the rest of the day. There is your weather forecast for what it's worth. Under 10% risk of rain now.
Thanks to JMW Forecast, from whom we get this little app to show you that. I wonder if we might
that's looking more accurate than my other source, so well done to JMW. I think they're a bit more spot on so far today than at least the app I've got. Never mind.
So I can say I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm disappointed to say that Dante Dillon has had to go off and get weighed, but I think we might still be able to go down to Jacob to preview race number 2. So let's head down to him on the grid now.
Finally down here on the grid, Dante Dillon is just getting himself weighed for that last race. He did wait with me for a while. We'll have a quick chat with Max Reed whilst we wait. Max, jump over here. I'd jump over to you, but I can't be bothered. Not the best of races for yourself this morning.
No, it wasn't great. I got pushed wide down and into the bottom and went across the grass, hit a cone, got it stuck under the car, and had to pit for mechanical to get dislodged. That was race over really at that point. It was a good start until then, so it was a bit of a shame.
And now you're on the last but one row of the grids to try and make something of your day.
Yeah, so hopefully, if I can get as good a first half of the first lap as I did last time, should hopefully be in good stead to have a good race from there on. The pace seemed all right after I had to pit, so hopefully I can have a good race.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. And how did Loughborough do in round 1? Was it too much of a hindrance to your total challenge?
It wasn't the best, ended up 7th, but hopefully that can be a drop score for us and have at least a podium this afternoon and good round in Llandow, and we should be able to finish off the championship.
I think you've still got another one in the bag as well. So all the best with this afternoon and, as of course, at Llandow, as you said. I'm going to jump back and talk to Dante Dillon. Cheers, Max. Dante, I take it you weighed up all right?
It looked a bit close, apparently. Well, it was fine. I ticked the box, so it's fine.
Excellent. And you, of course, were our first race winner of round 6.
It's good to have a race win again. I think the last time I won a race was probably GYG, I think. Bit of a while ago now. But no, it's great. I absolutely love driving this track. It's just so smooth. It's a lovely day. Couldn't be happier really with the race.
Excellent. I mean, obviously I've seen you in grid walks before races, but yeah, it has been a while since I've seen you after one, so it's good to be chatting to you again in an interview.
It's good. It's a good bit of confidence, you know. It'll boost my confidence a bit, and look forward to Llandow as well. So excellent stuff today.
Yeah, I'll help you with that pronunciation on the double L sound when we get down there.
Yeah, pretty much, hopefully.
Well, I'll let you get off. I'm sure you got to pass your transponder off to someone else, but congratulations, Dante.
Already done. I'm super organised.
This is an example of how to be a BUKC captain.
He's got his transponder. He's ready to rock. He's telling that guy you're in the wrong car. Oh no, he's just happy chat.
Lovely. I love it. Well, congratulations. I'll speak to you later.
Thank you very much. See you.
Dante Dillon there, winner of that last race. Let's have a little look down the grid, see if I can find a university or at least person that I haven't yet spoken to today. We've got Michael Grieve there of Manchester. I haven't spoken to any Manchester drivers, I don't think. Michael, I was just saying I don't think I've spoken to any Manchester drivers today. A surprise result for you guys last time out.
Yeah, we have a very strong team this year, you know. I think even in this morning round we finished 5th overall, so it's a very strong result. Let's see if we can repeat that today.
It's a solid start to the day. Can you match last time out and get yourselves a podium?
Oh, we hope so. It's a new track for all of us, but you know, Ocean has been fantastic once again, as always. Let's see what I can do today, and depending on that, we'll see how it goes. But, yeah, I do have high hopes.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to wander further down. Have a good race, Michael. Michael Grieve there, captain. I believe he's the captain, anyway, of Manchester. I said it when I was there. Let's talk to Finn Hurd over here on the right-hand side. Finn, remind me of who you're racing for again.
Bath A.
Bath A, and this is Bath's first outing of the year, isn't it?
Yeah, it is this year. Probably the last as well because of how it's all working out, but we're here to have fun, so...
What do you mean the last? Landau is local to you guys, basically.
Yeah, I know, but it's a bit awkward, isn't it, at the timing, but we'll see what we can do. We'll try and get a team.
How is your one outing of the year going then so far?
Well, we've had 3 crashes and a half-decent result, so...
Okay.
Yeah, could be going better, but hopefully this next round will be a lot big improvement.
Yeah, flip it round. Let's try and have 3 half-decent results and maybe just the 1 crash.
Yeah, definitely.
I call that a plan. All the best in putting that into action.
Yeah, thank you.
Jane Hurd there of Bath, and just in front of him is Mr. Jake O'Sullivan. Jake, taking advantage of our rule which allows grad.
Definitely, yeah. As many years as I can get.
But you're enjoying it, right? That's the main thing.
Oh, I love it, yeah. Especially when I'm at the back of the grid like this morning. That was fun.
You're nowhere near the back of the grid in this one. Can you do a job from here?
We'll see. No idea.
I think they're waiting for me to finish this interview to get going, so I will stand down. All the best, Jake. And I believe John Ratcliffe is back in the comms box. He'll be joining Howard Mitchell for this one.
Yes, indeed, Jacob. I am joined in the box by John Ratcliffe. Let's get you through the grid, though, because we haven't got the warm-up laps to go through this. So Southampton A will have this one on pole. University of West of England A alongside Warwick B and Oxford Brookes B are row 2. Row 3 is Exeter A and Oxford Brookes A. Then it's going to be Leeds B and University of West of England B on row 4. Row 5 will be Swansea A and Birmingham A to round out your top 10. Row 6 is Nottingham Trent C and Bath A. Newcastle A and Cardiff A are row 7, with row 8 being made up of Birmingham B and Imperial A. Row 9 will be Birmingham C and University of Wales Trinity St David B. Nottingham Trent A and Sheffield A round out your top 20. Manchester A and Cambridge A are row 11, with row 12 being made up of Loughborough B and Newcastle B. And then on row 13 it's going to be Leeds A and Nottingham A, with Brighton B and Oxford Brookes C on row 14. Rounding out your top 30 on 15 is going to be Loughborough A and Surrey A, and then rounding out the 32 car grid, Nottingham Trent B and Swansea B. Mr. Moto Meerkat himself is alongside me. John Ratcliffe, welcome back to the comms box, and congratulations on a very good drive this morning.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, I was a bit nervous going into my race, but somehow managed to pull it all together, and the kart was pretty good as well, so that helped, but we'll forget about that. But yeah, back in the comms box, excited for another race to get underway.
I mean, it's fair to thank the kart. You couldn't have run that fast, you know. So
no, I definitely could not have run that fast.
Right, it looks like we are going around again. Thank you, Pace Kart, who I'm sure was giving that gesture mostly for our benefit and not for the drivers. Indeed. Okay, Matthew Graham's changing karts there, so that is second on the grid. University of West of England A are going to have a kart swap. Not quite sure what was wrong with it there, but good stuff. They've identified that quickly then to to know that, or maybe they never got going. That would be a reason to change karts if it never got out the pits.
Yeah, that would be pretty obvious. But of course, the one time or one of the few times that you run through the grid absolutely flawlessly and we get a false start. It's always the way, isn't it, mate?
Oh, it is. It is. Yeah. It only starts on time when I'm messing it up. But there we go. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting one again. It was a relatively calm first race, relatively. One of the most dominant, in fact, I think it was the biggest gap that we've seen so far today from Dante Dillon there, winning it for Trent A.
It was huge. He was looking super quick in that last one, but last time I was in the comms box earlier this morning, we had massive catastrophe. So maybe could happen again for this one. You never know.
Yeah, this is a reference to a driver who maybe didn't quite realise that the race wasn't yet over and maybe threw away a win from it. Still got good points though, so you know. And Alex Page, actually, to be fair, did have the fastest lap in that race that he just did. So I think did well to make up for it in some ways in that one, finishing second again. This time though, it looks like we are good for a start. So it's going to be the number 17 Southampton A on pole, University of West of England A alongside. Away we go, and someone's immediately clouting the code on start, but it's a good start from Diego Martinez, and that looks like a brilliant start from Brooks B and Brad Butcher, who went round the outside of Park, and from fourth on the grid has got himself straight up into second, and he's got the sister card as well of Matthew Taylor in that Brooks A kart, who is very strong around this circuit. He was telling us earlier today, as that looked like Cardiff going out wide there, coming through Park Corner as they all break for the first time into the Stratford hairpin. Can they all be facing the right way come the other side?
Loads of squeezing, and someone's up into the barrier on the outside. They're going to be stranded. 2 or 3 of them, I believe it was. There we are on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, and I think that's Bath who are involved in there.
That's a huge one.
Yeah, fortunately everyone seems okay, but it's like, well, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. A very... I'm glad he's got a smile on his face, because that is definitely race ruin there for that driver. As they come across at the end of lap 1, it's still Diego Martinez and Southampton A in the lead. Then it is Brad Butcher in Brooks B and Matthew Taylor in Brooks A. That's your top 3, as we'll obviously have yellow flags out for, and there's been a change I can see. Brad Butcher has got to the head of the field. Brooks B has got by through Park and Cafe, and they got the job done before the yellow flags. So that is change for the lead. Brooks B ahead of Brooks A, and then Southampton A in third, as they all go to drivers' right to avoid the karts that are spun out. And it can actually happen, as dramatic as it looked, it can happen relatively easily, that you just, if you start to ride upon another kart, particularly because of the way that you can ride up on the curb there, it's not actually impossible to get your front of kart riding up on the rear of another. If you do that, you'll lose steering, and if there's someone behind, they'll sort of push you off to the lap. I'm saying this very detailed as if it's happened to me. Anyway, so there is the that'll be recovered. Now, who was it? It was Bath A. I mentioned them, and Newcastle A is your kart who you can see on your screen there. So the 8 of Bath A and the 24 Newcastle A. This is going to have to. Well, they'll be hoping that this is their drop score, because otherwise it's bad news. As the Brooks team, are they looking to do a switch? No, they hold station for now.
Well, Bath A and Newcastle A have got a contact warning for that one, so good to see the stewards doing their job.
Yes, I think I will agree there was definitely contact. Definitely.
Managing to all get it back on track, just about. Should only maybe have one more lap of yellow flags down that section of the circuit, and we should be back to full circuit racing soon enough.
Absolutely, and you can see Diego Martinez there in the 17 Southampton car is looking racy here on the tail of Matthew Taylor. And there in 4th place is the University of West of England. There's the move for the lead. That is Matthew Taylor down the inside, but Diego Martinez is going to come through as well, and they're going to be side by side for the lead now as they come across the line, except Brad Butcher is going to come back at them, and it's going to be a Brooks 1-2 as they cross the line. So yeah, and that's allowed the University of West of England B, Christos Michael, to come into this as well. In fact, all the way back to Cardiff A. So University of West of England's B and A in 4th and 5th, and then Cardiff A in 6th.
There's a huge gap back from 6th to 7th between Cardiff A and Exeter A, with Exeter A just getting a contact warning. Need to watch out about that one to not incur any penalties. And Southampton A, who are in 3rd place at the moment, have just got a contact warning as well, but luckily no penalties yet. Still following line astern and looking to make some great racing happen in the next sort of 20 minutes or so. I'm excited for this one.
And I don't know if we're going to be able to have a chat, because this is all getting quite frenetic, but how are the drivers? Obviously you're part of the Cardiff stable. John, how are you finding the track, and how are the drivers? Do you think this is people are enjoying this one. Our first BUKC visit to Shenington.
Very much enjoying it, mate. As I said when I was on the stream earlier, not a particularly physical track, but a very mental one of trying to get over the mental angst of trying to be like, yes, I can break that late for a corner. As we've got some moves going on, I'll hand back over to you, sir.
Well, indeed. University of West of England A and B both trying to get past Diego Martinez, but University of West of England A and Matthew Graham did not manage to get by, as we've got someone very slow there coming out of Wilkins. It's the 44 of Nottingham Trent C. So they are going to get themselves recovered, and we pan back to our leaders here. This is a brilliantly controlled race so far from Brooks. Not a team who have had the best season so far. As one of them, I can't remember which member of the squad it was who Jacob was interviewing earlier today, but said it's mixed this season. It's mixed by their quite heady standards at Brooks. You know, one of the most successful teams in BUKC history, and yeah, not quite their season so far, but this is a great performance.
Oh yeah, no, they've certainly got a high calibre of drivers and a large pool as well. But as Cardiff, hey, you just pointed out, have gone up into 5th position, I believe that is, past UWE, so a fantastic move from Aidan there. But yeah, as I was saying, Oxford Brooks just have a great number of drivers and are looking good out in today's race, certainly. The two drivers in A and B blocking out the 1st and 2nd position, so in a good place.
Absolutely, yeah. No, good move there from Aidan Bliss on Matthew Graham to get the University, to get the Cardiff A car past the University of West of England.
And he's gone for another move at the final corner. Has Aidan up into 4th now. Fantastic move from him.
I seem to recall Aidan having quite a few battles in his race this morning as well.
He did. He did. He had a decent race earlier, but claimed that the kart maybe wasn't quite up to his standards that he wanted. So clearly, the one under him right now is looking epic as he's up into 4th and doing very well.
I also hope I'm not misidentifying, and I mean it. He also had an interesting practice session, because I think he went and did one of the most impressive loads into that tyre barrier I've seen today.
Yes, he did. He absolutely
but that's
sent it through
fine.
that.
You do that in the practice,
exactly.
Get it out of the way, and then you nail it in the race. That's how it's done.
He was so sad. The tyre barrier completely ripped his GoPro off, and he could not find it. But luckily, Marshall found it after race 2 and gave it back to him. So
okay, that's okay.
Big love to the Marshals out there doing God's work. Honestly.
There we go. So here we go. Our top 6 still battling away here, and it looks to me like Diego Martinez has fallen behind UE Bristol A here. Yeah, Matthew Graham now ahead. So the 25 kart confirmed there on your time is ahead of the 17. Further back, we did see, by the way, a lap or so ago, the frantic battles that are going on behind all of this. In fact, you just saw your timing tower update with all the changes there in the mid-teens. The likes of Nottingham Trent A, Nottingham A, Imperial A, Sheffield A, Manchester A, Brighton B, all in there. And I know that Loughborough A are trying to work their way up. Max Reed, I suppose we should reflect, the worst round of the season so far for Loughborough, technically, this morning, by finishing that horrendously lowly position of 6th. But it has meant that this championship will go on to Llandau, and it's what we like to see, isn't it? A close championship that is going to go right through to the last race meeting.
I mean, it's been pretty good for the neutrals, yeah, opening up for Llandau. But yeah, sad for Loughborough. They weren't able to quite do it at this round, but I'm sure they've been doing fantastically throughout the year. I'm sure they can bring it back again at Llandau and steal the championship possibly.
This is Callum Barnett in the Sheffield A car in the orange helmet that you just saw there, leading the pack through. Just got past Imperial A over 13th place. There he is leading them now through Park Corner. Then they'll go through Cafe, this right-hander. Nice and wide section of the track. And Imperial A looks like they've got a run actually on... is that going past Nottingham Trent A? I think they might have been there. They're out braking into the hairpin, and that is a spinner there. He's going to turn his card around to try and get it going.
Fair enough.
Might have got away with waiting and just doing the normal turn, but he's turned himself around, and that was actually Imperial A. Apologies. It was Imperial, not Nottingham Trent. So we'll keep an eye on any penalties for that. This is Max Reed in the Loughborough A car, chasing Birmingham A, which has Jake O'Sullivan at the wheel. Both experienced drivers here. This isn't a battle over 17th place, and Max Reed is trying to get up the inside into turn 1, and he's got the job done. That's a nice move, and immediately Leeds B is also going to be applying pressure here. Leeds B, a key player in our clubman class in this championship, and yeah, more good battles that we're being treated to here, John, as you yourself were treating us to a few hours ago.
It was good fun. It was good fun, certainly. But yeah, as you say, loads of battles going on in this race. I was just marvelling at the fact of, as we were looking at the camera angle at the first corner, we could see about 25 karts all in one camera shot, and we're almost halfway through the race. There's 3 or 4 massive gaggles of kart just flying around this circuit with loads of slipstream, keeping them all together. It's making great fun racing for us to watch.
Absolutely. Max Reed now challenging the tail of Michael Grebe in the number 20 Manchester kart. You can see him leading them out of Wilkins Corner here and on to a new lap. So we were actually with the pack ahead here. This is Nottingham A in the number 6 versus Cardiff A and Sheffield A. That is Callum Barnett, and Aidan Bliss in that Cardiff kart is not happy with the conduct there of the Sheffield kart.
Temper.
Sheffield
A got a contact warning for it, so I assume that it was something quite sufficient.
Yeah, and they're going 3 wide out of the Stratford hairpin here. That was Loughborough A getting by on Manchester and and Leeds B. So that was good stuff there from our Loughborough driver.
Pretty forceful into the S's there, getting a little bit of a squeeze, but you've got to do it. This track at certain sections, like that S section, is so tight that contact is relatively inevitable, but the guy's keeping it well, and lots of moves going on at the final corner.
Yeah, that's Brighton B and Tom Hasty getting by Jake O'Sullivan in that Birmingham A kart, and also behind them Newcastle A, Surrey battling with Newcastle B, I want to say. I'm just trying to identify which team. Yeah, it is Newcastle B. It's James Johnston at the wheel, which has thrown me for a loop because he doesn't didn't usually represent Newcastle, but there we go. I don't think he's eligible for points in this one, though. This is Leeds B versus Michael Grebe in the Manchester kart.
2 people rejoining at the S's, causing that yellow flag there. Not sure what karts they are.
Looks like it was Southampton because Diego Martinez is slow and they've all just gone past him. So that's one of our key players in this race, John, who I think has had some drama there from 5th place.
Indeed it is, indeed it is. Something's happened. Sorry we missed it on the cameras. We were going to catch this battle after. Look at this train of 6 now following, and as you can see on the timing tower, Sheffield and Southampton falling down the order massively there, but Miles in the Warwick kart looking for the move there into second corner, couldn't quite make it stick, but following continuously in a train here. What is that? 8, 9 karts and a small gap and another 5? Awesome.
You always know it's a good train when it's like, how many are there?
Yeah.
How many? It keeps going. Warwick B versus Leeds B through the Stratford hairpin. Diego Martinez trying to recover, and behind him, Manchester A and Brighton B going side by side, and that's the 34 and the 36 of Warwick B and Leeds B going side by side. It goes the way of Leeds B, and Warwick B goes out wide, which allows Diego Martinez through in the number 17 Southampton kart. It is all go here at Shenington Kart Club, as the number 13 of Birmingham A goes side by side with the 49 of Surrey A, and Surrey A is going to have the inside line. Newcastle B will also try and muscle his way in through Wilkins. Is Birmingham A going to be left out to dry? No, they're not. Manages to hold their own through that one. As coming through as well is the number 14 of Loughborough B trying to get back involved with this. And breathe.
Oh my goodness, man, I can't keep my eyes off this. There's so much going on.
Cambridge A, change for the lead. Cambridge A I've just seen out my window and it confirmed on timing. Cambridge A have got back to the lead of this one as they go down the hanger straight. So it is now the number 5 kart that leads with Sam Massey at the wheel, who we should mention has come from 22nd on the grid in this one. So change for the lead there. It was Brooks's to lose in the sense that they were controlling it with a 1-2 in the early stages. But there you can quite clearly see Sam Massey, who took the win in race 5 of round 5 this morning, now ahead of Matthew Taylor in that number 2 Brooks A kart.
Yeah, we were saying Brooks were in a good position, being the top 2 there, trying to hold off the rest of the field, but as you say, not quite happen. Cambridge man has been able to slip through and has some serious pace. Whether he can get out the gap, though, is another thing, because, as I was saying earlier, the slipstream is so immense. Breaking that toe is really, really difficult. So let's just see if he has enough pace to do that.
Absolutely. There's the 25 of the University of West of England A, Matthew Graham, that will having a quiet one. That's the 44, which is a lap down, but is being joined by Trinity St David B and Nottingham Trent A, who are having a lovely battle over 5th place. And then comes the rest of Oxfordshire, pretty much, in the rest of the field, to be honest. There's so many in that train. I think I might be having it out, but I might be out there as well. I just haven't realised yet. So, 11 and a half minutes to go of this one. That is the number 10 of Nottingham Trent A, who has got by the University of Wales, Trinity St David B. So that is a good move there from the driver of the number 10. I'm just trying to realise who's actually at the wheel of that one at the moment. I'll get back to you on that because they're battling anyway. There's Callum Barnett still battling away in that Sheffield kart.
The number 10 man of Nottingham Trent A gets past and then gestures, let's move forward, mate, let's do it. That always seems to happen when people go past you, they then want to move forward. They didn't want to do that when you were in front of them, did they?
No,
fair enough,
although to be fair, in my case it's because I was holding them up. But yeah, Scott Jessett is at the Trent A wheel in that one, and that is now he's now at the head of this field, as you were saying, John, and battling across the line though with the University of Wales Trinity St David, who had the better drive across the line.
And Surrey A, who are currently in, I believe they were 17th. They've just got a black flag, so they're going to be dropping down a lot lower than 17th, sadly for them.
That is for ABC Takeout, which is advantage by
and they've
contact.
crashed on the entrance to the pit
they've crashed
lane.
on the entrance to pit lane.
Yeah, Surrey A have had a bit of a mare there.
We can see it out of our window. Surrey A
dear.
have actually lodged it in the tyres in the pit entry, so that is not their finest hour. And I've got a funny feeling that they also had a black flag in the previous race as well, so it's really not a good round so far for Surrey.
I think he's going to be pretty happy that wasn't on the video.
Yeah, pretty unhappy that we mentioned
it. Yeah, sorry, mate.
Hey,
you deserve it if you're going to bid it on it.
Best did it.
Mate.
David Coulthard did that once
exactly.
at the Nürburgring. It happens to the best.
Exactly.
This is the 14 of Loughborough B there. We're still in with all this battle. The likes of Manchester A, Birmingham A, Loughborough B, Surrey A and Newcastle B towards the bottom part of your timing tower. Don't forget live.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on BUKC for the full live timing. Alpha timing as in Alpha Tauri, not as in Alfa Romeo. Through Cafe Corner they go then, and that is the recovering Surrey kart, who's got themselves out of the pit lane a lot more successfully than they got themselves into it, but doing well there, to be fair to them, to keep out of the way of everybody else. The gap at the front, we talked about whether Brooks could reel in Sam Massey. He has properly broken the toe now with 1.7 second gap now, John, so doing everything they need to do to get on up the road.
Yeah, when I said does he have the pace to extend that lead and break that toe? Yes. Cool, glad we answered that.
There we go. And yeah, one would almost expect it from how he won it this morning, which was in very similar fashion. So we'll see if he can keep that going for the remaining 8 3/4 minutes. As across the line, that is a nice little battle going on between the karts of Brooks C and Warwick B as they come out of Cafe Corner. I think there are some karts who are a lap down in this, but most of this is very much for position as Newcastle B goes down the inside of Loughborough B here at the Stratford hairpin, which I don't want to, and that's going to allow the Brooks C kart, the number 12, to have a look in as well, but can't convert it into the pass before they get to the chicane. Goodness me, so a very frenetic mid-pack in this race. And yeah, you were talking about the toe, John. It really is a big factor here today, isn't it? It's you know, we're even seeing as the race goes on, even though the fastest lap of the race has, to be fair, just been set by Max Reed in that Loughborough A car, we're actually seeing it where if there's field spread by the end, the lap times noticeably reduce on timing because people are less in the toe.
Exactly. Yeah, the toe is kind of pulling people into packs as well, which is making the, as I say earlier, great racing for us. But yeah, with the fast nature of the circuit and the number of sort of slightly smaller straights, the toe is just so epic and allows for these big moves into the large braking areas such as the hairpin that we've just seen there.
Absolutely. 7.5 minutes just under to go then. It is Sam Massey who leads for Cambridge A, and then it's Oxford Brooks A who are in second place with Matthew Taylor at the wheel. Brooks B are running well at the moment in third. And then it's Matthew Graham who's having probably the quietest race of everybody out there in fourth place at the moment. He's more than pulled out the toe of those behind him, but he also can't get onto the toe of those in front of him, although to be fair to him, he's doing his best to close the gap. Actually, you know what? He's got it to within a second of Brooks B and Brad Butcher, so fair play to him. Then is the University of Wales Trinity St David B, and then Nottingham Trent A in the number 10 kart as down the inside. That's not for position, I don't think, because that's the Trent C kart a lap down. So that's how they line up at the moment. There is the 13 of Birmingham A running in 16th place, trying to get onto terms with the Manchester A kart. But yeah, it's really good to see the Trades kart here as they all go through the Hanger corner. And Manchester having a very strong season at the moment, aren't they, John?
Doing really well, yeah. Great to see them back out on track again and doing so well. I think I saw Ocean Beach, one of their guys, out on track. I think he was in race 1 earlier this morning. Did a really good job that I saw. So.
Brilliant job, all the way from the back of the grid.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very impressive drive there as there's a yellow flag out because there is a kart spun round. There it is.
Oh, no. This fine gentleman came up and asked me if I was Moto Meerkat only about 25 minutes ago, and I said, I'll watch out for you, mate, and I'll commentate as you take the lead. But sadly, it's not quite happened for him.
Well, I mean,
at least
technically you're calling the action, so what an amazing... Which kart is it?
I'll have to find that out for you,
Okay,
mate.
that will make calling it difficult. So here it is, the number 7 of Brooks B. Here it is, battle joined then between Brad Butcher in your Brooks B car and Matthew Graham in the University of West of England A, as there's a black flag for Swansea B.
They were running in 21st, so going to be very frustrating for them.
Timing doesn't say why, but I'm going to put 2 and 2 together here because there's someone having to rebuild the tyre barrier at the chicane now.
Again.
And that is an instant black flag. The drivers have been told. And that is why there's a yellow flag out there on that post for our battle over 3rd place.
I feel like the tyre walls today have some sort of magnetic field around them, pulling the karts in.
I mean, do you know what? I've kind of been somewhat impressed by how little that's been here.
Really?
That's a relative statement.
So I've not been here before, so I don't know the kind of level of crashing. But to be fair, I feel like here it's just when you do crash, it's going to be a big one. You don't really see many small spins.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you are always pushing the edge, particularly through things like the chicane there, and it can usually be that little thing that just upsets the balance of the kart through a fast corner, can't it? You know, you've got a bump on the curb. And that can be all it takes as our 3rd place battle gets by the number 50 of Swansea B, who's presumably just joined the track after their black flag, and so they will they'll work their way through now, as this is still Nottingham Trent A leading Loughborough A, University of Wales Trinity St David B. We're back here with the 7 of Brooks B and Brad Butcher and Matthew Graham at the wheel of that 25 kart. You can see the drivers. It's interesting when we come to a track that the BUKC hasn't been to before. As I perceive it, I'm seeing drivers having so much more confidence as there's a penalty there, good spot for Trinity St David B, so that's expensive for them, and it's for contact. So that's going to be 4 positions there as the battle over 3rd place goes side by side through Park and Cafe. Matthew Graham will have to hang it all the way around the outside, but he would have the inside for the next corner, and nope, I don't think he's going to have to wait again there. But it looks to me, John, like, to me, when I'm seeing the drivers brake, they seem to be so much more confident now, having learnt the circuit, because there are a lot of drivers who are coming here, you yourself, here for the first time today. I'm seeing so much more confident on the drivers when they're braking, say, into Wilkins, which isn't the easiest braking zone, because you're sort of turning in and it tightens and all that stuff. Seeing a lot more confidence as drivers get up to speed with this track.
It's an interesting corner, but it's like we were saying. I was saying it's quite similar to the final corner at PFI, but you were saying you've learnt then the other way around, so it's a bit, a bit different for you. Look at this gaggle, almost 4 wide going to the final corner.
So what's happening here is the battle over 3rd place, I think, further behind the battle for 3rd place. So this is 5th place downwards. Loughborough A, Nottingham Trent A, Sheffield A, and University of Wales Trinity St David B. And they've all closed up nicely here. This has just been simmering away, and it's just coming up to boiling point in the closing stage. There's the 4 of Max Reed in Loughborough A, and then everyone behind him is for position. There's the 10 of Nottingham Trent A, the 23 of Sheffield A with Callum Barnett at the wheel, and then it is the 38 of Trinity St David B, who have a penalty, but that's only going to be applied at the end of the race.
I think a lot of people are realising as well that with the tow, you can keep such close in these big battles that you can really... I know it is a bit risky, but you can leave it until sort of the last couple of minutes that we're in now to wait to pick your move so that you then don't have as much time to then be open to moves back past you later on.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all about getting used to how what the dynamic of the dogfight is, if you like, out there. There is the number 10 of Nottingham Trent A, which is trying to stay on terms with Max Reed in that number 4 Loughborough kart. And they're the orange helmet and grey suit combination. That's Callum Barnett for Sheffield A, and then behind them that's the 38 of University of Wales Trinity St David B and Nottingham A, Nottingham, I think, could do with a good haul of points here. It was a mixed morning for them, but Henry Jackson, very experienced driver, formerly racing for Nottingham Trent, now racing for Nottingham A, trying to keep on terms with that Trinity St David kart.
There's surely got to be something morally wrong with that, going from Nottingham Trent A to Nottingham Trent. Surely the previous unit must dislike that. If someone went from Cardiff A to Swansea A, we would exile them. So.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm aware of one driver who used to drive for Birmingham who then went on to drive for Aston. So yeah, okay, fair enough. But I'd be gutted no matter where the driver went if it was Henry Jackson, though, because he's usually very handy in a Club 100 go-kart.
He certainly has been in this race, looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can just see, just came into shot behind as well, the battle between University of West of England B and Cardiff A. University of West of England, one of the reasons why we're struggling with this sort of UE naming convention is there's a kart spun out in the chicane, as we might see in a moment as they come through the apex. They're both doing so well this year. I'm massively impressed by the University of West of England and the University of East Anglia. They're both doing a cracking job at the moment. Granted, they have nothing else in common other than not geographically close at all. But there we go. Great move from Callum Barnett. Stomped on it, but he went in too deep. And it's going to allow the University of Wales Trinity St David B back. As John, we go on to the final lap. So Sam Massey, most of the way round it, to be fair, at this point. Here he is, breaking into Stratford Hairpin.
So fantastic cutback from the UWTSD kart there to make the move stick and move up into, I believe that was 6th position, but they've obviously got a penalty. So they're going to have to relinquish a couple of those positions by the time we get to the end.
But then again, they've also negated part of the penalty by making up every position. So that was good if they can convert that. Here is, though, Sam Massey, who is going to come through to be today's first double winner, I want to say. And he's going to round the final corner. He took on a very much Brooks-controlled race in the first half. And Sam Massey is going to take the win for Cambridge A there and score some brilliant points for the number 5 team. It's going to be Oxford Brooks A's Matthew Taylor who finishes second. Matthew Graham takes third after a brilliant battle with the Brooks B Brad Butcher effort there. So University of West of England A in third, Brooks B in fourth, Loughborough A, Max Reed finishes fifth. Then it's Trinity St David B who finished sixth, but they do have a penalty to be applied. Then it's Nottingham Trent A, Sheffield A, Nottingham A, and University of West of England B to round at your top 10. Cardiff A with a good haul of points in 11th, Exeter A in 12th, Leeds B 13th, then Southampton A, Birmingham A, Manchester A, Loughborough B, Newcastle B, Warwick B, and Brooks C, to round out the top 20. Leeds A and Swansea A, Brighton B, Nottingham Trent B, Birmingham B in 25th, Imperial A in 26th, then it's Birmingham C, Surrey A, recovering from that black flag, finished 28th, Nottingham Trent C in 29th, 30th for Bath A, then it's Newcastle A and Swansea B to round out your running order at the end of race 2. What did you think of that one then, John?
It's a good little race, mate. A lovely little pack battling that we've come to know and love at Shenington. I think the Cambridge A guy, when he came across the line, did a bit of a Tim Westwood, you've just been pimped, it seemed like. So he seemed pretty happy with that win, and he definitely should be. He was well out in front. We were saying earlier in the race, the Brooks guys were looking good. Liner Stern 1 and 2, but Cambridge guy just didn't care about that. Moved straight past, made a massive gap, and took the win. Yeah, really good stuff. It underlines, I think, how confident Sam Massey is around this. So, I mean, don't make no mistake, you know, Brad Butcher in that Brooks B kart and Matthew Taylor. Matthew Taylor is experienced around this track. Describes it as, or was describing it earlier to Jacob on the grid as perhaps his strongest track. So very impressive stuff, and it puts Cambridge in very good stead. Finished this morning's round in second place behind Exeter. So good stuff there. And hopefully in a moment we'll be able to go down to Jacob on the grid. But we will let you know as soon as instead looking at this beautiful shot of the track. As you said earlier, you can see the planes off in the field to the side, and currently looking at a beautiful blue sky, but as we said earlier, that can change pretty quickly.
Yeah, so far the showers have stayed off, albeit, well, sorry, stayed off for this round, yes, where we actually had them forecast. They turned up this morning when they weren't forecast. Such is the way, pretty much in BUKC, to be honest. I think it's a given that we're going to have some adverse weather, but yeah. Were you aware at all when you were driving around this lap of the wind? Because it is quite, obviously we're up on top of the hill, but it's sort of protected from the embankment by the side of the
I
track.
didn't really notice anything, to be honest, mate. No, not really. Not quite like PFI, where it's super open and the wind absolutely barrels through. It was actually okay here today.
Yeah, indeed. So, but we'll have to wait and see. Might just be another challenge that the drivers have to deal with today is the weather conditions, as I'm wondering if we can go down now. I'm going to wait, hold on that one. I'm not sure we're ready to go down to Jacob yet, but Sam Massey's being very patient for us there. Do keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage.
And I believe we're ready to hand down to Jacob, so take it away, Jacob.
Down here on the grid with race winner Sam Massey, and quite a good car apparently, Sam.
I think just a bit of a rocket ship that was.
But you made the most of it.
Yeah, I mean the race otherwise was good, but I think, to be honest, within like a lap or two I realised that was a really good car, and so when I was reeling the leaders in, I just wanted to make sure I didn't get any penalties. I got a warning for something that I don't really know what I did, and I realised I definitely had the pace, and so I just wanted to keep it clean, and then I was pretty surprised, to be honest, when I got to the front and kept looking behind, and it was just growing and growing. So I think basically pretty lucky, but if you get lucky like that, you still got to do the work.
Exactly. It sounds like you looked at it with a pretty level-headed approach, and obviously you had to get past some good drivers. Matthew Taylor, not least, who came second to win that one.
Yeah, but again, it made it pretty easy because I did literally have a kart length or two on them in a straight line. So all the things that would be half moves and be a bit dangerous and all that sort of stuff, I just didn't have to do, and that's kind of what I realised when it was so fast. So I think they realised as well, to be fair. So.
Right, well, I'll let you go away just to verify your win, and I'll go and chat with someone else on the grid, I think. Let's have a little look, see who's already approached their car. And who do we have here on the right-hand side? It's Nathaniel Gollin. We haven't spoken to anyone from Brighton yet so far this morning or this afternoon, so we'll wait for him to put his number plate and transponder on. No lead for this man. Does not need it. Yes, I'm talking about you. How you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you.
And how are Brighton doing?
Well, we were doing well this morning until Nathan got a black flag for definitely the wrong reasons. The guy in front of him was just spun off himself pretty much, and that was for second place. So we were going to get a clubman podium, but yeah, not today. Maybe this afternoon, but it's going to be a hard one. But we'll see what we can do. I hope it rains a little bit more. It's starting to drizzle, so let's hope it chucks it down.
Well, it's certainly looking like it could happen at the minute. I'll let you get on with it, and all the best.
Yeah, cheers.
I'm going to talk to Club 100 staff just a minute. Jimbo, the car in second place, the drivers from the last race have asked for it to be removed, tested, because it's far above the standard of the others.
Second place?
Yes. I don't know if we take them out for being too good, but apparently that one was.
Okay, I was told it was kind of first place, which was Sam
Massey. What is second place on the grid now, on the right-hand side?
Second place. Sam Massey finished
Sam Massey won, yes, it won. So it's that car at the front on the right.
No, I've already taken it off.
You
So
have?
while you were talking, I've already done that.
Oh.
Thanks, Jacob, for
This is the
for wasting
genius
my time.
of the Club 100 staff. I'll just delay their excellent work. Let's have a chat with someone else, and I want to go to Kane Shepherd. Kane, how's your day going?
Yeah, pretty good, thank you.
I'll let you keep getting your lead on as we go, but decent run for yourself last time out at Clay. Manchester doing okay so far. What are your hopes from this one, starting right at the back if you just jump out of the way for the fuel?
I don't know, just enjoy myself and get as far off as I can, really, and score some good points.
Exactly. I spoke to Ocean this morning, who was in one row rather, 2 places further back. Can you emulate him and work your way up to the top 3?
He finished 4th, I think, so if I do that, I should be 2nd.
Exactly. So, you could go one better, maybe?
I'll give it my best shot anyway.
Good man, that's what I'd like to hear. I'll let you continue setting your cart up. Kane Shepherd there. On my left-hand side is Max O'Shaughnessy. Max, we spoke very early this morning, and you very narrowly missed out on a win.
Yeah, it was really close. It was really good racing, actually. I'm not too mad or disappointed, because I think it was a very fair drive from the Warwick driver. No one made any stupid or dive bombs or dirty defending. It was good fun, actually.
But a much different challenge facing you now. You've got to work your way through the pack on this one.
Yeah, Ironically, I think it might be a little bit easier because it's quite hard to break the draft around here at the front when you're sat in a long train and there's 7 people waiting to take your spot. But I think you can build on that and work through from the back.
A bit of rain looks like it's coming as well. Does that worry you at all?
I guess we'll find out when it starts coming down.
There we have it. Guess we'll find out. I'll let you carry on setting your cart up. Let's wander down the front, see who's starting this one at the business end of the grid. Charlie Lamb on my right-hand side. Can't recognise that helmet for the Leeds driver, but let's see who's found themselves in pole position. I recognise the helmet. I can't quite recall the name, though. We'll find out very, very shortly. It's, of course, race winner from this morning, the man that I didn't get to speak to, Kyle Knight. Kyle, you could be on for a double win, yeah?
Yeah, hopefully. So it's not bad for the first time here.
Tell us a bit about your win earlier, because obviously I think I mistakenly interviewed Luke Hyde, and he may have had a penalty, maybe?
Yeah, he got a penalty. I don't know what happened to the... we were second and third until like the last lap. And then I don't know what happened to the guy in front, but he slowed down loads.
That was the race where the guy in the lead seemed to think that the race was over, but it wasn't.
Yeah, that's the one. Don't know why. I mean, not complaining, but...
Exactly not. You got yourself a gold medal and a chance to make it too from pole position. Does the rain worry you at all?
Not really, no. I hope it's not pouring down because I don't want to get wet, but...
I don't think it's going to pour, but it's, I think...
Too bad. It's not, I mean, can't do any worse than the last race. The other driver went up the bank.
Yeah.
So, yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen, but, yeah, might win a second one.
There we have it. Kyle Knight might win a second one if he doesn't drive up the bank.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Looking forward to speaking to you after, Kyle.
Yeah, hopefully.
Let's see who his main competition is. We spoke to Bath last time. We haven't spoken to Sheffield at all. We've got Amy here in 4th place. Amy, how is Sheffield doing?
Hello. Yeah, eventful day. Black flag when we were winning, but hasn't been great. Well, I mean, I did all right, but yeah, apart from that, it's been a bit mixed.
You were on the pace in your race this morning.
Yeah, I made 14 or 15 positions, so that's all right.
Oh, but not too bad at all. I think we're waiting to get going, so have a good race.
All right, thank you.
Amy Yeager of Sheffield. That's grid for race 3 of round 6. Back to our standard comms team, Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell.
Thank you for that, Jacob. Sadly, I am John and I am still here. Sorry, going to have to deal with me for a little bit longer. But we'll look to the grid for race number 3 of round 6 here at Shenington. We've got Newcastle A on pole with Loughborough A in 2nd, Bath A in 3rd with Sheffield A alongside them, Birmingham B in 5th and UWTSD A in 6th, followed by Oxford C in 7th, Brighton B in 8th, Nottingham Trent B in Nottingham A, then Cambridge B and Southampton A in 11th and 12th. Then Warwick A and Loughborough B, then Leeds A 15th, UWTSD B in 16th, and Oxford D in 17th, UEA 18th. Then UWE B in 19th, Swansea B 20th, Imperial A, Brighton A, Oxford B, and then Leicester A in 24th. Exeter A 25th, Nottingham Trent A 26th, UWE A 27th, Birmingham C 28th, Warwick B 29th, Manchester A in 30th, and we're almost at the end of the grid. We've got Loughborough C in 31st, and Cardiff A, my own team, right on the back of the grid.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, John. And yes, we do have John Radcliffe alongside us in comms for one more race as we're getting ready to be underway here for race number 3 of round 6 of the 2021 British Universities Karting Championship. We are away, and it's a good start from the anti-pole side of the grid. Charlie Bennett is going to try and hold it round the outside in part, but it is Kyle Knight in the Newcastle A car who retains the lead as they all stream through Cafe for the first time and go the standard 4 wide, 5 wide, maybe even 6 wide, because it is wide enough to do that here, and head towards the first braking point down at Stratford Hairpin.
Everyone's sticking to the inside there, can load up a lot. People getting squeezed out to the outside, and a big crash in the centre. Who's that?
Yeah, that to me...
Number 36 has managed to recover the spin, but I'm not sure who the other gentleman was. So that was Warwick B, who he saw, but I'm not sure who was the other person involved in that crash. And there's another large crash, 2 off at the S section. Try and pick up who's those were for you as well.
Yeah, nobody harmed, everybody back underway again. Just a few spins that are going to have upset the race. I thought that was Max O'Shaughnessy who I saw involved. I think it is. That is Max O'Shaughnessy at the back. So I think that is Exeter A who was in the incident at Stratford Hairpin alongside Warwick B. So that is not the start that Exeter wanted. This was one of their lower grid slots starting from 25th, but I think they're going to have fallen a fair old whack down the order there. And they're up to 22nd, so that doesn't prove out with what I was saying. Leicester A have dropped a number of positions, as has Warwick B, Warwick A. Maybe it was just a Warwick disaster there down at Stratford Hairpin, as there's a black flag for the University of the West of England B for an advantage by contact takeout. That is taking out another competitor and causing them to come to a stop. We're looking at Ami Jurga in the number 23 Sheffield A car, leading Brighton B in the 35 and the 6 of Nottingham A onto the hanger straight there, as it's still Newcastle A who leads ahead of Loughborough A and Trinity St David A.
Was quite the send there from Nottingham A number 6 into the final corner. A little bit of a squeeze on the man on the outside, but managed to make the move stick overall, so good pass.
Absolutely. And that's Kyle Knight now coming under quite a bit of pressure here from the number 11 of Trinity St David. Sam Johns is at the wheel of that one. Is he going to have a run down the inside of Stratford Hairpin? It looks like he might well do, John.
Great move there. Sent out the inside as we got a penalty for Leicester A. Their day going from bad to worse there. But as you can see, it's kind of two packs already forming. I know we're only a couple of minutes into this, but as we said earlier, the slipstream playing large amounts and splitting this pack, but equally with the battling that's going on, we could see in a couple of minutes it all squish back up again into one big pack at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that might have been, as I can just see out the window, that Imperial A has been forced into the tyres there through the chicane. Couldn't see it on the shot, but that was a dramatic moment just as I looked up there. There it is, and they did not do that without a bit of help. So I'm just going to keep an eye on the penalties board there.
And we said that UWEA had a penalty. They now have a black flag. I do believe it was them.
Yeah, indeed.
UWEB, sorry, my apologies. Not the A team, it was the B team.
Yep. So this is the 39 of Cambridge B. Alistair Senior shown as being at the wheel of that one in this race, and he's just got by Ami Jurga there in the Sheffield kart. That's in the battle over 5th place, so Cambridge B up there, having a brilliant day so far, are Cambridge in general. Obviously we've just seen the win, but the B team has really impressed me. Cambridge is not a squad where traditionally we've seen the depth of talent going all the way to the B team.
Exactly, I was just about to say the same. They've really impressed me this year. I've been watching and being in some of the inters of the BUKC for a while, so watching these streams, not being able to compete. Cambridge were always good, but never a team that really stuck out for me. But now this year, I've been getting into it myself, and they've been at the front almost every race. They're looking fantastic, both the A and the B team.
Yep, absolutely. Brighton A have just accrued a black flag for taking out another competitor, and I wonder if that might have been what I saw out the window down at the chicane. That is the 54 we just saw, the University of East Anglia A, and there is a battle between Brighton B, Bath A that's going on behind them as the yellow flags are out as they repair the tyre barrier down at the chicane. Nose to tail stuff here, as has been standard fare throughout the day. There is Cambridge B on the tail of former race leader Newcastle A, because Carl Knight is now back in 4th place, and that is because, of course, Sam Johns is now your race leader. In fact, did I see a move just at the edge of the camera shot for the lead of the race there? We'll have to pick that up as it comes across the line. Yes, it was. Sorry, apologies. It was because there's a bit of a gap now. There's a 1.3 second gap to the leaders. That was Loughborough A getting past Cambridge B for that 4th place. For 3rd place, with Cambridge being 4th.
You were saying earlier about the man repairing the barrier at the S section. I said earlier when I was commentating that they definitely need a raise, and after these 2 races I've seen now, again, they definitely do need a raise. Doing a lot of work out there today.
They've had a resource increase. There's now 2 people doing that. I'm worried they're going to
employ more people.
They're going to have to rope in the cameraman if they need any more to repair that quickly. After I've said I've been impressed by how little people have hit it, suddenly it's open season. But anyway, University of Wales Trinity St David A lead, Nottingham A in 2nd, and that's Charlie Lamb at the wheel of that one. And we've been talking about how maybe Nottingham are having a slightly harder season. Good stuff from them so far in this race. Up near the front as the 54 of University of East Anglia A challenges Southampton and gets their way there, and it's now Sheffield A going side by side as well with the same effort with the University of East Anglia. So good little battle going on here.
This 23 is going to look at the inside. It looks like Southampton's going to try and follow them through. Makes a little bit of contact on the rear end, but not quite able to make that happen as UEAA get a penalty from 8th position, so going to have to make up a few positions to make up for that. But what I was going to say was, as 54 goes up the inside, cheeky little move there. I was going to say before, I saw Southampton looking for a move into the final corner, looking for around the outside. It just doesn't work. I've tried it a couple of times myself. It just doesn't work. You open yourself up to get past, and we might see that here. There's a man on the outside, 2 people in the inside, looking like they could make it on exit, but not going to happen that time. Doesn't quite prove my point there. A little bit of pushing and barging there, but altogether making for some great racing.
Yeah, I actually thought Adam Jones fared one of the, I think it was he who was on the outside in the BUKC kart there. I actually think he fared one of the better instances I've seen. But it is definitely a risk. You're absolutely right to go for the inside line. Look at this fantastic stream of karts. Sheffield A in the 23, the 12 of BUKC trying down the inside. Nice little move there from BUKC and Adam Jones to get on by Ami Jurger there in the Sheffield kart. And there was Bath A trying to challenge the back of Trent B as they go down the runway straight. And there's someone who really felt they had a run there. Someone going quite far over to driver's right for that straight. This is Loughborough A, as there's been an incident down at the chicane. Driver's going to have to go through the cut through. I can just see it out of the window. But we're looking at our leaders going through Wilkins now. And it is Southampton trying to make a move, but I think they've lost out there slightly. And BUKC are going to try and put in the move as they come across the line. The lead gap is still under a second. We shouldn't lose track of that between University of Wales, Trinity St David A and Sam Johns. And then Charlie Lamb for Nottingham A. But this, again, is Sheffield A leading the battle over 8th place.
Yeah, don't worry, we're keeping our eye on that lead battle, but we can't take the cameras away from this one. Look at this, as I said in the last race, just massive cackles of cars just going for every single position out on track, so it's brilliant to watch for us as they go down into the S's. Not a place to make a move there, really. Really tightens up, difficult braking area, and yeah, making a good idea to stick it single file.
Absolutely. Not a move on this time for the Trent A kart that I think we were seeing there. As we have, who are we looking at here? I think we're looking at our leaders, aren't we? We are indeed. So that is Nottingham in second, and Cambridge B again right in there, right at the sharp end here. I'm very, very impressed by Cambridge today, one of our clubman teams. As it's also University of East Anglia A and Loughborough A who are battling over 4th place. Here they are.
Good little three-way battle there, but as you said, the two battling well at the front, but there is now about 4 seconds between second and third, so Nottingham have been able to kind of break that toe to Cambridge. Cambridge now leading this battle for 3rd position.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And going through Wilkins once again. That is the number 35 of Brighton B leading this pack.
As the leader sets his personal best time, but Nottingham trades that right back with a best of session. So really looking to hot up at the front, and hopefully Nottingham can close that 0.7, 0.8 gap.
Absolutely, and look at this. Ami Jogue's got a bit of a run here on the Brighton B kart of Alex Mitchell. But Mitchell's positioning the kart well there. But is it going to give an opportunity? Yes, it is, I think, for Brooks to come down the inside there of Sheffield. So Brooks B have got by the Sheffield kart there. So nice little move there from Riley Phillips and Brooks B, who had a very strong showing earlier today.
It's a great little opportunistic move, wasn't it? Looking like I thought the 23 kart might try and look for it into there. Very scary. But no, the number 7 is going to look for it up the inside of Cambridge and is going to make it stick. A little bit of contact on the inside there, but very difficult to not do at that corner as you all begin to load up into that fast braking zone. But there we go, taps his head and wants to move forward, the number 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Brooks B then up into 8th place. And it's now quite it's 3 seconds that they've got to try and reel in on the Newcastle A kart up ahead. Sam John still leads for Trinity St David A. Nottingham A's Charlie Lamb in second. Then it's a bit of a gap back to the University of East Anglia A, which is Dimos Episcopou at the wheel of that kart. And then Cambridge B in 4th with Loughborough A 5th.
It's just like we were saying earlier, it's gone into gaggle, then a space, and a gaggle, then a space, and a gaggle, then a space.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've been talking about, isn't it, with the slipstreams and the, you know, once you've broken the toe of one group, you you may never see them again in the race because they just won't be able to get on terms with you. Here, though, are your two leaders, though. Sam Johns in the number 11 University of Wales, Trinity St David effort in the number 11, and then Charlie Lamb, experienced driver for Nottingham. We've spoken about how it's a bit of a transition year. I know it's not the first time we've said it today, but Charlie Lamb is one of those experienced drivers in that Nottingham car, and it's good to see him on the tail of the leader, and it's some 5 seconds that they have in hand over the Cambridge B kart, as that is that kart's a lap down in the 53, but so yeah, it's a nice healthy gap that these two have, but even so, plenty of time. If they start battling too early here, John, they go, oh, and this is the move. This is the move, and I think you can probably talk us better through that, because you did a very similar move yourself, didn't you, John, earlier on?
It wasn't that good. That was a fantastic move from Charlie there. Perfectly placed. You could see he was looking for it going into the right-hander before the longer final corner, and just placed the car perfectly, made it stick, made it work well, and now he's into the lead, so fair play to Charlie.
Absolutely. Nottingham A then to the lead of this one. Charlie Lamb in that number 6 kart. And there's also a good little battle now developed, you can probably tell from your timing, over third place as the yellows are out for, you'll be surprised by this one, folks, but the tyre barriers need reconstructing on the chicane. I know, I'm as shocked as you. There is the battle for third place, though, just came through your shot with the 39 of Cambridge B and the 54 of UE Norwich A. And there's Manchester, just went through your shot. Just picking up some of the battles further down the order. The leaders going into Park Bend, and there's been a change of lead there, and it just happened as well, because that's not how they were... Oh, it is how they were scored across the line, sorry, by 0.06 of a second. So it was as they were going over the line. Good spot, thank you, John. University of Wales, Trinity St David back at the head of the field.
I was just singing the praises of Charlie Lamb, but sadly he's now lost the position, back down to second. As you say, going across the line, only 0.006 between them, so very close. Hopefully they can stay that close right until the end. We want to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't help but feel the skies have darkened slightly since you were saying it was a beautiful shot with blue skies, so we're still going to keep one eye on the weather, but at the moment at least the pace is decent at the moment, although we haven't seen anyone drop into the 51s this race, which was the level of pace that we did see this morning when it was a bit warmer.
I really hope it doesn't rain, mate. I'm out in race 5.
I was going to say,
I don't want to relearn the circuit.
Well, I'm trying to do a sort of inverted commentator's curse here. If I say it will happen, it won't happen,
Nice,
you
mate.
see?
I like this reverse psychology.
There's the third place battle, the 39 of Cambridge B, with BUKC right on their tail in the number 12 car, and the UE Norwich A, apologies, still getting used to saying it that way, on the tail as well.
Honestly, you've got to say fair play to the man in third place, the Cambridge B man, keeping his bottle and not losing it. He's got, what's that, 3 cars bearing down his neck as we move forward to look at that battle. Who've we got? Cambridge leading, number 54, that is UEA looking for the move.
That's a change.
12. And they're going to make contact. Almost a massive crash. That could be a huge crash down that corner. And the man behind is going to look to make the pass through as Cambridge goes wide. And they're all going to change round again.
Yeah, and BUKC had already got by on that one. So you'll see BUKC jump up to third up the road. And now the 54 of UEA is coming back at them. And that's a nicely done move there on Loughborough indeed. So it's now BUKC in third, East Anglia in fourth, Loughborough in fifth, and Cambridge now down to sixth.
Great little battle. I've just seen off camera as well, mechanical flag for Manchester A. That's going to put a bit of a down on their day.
Yeah, now that could be, now otherwise they've had a very competitive day, so that is going to render this they've burnt their drop score effectively here. Because bear in mind, each team is, if you weren't watching this morning or are unfamiliar with the format, there's 5 races in a round. Each team takes part in 4. So if you're here to support a particular team, don't worry if you don't see them in a race. It's probably just the race that they sit out.
I've been told that Manchester were having problems with their radiator.
Ah, okay.
For them.
Okay, that's...
It's almost flying off, I believe, from the gestations I'm getting from behind me.
Okay, wow. Okay, good that they pitted then, as Cambridge B goes back past Loughborough A for 5th place in Park Corner. So really, really impressed again with this Cambridge B effort. Alistair Senior at the wheel of it in this race, but we've seen some great drives from them throughout the day. And I'm just confirming for myself who it is. Charlie Bennett. Yes, we mentioned that already in that Loughborough A kart. But the battle continues as they head into the chicane. And now onto the Hanger Straight. You can see...
I've just noticed as well, mate, that we were talking about that. I was saying, wow, Cambridge with the bottle, keeping it in third, they're now down to 6th.
It's the way...
Commentator's curse. Commentator's curse. Mate, I've only been doing this like 3 or 4 races and I've already got it. Can you rid it from me, please? I don't want to have it.
Oh, no, I can't.
I feel bad.
I can't get rid of it. If
No,
I could get rid of it, I'd have got rid of it from myself from years ago. But, yeah, here comes the battle then. Still doing really well here is the BUKC kart ahead of University of East Anglia A, Cambridge B, Loughborough A, Brooks B, Newcastle A, and then basically everybody else. Sorry, they're streaming through faster than I can call them out to you. But some good battles all the way through. This is the 17 of Southampton A trying to get by Trent B. Michael Preston at the wheel of that one. 8.5 minutes left to go. Onto the Hanger Straight. And that is the Manchester kart coming back out from its black flag. I can just see out of our window. So Manchester have rejoined, but as we say, that is basically their drop score burnt through for this round. Took their first round victory in the BUKC back at Clay Pigeon, round number 4, which you can go back and enjoy on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
This battle earlier was for the, well, it's still for the lead. It was hotting up quite a lot. We were seeing a lot of chopping and changing for position, but kind of settled down now. But possibly Charlie Lamb having the thoughts of what I said earlier, of the fact of you've got the slipstreaming here, quite forceful that it is, that maybe he's sort of holding back and thinking maybe I'll just leave it until a bit later to make that move stick. Just as I say that, it looks like he's going to go for the move into the first corner. Can he make it stick? He's going to try and hold it on the inside, and Charlie Lamb makes it done.
Beautiful move there by Charlie Lamb. Managed to hold it round the outside of Cafe effectively. Just had good enough drive through Park Bend. But that's okay. At the moment, it's sort of like, you know, it feels like, I don't know, like the leader changing in a peloton. It's not, they're not throwing everything at it yet, which is good sprint racing technique. They know they've got enough in hand. You can see the gap behind them. It's quite an impressive gap that they've managed to pull out over the BUKC East Anglia Cambridge battle.
Yeah, they managed to pull that out just because they've obviously got the two of them still able to benefit from that slipstream effect and able to kind of push on with both of their fantastic paces, push on ahead and be able to keep the battle to just themselves. So done a perfect job there. Now we've got 6 minutes to watch who's going to take this win.
Side by side again, almost it goes over the line. Sam Johns almost sells the dummy, tries to repeat what Charlie Lamb did to him a lap ago, but can't make it work this time. Charlie Lamb positions his kart well there just to deter any effort. He's going to hang on there, but does Sam Johns have an opportunity going into the Stratford hairpin? Doesn't look like he's going for it at the moment. And yeah, John, you've been in battles within the last few hours around here. What are the opportunities? What are you looking for?
I mean, as we're going into the S's now, that's definitely not one you want to go to. Very, very much squeaky bum time under the brakes there, so don't be sending a move. Then we move on to the back straight and going down into the final set of corners. We've got the...
Oh, sorry, John, to cut across, but battle for third place just resulted in some contact there between East Anglia and BUKC, and East Anglia not too happy about that, and it was the means by which BUKC retained it, but it's opened the door for Cambridge B here to slip down the inside at Wilkins, and that is Cambridge B up to third place there. Alistair Senior at the wheel. Sorry, John.
That's all right, mate. Cut across your masterclass. Great little battles. The 54, not deterred by that. It's going to try and push back through the pack. The UEA driver having a fantastic day battle. As we move back to the lead, Charlie Lamb has made sure to keep that there, but the UWTSD guy is going to try and get a good exit.
Side by side into the chicane, and Sam Johns is going to stamp his authority in that and take the lead of the race back again. Brilliant battle here, as further back is the battle for third place. This isn't right for the comms box guys. They weren't supposed to all come to the boil at the same time, but here we go, almost side by side down the Hanger Straight. Sam Johns is going to have to go defensive here against Charlie Lamb, but Charlie Lamb will surely get the switch back and better drive off of the corner if he can do anything with it as they come on to start another lap. This is broken quite early to me, John. There's still just under 5 minutes to go here for these two, and I know they've got a lot of quite a big lead, but yeah, they're going to be battling this one all the way to the end from now on, it looks to me.
Yeah, they've got a decent lead to play with, so they kind of know that they can do this. But as you say, it does seem a little bit too early to be fighting. I wasn't really expecting this. And also, just as I said, you don't want to go for a move into the S's. He went for a move into the S's, of course. It just seems to be going that way this race, doesn't it?
Let the commentator's curse flow through.
It really is.
And a great battle, as you saw in some of the shots as well, over third place. Still BUKC and Cambridge B battling away over that one. Didn't see any penalties or warnings given for the incident that we saw a little bit of contact in the chicane with UE Norwich A.
They've been line astern for so long, and it's something like they've flicked a switch, and now boom, we're racing, boys.
Yep. Good drive from Charlie Lamb there, but he'd do well to hang around the outside of Park Corner. And here is the third place battle still going away there. BUKC in the 12, Cambridge B in the 39 coming under pressure from UE Norwich A. And then Loughborough A still in the hunt there in 6th place in the number 4 kart there. Good stuff there. And then Extra A having a relatively quiet one behind the scenes, although fair play to Max O'Shaughnessy. He has come from very far back on the grid to get himself up into that 7th place. So it's a good start there, as there is Episcopu going wheel to wheel with Alistair Senior in the 39 as we cut back to the leaders' job.
Yes, fantastic. So the leaders continue to battle. Charlie looking for the outside or possibly a switch back there, but the UWTSD man knows all about that. He knows to cover the middle inside of the track there and not allow the move to even be a thought in Charlie Lamb's head. But look at them, we're all weaving, trying to see, you go this way, no, this way, no, this way, nope, okay. But managing to hold him off, and we go around for another lap. Only just under 3 minutes left to go. So as you said, really hotted up at the end of this one.
Absolutely, yeah. Borderline that, wasn't it, on the straight? But to be fair, I'm not entirely sure that Sam Johns knew exactly where Charlie Lamb was. Charlie Lamb's now going to try and get brilliant drive with a switchback. That's good, beautifully done, but has he got enough? No. Johns has got enough drive off of the corner to keep the Trinity St David car in front through the chicane. He seems to have good drive off the corner here at the moment. As we're looking at some of the battles further down there, as we cut back to them through Hanger Corner. Can Charlie Lamb open it up? No, Sam Johns is not going to let that happen. It's going to have to be a bit more creative than that. But Lamb will have good drive off of the corner if he can do anything with it ahead of Park.
Look to go side by side again. Not quite got the exit. Has Charlie going to have to follow him round again?
This is great positioning from Sam Johns then, because whilst Charlie had the benefit coming off of Wilkins, Sam didn't weave that time. He just had a diagonal line that just did enough to say, don't try there. Don't try it there.
Exactly. Fantastically smart driving from Johns, but Lamb is still absolutely, quite literally breathing down his neck here.
Absolutely. This is fantastic stuff between our leaders. 90 seconds left on the clock. Don't forget, third place still being hotly contested as well. And again, Johns is presumably going to hug the inside as there's a kart spun out there. That is the 30. I believe, which would make it... no, it's the 38, sorry, of Trinity St David B, who has spun out there.
Not great for them with their sister team doing fantastically out in the lead, and just his lines are just perfect. They've just been perfect. The defensive lines to hold Lamb off have been fantastic.
7th place, battle for 7th place. Is going on out there as well. As we mentioned before, Max O'Shaughnessy with a brilliant drive so far to get up that high from his grid spot.
He's done a fantastic job and cleared that Newcastle kart behind him. He's got 3 seconds. As we see, the number 14 has binned it down at the final corner.
Loughborough B, and that's going to be from 24th spot, so a few points lost for them there. As our leaders are going to come onto the final tour of the circuit. I would presume this time we'll see the last lap. Yes, we will indeed. So here we go. University of Wales, Trinity St David A versus Nottingham A. It has been pretty much all race long. And this is between Sam Johns and Charlie Lamb as they head down towards the Stratford hairpin.
They got that battle for the lead. Charlie's going to make it side by side. On the outside, he's going to try and switch it back, but not going to work. He aborted that one pretty early on, as he should have. But even with these guys battling, they managed to keep an almost 10-second gap back to third. That shows how pacey they are, as Charlie, again, pressures for it into the S's, but not going to happen there.
It was almost a Mansell-esque dummy here, but look at this switch back onto the back straight. Can he find the room? He's got 2 wheels off onto the gravel there. but he doesn't find the opportunity there. Surely Sam Johns is going to shut the door here, and unless Charlie Lamb can find an amazing drive off the corner, he's going to be balked. What a drive it has been. It's going to be University of Wales, Trinity St David A across the line. Sam Johns taking the win after a fantastic battle, and fair play to Nottingham A. That's their best race of the day. Brilliant result for them and Charlie Lamb. Oxford Brook C take a well-deserved third place after a race-long battle. Cambridge B in fourth, Loughborough A in fifth. Then it's University of East Anglia A. Oh goodness, look at this across the line. Exeter A in seventh. Brilliant drive from Max O'Shaughnessy to come up from the back of the grid. Brighton B in eighth. Newcastle A in ninth. Bath A to round out the top 10. There was Sheffield A, Warwick A, Nottingham Trent B, Southampton A, Nottingham Trent A in 15th. Birmingham C, Loughborough C, Brooks B and D, and Leicester A take you to your top 20. Then it was Cardiff A, Warwick B, Birmingham B, Leeds A, University of West of England A in 25th. Loughborough B, Trinity St David B, University of West of England B, Imperial A and Brighton A to round out the top 30. Then it was Swansea B and Manchester A to round out all of your runners in that one. Well, that one kept us going all the way through, didn't it, John? Brilliant race there.
Oh yeah, that was a great one. A lot less of sort of pack in and out switching battling, but more of a calm, concise race from the two guys at the front, doing some fantastic moves. But again, I've just got to give it up to the UWTSD man for those defensive moves. Just placed it perfectly on the track, making sure that Charlie couldn't make it through, and made sure that he could take the win.
Absolutely. Looking forward to one last go out there in the final race, mate.
Should be good fun, mate. Yeah, I'm in the heavyweights, race 5, starting about 19th, I think, so not quite as good as my grid position last time, but just to be all right.
Good stuff. Well, yeah, hey, you gave us something to talk about in your first race, so yeah, but it's been lovely to have you on comms again.
Thank you, mate. It's been great fun. It's been fantastic fun, but I believe Jacob is ready, so we'll hand it down to him.
For every other race today. Down here on the grid with the winner of that titanic battle, Sam Johns. Sam, that's pretty tough.
It was very stressful, I can't lie. I can't really remember it because it's all just a blur, just defending with 8 minutes to go. Because I knew if whoever was in front with 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes to go would probably win if they defended right, so thankfully that managed to be me.
Defend right, you did. Howard was saying on commentary, it was quite early. Normally in a BUKC race, you see people wait until 2 or 3 minutes to go until they decide to go out in front and obviously take the disadvantage of having a tow. But yeah, you had to defend for that one.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, the tow was very, very powerful in that race. Very windy here. I prefer to be in front. I prefer defending than attacking sometimes. Yeah, it was good fun though.
And most importantly, you managed to get through the last lap without punting any back markers off.
I should have known you were going to bring that up, shouldn't I?
This will be the last time. I wouldn't mention it as Lando.
Luckily, there weren't any back marks on that last lap, so that was a good thing.
Just lack of opportunity, was it?
Yeah, I'm not saying I would have, but...
Well, on that note, I'll let you head off and pass your transponder off to someone else, but congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Sam Johns there of Swansea met UWTSD with another BUKC race win. Right then, we have 4 drivers coming out for the next one. That should be exciting. Let's go talk to one of them. Who have we got here? Who's putting lead on the cart?
Hello again.
Who's this?
Oh, it's Ben. It is, yeah. How are you doing?
Not bad, how are you? Not long since we spoke.
Oh, I know. Well, we hit the top 10 target. Yeah? Yeah, so hopefully same again.
I mean, if you got top... You were quite far back, weren't you?
That was pole.
Of course, yes. Sorry, I'm thinking of a different Ben. But, I mean, you stayed top 10. You should be able to do that from here as well.
Hopefully. I'd really like to, yeah.
I don't see why you wouldn't. What kind of pace were you setting? Were you know, there with the leaders? Or?
It wasn't lightning quick, but it's consistent. So that's what matters.
If anything, you might have a slightly better kart this time and maybe do better.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be really good.
Can we go for top 5 in this one?
Yeah, let's try. Yeah.
Top 5 it is. I'll have a word with the man in front of you. No problem at all. Anytime. I don't know why I stepped over this side of the car. The man is clear by here. Who have we got here?
Adrian from Surrey.
Adrian from Surrey. And I don't think we've had a word with Surrey so far this afternoon, but doing well in Clubman's, I think.
Okay, it's right near the back. Had mixed bags today. 5th 15th and 2 lasts, I think, so really mixed results.
You should do downside better than last with this starting position, shouldn't you?
Oh, I'm hoping so. I mean, a couple of bandits out here, you never know, but hoping to try and stay up here for as long as I can.
A couple of bandits, but they're all behind you at this point.
That's definitely the main thing.
Can you keep them behind you is the question?
Well, it's been proven to be a little bit trickier to overtake here, so hoping to make this kart as wide as I can and hoping to stay up the front.
Okay then. And any worries about the man alongside you, Ocean Beach? He's quite fast.
I mean, it's going to end up in the water, isn't he? I mean, there's no lakes, but hopefully. See what happens. I mean, it's going to be a fight into turn 1 and 2, so hope you keep him behind.
All right then, I'm going to go have a chat with Ocean, but all the best for your race. Ocean's got his bag for life with him. Wow! What have we got in there? Oh, we've got lead, and some more lead. There's 2 bags here. So this.
This one.
Yeah, well, I mean, you did pretty well earlier from last. You didn't win. You told me you were going to win. You didn't win. But I feel like that prediction might be a bit more justifiable from here.
Yeah, well, last race was like just really fun, but this time I'm focusing on first, hopefully.
Do you want me to take those bags and look after them, or?
Yeah, could you just pass them to Michael over there for me?
Absolutely, I'll go do that now.
Cheers.
And on the way, we'll have a quick chat with this man in the fancy-looking suit. I'll go round this side, and nice suit, Rafe.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a gift from my parents.
Did you get it?
It's a custom racewear suit.
Also see the CR now on the side. What's with the colour scheme? Tell me a bit about the colour scheme.
Yeah, so the pinks, the purples for Loughborough colours. And then, to be honest, I just fancy something blue, really.
Okay, I like that. What do you reckon on my bags? I've got a couple of bags for life here. I've got a yellow one and a ladybird one there as well. Which one would you go for if you nip into the local Aldi?
I think the ladybird does it for me, to be honest, Jacob.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on this egg design, but I'll go ask a few more drivers. Thanks, Rafe.
Fair enough. Cheers.
Let's go see what everyone else thinks of Ocean's bags for life.
Apologies there with a few audio issues down on the grid. Let's take a look at the grid for our 4th race, our penultimate race of the day here at Shenington Kart Club. Surrey A will start this one from pole, and then it'll be Ocean Beach in that Manchester A car alongside on the front row of the grid. Loughborough B and University of Wales Trinity St David B will be on row 2, and then it'll be Nottingham A and the University of East Anglia A on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Loughborough C with Swansea A alongside, University of Wales, Trinity St David A and Leicester A round out your top 10, and then it's Loughborough A and Brighton A on row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Exeter A in the number 3 kart with Brighton B alongside, Oxford Brooks D and Oxford Brooks A make it an All Brooks affair on row 8, and then it's Brooks C and Nottingham Trent C on row number 9. Row 10 is going to be Leeds A and Nottingham Trent B to round out the top 20, and then it's Bath A and University of West of England A on row 11. Row 12 is Birmingham A and Warwick B, and then row 13 is going to be Leeds B and Oxford Brooks B. Newcastle B and Newcastle A are together there on the 14th row, and rounding out the top 30 on row 15 is Birmingham B and Cambridge B. 32 karts in this one, that final row, Warwick A and Cambridge A with their lowest grid slot of this round. Going to be interesting to see how those two come from the back, because they've both had quite strong days here today at Shenington Kart Club. Andrew Mather has joined me again in the box, but he's doing a little bit of mathematics on the old spreadsheet of doom, as we call it, to tot up all of the scores and see how things are looking with a couple of races left to go. For some teams, this will be their last race of the day, because remember, each team features in 4 out of the 5 races. It's randomly allocated grids across those, so for some of them this will be the last run of the day. Going to be interesting to see how Manchester do here. We saw Ocean Bache in his race this morning coming from all the way at the back of the grid. Really impressive drive from him. Here he starts from second on the grid, so going to be interesting to see how that goes.
And they've got nothing to lose now. It probably is going to be a dropped round for them, given the 2 results that they've had so far. And yeah, you can just go and enjoy this one. Eyes on the lights then, 25 minutes here at Shenington. Away we go for race number 4, round 6 of the BUKC 2021. Ocean Bache with an absolutely brilliant start from second on the grid will lead through Cafe Corner for the first time in this one, and has already got a, 3, 4, 5 and growing kart length lead. What a start for Bache.
That is absolutely incredible. The most impressive start that I've seen so far today. As everyone, I'm happy to say, navigated Cafe Corner cleanly. Well, they will get round Stratford Hairpin. We did see an incident there a couple of races back, but they're all okay now, and they're going to go and sort themselves out as they come through the chicane. And there's a bit of a Larry moment there for the Nottingham Trent B kart. Saw the number 30 having a bit of a sideways moment, but I'm delighted to say all through cleanly as they've got to the Hanger Straight.
Yeah, but this race might already be over in terms of... I'm going to see what the lead gap is for Bache as he comes round the final corner. It's going to be, about 7 or 8 tenths of a second? Yeah, 9 tenths of a second, nearly a second. There's Sam Sanders in the number 54 East Anglia kart.
He's
making his way through.
Yeah, going past Ben Brewster there in the Nottingham A kart. It's a penalty for Manchester A for a jump start.
That's why it was such a good start.
That makes
been
sense.
classified. Now that will be because Bache, as the second place driver, will have cut the timing beam ahead of the pole sitter.
Yeah.
So that will be a +2 position penalty at the end of this race. And there was a spinner towards the back of the field there through Stratford. I mean, it's not the first time that we've seen this.
Oh, and sorry, just out the window, a spinner in a bit of a dramatic spin in the chicane as well. Sorry, mate.
We've seen this happen a few times over the years in the BUKC where P2 driver gets a little bit too eager.
Yeah.
The sad thing is, that's the win gone. He will not be able to take the 60 points from this race.
I'm trying to remember the exact rule now. Is it two
positions
per row? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that's going to be counted as 1 row.
Yeah.
So, yes, that's unfortunate for Ocean Bache there, because otherwise he's controlling this one beautifully. But it does mean that we've got. And you said it was over by the end of lap 1. Oh, and that's the 15 off of Leeds A. And yeah, that's difficult for them. Important to remember with Leeds, we did mention it in this morning's round, but I feel it's important to mention again, they have weighted their team slightly differently, so the main effort is behind the Leeds B team, even though it's convention that the A team would be the premier team, the A squad of a university entry. Leeds doing it slightly differently, and that's because they are really focusing this year on that clubman title, in which they are definitely one of the main runners. Manchester A lead on the road then, Loughborough B in second, Trinity St David B in third, and East Anglia in fourth, with Surrey in fifth. There's not much field spread here. That clean start means that they've really formed a nice train here, so everyone at the moment still in each other's toe.
Hello to the rear donator on the YouTube chat, who says, thank you for not showing me Binnett at the pit entry. They didn't show it, but we definitely all saw it.
We saw it in comms, and this man stood next to me in comms who wasn't in the comms box.
I was about 10 foot from it, and I didn't see you coming. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Hello to Seb Algieri as well, who's got triple streaming on the go. He's got the BUKC, obviously.
Okay, yeah, good.
Formula 1 qualifying. Okay.
Yeah.
And Rye House Pro Karting, RHPK round 1 going on at the moment. Chaz Draycott is taking the commentary reins for that one. So
yes.
another one of the Alpha Life fraternity. Obviously, I'm going to be biased and say don't go and tune into those. Keep it locked here. If you've only got the single screen. 21 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
I'm going to be even more biased. If you've got the second screen, you can have live timing on that.
Excellent. live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC. So that was Manchester A putting a lap on Leeds A.
And then basically there is your lead battle that just came through your shot effectively now. Loughborough B is effectively at the front of this one with Ben Smith at the wheel. And then Trinity St David B with Ainsley Martin in the 38. Here it is coming into Wilkins Corner. What is effectively your lead battle, albeit it is only the 2 positions that we reckon Manchester A have. So they'll still be featuring amongst these positions, but yeah. There is the battle over 4th place between the University of East Anglia A and Surrey A. I don't think we know who's at the wheel of the Surrey car. In fact, I'm suspecting they're points ineligible in this one. But it is Sam Sanders in the UE Norwich A car who's doing a good job there. And that is Loughborough B now having to defend against Trinity St David B.
James Mills on the move here. It's been a steady start for Loughborough A by their standards in this round, 2 5th places. If you're tuning in and you haven't seen any of the action so far, you can go watch it back. But the short message is Loughborough can no longer win the championship today. Sam Sanders looking down the inside of number 54, but gets his nose chopped off there by Trinity B.
And that's because the 54 were themselves looking down the inside of that Trinity B team.
Yep.
And in all of that, Nottingham A was able to get by Surrey, though, behind them, as James Mills there battling away. Oh, it's lapping Leeds A, apologies.
Yeah. So Loughborough cannot win the championship today. They could have done it at the start of the day if they'd had 2 wins or a first and a second. As, oh, Sanders is all crossed up. That was beautifully backed in by Sam Sanders for East Anglia, and it's gained him that spot. But no, Loughborough this morning were 7th in round number 5, which means it's just opened things up a little bit.
Indeed, and yeah, Sam Sanders there in the Hakkinen-esque helmet that we quite like here in comms. Now on the tail of the net race lead. If he can get by Loughborough B, Ben Smith at the wheel at the moment of that number 14 Loughborough B effort, that is effectively net lead, because bear in mind Manchester A with the penalty, and Sam Sanders here looking quite racy for East Anglia.
I've just taken it off the screen so we can play a game. Would you hazard a guess at the championship position? I'm going to say this after Sam Sanders has gone down the inside for 2nd place on the road and has got it.
And
no, he hasn't. No, Loughborough B have run back through off the corner. UEA, where do you think they are in the championship overall after 5 rounds?
Oh, it's going to be something impressively high for a debutant.
It is indeed.
7th.
Absolutely bang on.
Really? That is a genuine guess.
Absolutely bang on.
You see, I pay attention.
Not leading clubman, that's still with Leeds B. But
yeah, indeed, yes.
Top of clubman at the moment.
Yes. So there we go. It is still Loughborough B in the net lead, but James Mills in the Loughborough A car did get past Trinity St David B on that lap. So James Mills working his way up here as here they go, nose to tail, and yeah, Sanders is the meat in a Loughborough sandwich at the moment, as behind them Brooks A does battle with Surrey A and gets by for 6th place at that Stratford hairpin.
And I know I've said this before about James Mills, but I didn't even notice him actually making those couple of overtakes. He has this manner of just being able to weave his way through traffic and be so efficient with his overtakes. Now he's right on the rear bumper of Sam Sanders. No opportunity. Oh, no, he's going to stick his nose in there, and he's going to get through, is he? No, they're going to be side by side. There's a penalty for Brooks A, which we'll come back to in a minute. Side by side between Mills and Sanders, and Mills is through.
That's what you mean.
Yeah, that is exactly what I mean. It's like, is there an opportunity there? Yeah, I'm just going to slide my way in there. I'm not going to barge through. I'm going to make over levels of contact, and he's gained another position. Now, surely at this point, Loughborough boys swap.
Well, they're going to do it if they get all crossed up there. That was it's Ben Smith getting a bit crossed up in braking. I imagine when we next look at them, we will see James Mills in front.
Yeah. They've got to swap them over. This is time for the Loughborough B team to do what we were talking about with Cambridge B earlier in the day.
They're side by side going down the hanger straight. I can see out my window. Haven't quite made the switch yet. We're looking there at Loughborough B, who are battling away with Brooks D over 16th place. And that's... can see Brooks B trying to work their way up through the order as well. Birmingham A as well, trying to find a way past Brooks D into Wilkins, as they all go side by side coming out. But yes, change for position confirmed on timing. Loughborough A now ahead of B, as the 7 of Brooks B does battle with Swansea A there through Park and Club. Here we go. This is James Mills in the Loughborough A car, and now Sam Sanders in the UE Norwich A is getting passed by Brooks A.
who have a penalty for multiple pieces of contact.
Yes, they do. Tom Geeney at the wheel of that one, as it shows on timing. And I know we aren't mentioning Manchester much. They are 4.7 seconds of the road, which is impressive. And I think that's the shame here, as Sam Sanders there had good drive off the corner but couldn't do anything. I think that's the shame there for Manchester. Ocean Bates would have won this one legit.
Yeah.
But unfortunately he has that jump start.
That's another piece of contact and another penalty for Oxford Brookes. That was with the number 14. So yes, they are going to go through here, but in a way, I mean, I know the drivers may not have all the permutations. And if I scroll a little bit further down, I can see what the Warwick A penalty is. Where's gone Mr. Mouse gone? He's
Contact as well. So 2 positions, and I think we've just heard that we've got people back. So welcome back, folks, to your coverage of round 6 of the BUKC 2021. We've got just under 4 minutes of this 4th race of the round to go, and the situation is that Manchester A leads from Brooks A and Warwick A, but all 3 of those teams have penalties, meaning that your net leader at the moment is Loughborough A in 4th place.
The key thing to remember as well with penalties, they are applied from the back first, so i.e. when they get to the end of the race, 3rd on the road will have their penalties applied before 2nd, before 1st. So that's why Loughborough will gradually, bit by bit, get up to the front again, unless they, of course, get a penalty.
And it's also why Manchester A will not retain the lead,
correct,
even though they've only got a 2-place penalty, and the 2 carts behind them have also got penalties. So it would be, at the moment, Loughborough A, and then University of East Anglia A, and then Manchester A.
Potentially. The abacus is going to have to come out.
This is going to take some deliberation. Still some great battles going on out there, and there is the battle over 2nd place on the road, which is between Warwick A and Brooks A. Both have the same penalty to be applied, so they are actually having a legitimate battle there.
I'm going to correct you there. Brooks have got 2 sets of contact
penalties. Sorry, you said yes.
But that's just making the situation worse for Brooks.
All in all, it's been a slightly confusing one to cover, this one, folks.
I hope you enjoyed text chat. That's the first time I've done text commentary on a BUKC race.
Yeah.
Another penalty. Leicester A, contact. Lots of contact out there, which is not what we want to be hearing. Cambridge B have had one as well. The number 12 was up the inside of the 48 there. Don't think we've quite got cameras back, so I just realised, mate, we need to do this old school and look out a window.
I think we
to see what's going on out there. Your leader is just coming round the final corner now. At least our leader on the road, Ocean Bates, comes into Park Corner now, and then Cafe, comfortably out front, but will be ruining that eagerness to get going, that jump start penalty from the very start of the race.
So coming across the line there is University of East Anglia A, the 54, leading the battle with themselves and Exeter.
Contact between the 7 and the 3. Now I think that might get called. Brooks B on Exeter A, if it was spotted. So keep an eye out for any warnings on Brooks B, because that was a little bit too forceful for me.
Good battle.
It was good news for Sam Sanders, though, because he is clear.
Yeah, good battle who just came across the line. Warwick B and Nottingham Trent B, they're battling over 21st place. So good battles all the way through the field, as we've seen throughout the day here. Most of the carts that you can see coming through your picture now are having a legitimate battle for position. So there's our race leader, Ocean Bates, just came through on your screens. And then here's the 2nd place battle between Warwick A, the 19, Brooks A in the 2, and Loughborough A in the 4. But Loughborough A, as we keep saying, is the one who's due to have the haul of points. Then was the University of East Anglia A, and Brooks B got by Exeter A on that lap for 6th place. So that will probably put them in a net 4th, I want to say, once everything's been worked out. So good haul of points there for Brooks B. And Exeter A. University of West of England A in 8th on the road, and then Surrey A behind them.
It once again does show how important it is to keep things nice and clean in these BUKC races. We saw a race early which had this really exciting battle for 18th place, but a couple of penalties in there. which actually resulted in a team, I think it was Imperial, gaining 6 positions post-race through penalties because they had a cleaner run through it. There is your leader.
On to his last
finish.
lap.
Yep. So Ocean Beach leader on the road, number 20. To say it's a slightly inconsequential set of races this for Manchester now because they've had 2 not so good results, so this isn't going to be their best round result of the year. They're not going to be able to repeat what they did at Clay Pigeon. And side by side between the number 3 and 54 coming off of Cafe, and it looks like Exeter A have got through. Exeter A have got through past East Anglia A. And that's a critical position because I don't think either of those karts have penalties. Side by side as well I can see involving James Mills in the Loughborough kart just coming down out the Bruno chicane now towards us on screen. So that's Warwick ahead of Brooks, ahead of Loughborough, but remember they have penalties. But across the line, Ocean Beach takes it on the road, but has penalties. And we're waiting for this trio here. Yeah, that's the 19 ahead of the 2, ahead of the 4. James Mills takes 60 big points for Loughborough A here in race number 4. The rest of them across the line. Brooks B in 5th on the road, Exeter in 6th, a shake of the head from Sam Sanders there, 7th. In this race.
He might be nodding his head a bit more when he sees what the actual result is, to be fair, with some of these penalties being
apologies, I've again got UE and UE mixed up. So it was UE Bristol in 7th, UEA Norwich, as I'm calling them, in 8th, Cambridge 9th, Surrey 10th, Loughborough B in 11th, Birmingham A 12th, an okay result for them, Trinity B 13th, Bath A 14th, Loughborough C 15th, Leeds B, Nottingham A, Brighton A, Swansea A and Brooks D wrapping out the top 20. Warwick B, Trent B, Trinity A, Brooks C, Leicester A take us down to 25th. Newcastle A, Birmingham B, Brighton B, Cambridge B and Trent C are in the top 30. Newcastle B and Leeds A wrap out the 32 runners there in race number 4.
We have just one more race to go of our action here today at Shenington, and I think we're going to maybe look to head on down to Jacob in a moment on the grid, and we will try and do our best to work out how things stand in terms of the round standings going into the final race. But for now, we can go down to Jacob on the grid.
Down here on the grid, I've got the man who threw away the race win, Ocean Beach. Ocean, what have you done?
I went when the lights went green. Not my fault he was slow.
Did you get a bit too overexcited, Ocean?
I'm guessing. I wanted to break the toe, so.
Did you see your name up in lights? Did you think, this is my moment? I can make up for earlier, saying I'd win from the back. I can make up for losing on the chase. I can make up for being a disappointment. Is that what you thought?
Well, I guess I'll just have to do better at Llandau then.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way. So with a jump start penalty, Ross has just forgotten his lead. Ross, your lead. Okay, I'll look after it. I'll look after it.
Life? Do you want a bag for life?
I asked all the other drivers, actually, which bag they prefer. The yellow Aldi one was a 3-1 winner against the blue Tesco one.
Oh, really? I thought the one with the Ladybirds would win.
Yeah, that was mine as well. So with mine and your votes, it's a tie. You have to get them back out for Llandau or the next time we have a stream, and we'll sort this out once and for all.
All right, beautiful.
I'll let you go get weighed. Don't want you breaking any more rules than you've already broken. And hopefully, our race winner after penalties, James Mills, will be coming back. Yes, I can just see him making his way out now. We'll wander to the back of the grid for him. A win for Loughborough A, our championship leaders, on a day where they haven't had too many good results so far. I think they were off the podium this morning for the first time in BUKC 2021. But it's looking up now. James, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Obviously not the winner out on track, but after penalties have been applied, assuming you were of specific weight?
Yeah, I made the weight, so I had the radio going with Tom Thickpenny was saying that I didn't need to do anything about those two in front, so I just kept out of the way, stayed out of trouble, and win's a win.
Yep, the points count, and I was just saying, obviously off the podium this morning for the first time, I think, in 2021, but chance that you could be back on it this afternoon.
Yeah, we had a difficult morning. We had a lot of issues with, well, one, we had a technical flag in the first race, and then we had a few contacts with other drivers in other races, so it wasn't what we normally expect, but yeah, this round is going much better so far, so hopefully Tom can bring it home.
I was going to say, I haven't seen Mr. Thickpenny out this afternoon yet, so I'm guessing he's in this one. Where's he starting?
I think he's near the back. I think he's about 20th-ish, but we know Tom. He came from 26th in his last race to finish 5th, I think, so it's all to play for.
In fact, here he comes now down the pits, actually, with Sam Cobb in what must be the brightest helmet combination I have ever seen between the two of those. Lovely looking lids, those ones. Yeah, I'll go have a chat with him, see how he feels about it, but congratulations on your win.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Thickpenny's looking for 20th on the grid, which I think is going to be to my right-hand side. Rory Smith, a race winner from earlier, is to my left. I'll go have a jump over here. Watch out for the fuel. Darren, Rory, race winner earlier. Can you repeat that this afternoon?
I'll try my best. It's quite far back, but we'll give it a go, as always.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of people come through from the back today already. Overtaking isn't the easiest here, but it is doable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's lots of long straights into sharp corners, so I think if you keep up momentum, you can make your way through. So like you said, it is doable, but you know, you don't know what can happen. Like, there's a lot of hungry drivers trying to get to the front, so it can all hell can break loose. So I'll just play it by ear and see how it goes.
All the best for that. I'm going to help Tom find his grid slot because he appears to be lost. You're right.
I thought that's my cards.
I was told you were 20th.
20th?
That's what James Mills thought.
I thought it was 23rd.
I don't know. Rory, what are you? Rory thinks he's 25, so that should be 23rd. Ooh, steady. I'll let you two sort that out amongst yourselves and wander further down the grid. See who else we can talk to. Let's go right. Well, Sam Cobb's on pole position. We've already had a chat with him today. We'll jump in with this red-lidded young man. Who have we got here?
Jake from Sheffield.
Jake, I love your helmet.
Oh, thank you. It's not mine, actually.
It's refreshing to see in a sea of all these neon sparkly things that someone's just gone for the nice straightforward and bright red.
Yeah. I like it too.
Good man. And you look like you've done a bit of karting before, judging by the suit.
Not much, not as much as what I wanted to. I did when I was younger, but getting back into it while I'm at uni, and Club 100's probably the perfect place to do it.
Absolutely. Those of you who are watching it is the perfect way of doing it. And have you done much Shenington in your youth?
No, this is my first time at Shenington, so I am still getting used to the track, but it's nice, it's quick, it's good.
Good to hear. And what are we, about 10th here?
11th.
How did you get on this morning from what grid position?
This morning I had a spin, so I started at 30th at the back of the pack, but I spun out on my first lap, so it wasn't too great, but I'm hoping to do better this race, innit?
If you can keep it clean, can you get a top 10 from here?
Hopefully.
That's what I like to hear. Got a bit of optimism. Right, all the best for that. I'm going to move on to someone else.
Yeah, cheers.
Okay. Let's wander forward again. We'll stick to this side of the grid and jump in with this man by here in the number 15 car. It's a Leeds driver, Leeds A, I believe.
Yeah.
Who have we got?
Robert.
Robert, how's your day going so far?
It's going okay. Nothing special for Leeds A, but Leeds B have been doing pretty well this morning anyway.
What is the deal with Leeds B being better than Leeds A?
Yeah, well, it's because Jack wants to get trophies finishing 10th, so, you know, it's for all the good drivers in Leeds B, basically.
I see. But does it not give you a little confidence boost to be finding yourself in the 18?
Yeah, well, it's nice. It's only the second time I've been in Leeds A, so yeah, it's nice, I guess.
Good man. And what are we going to do in this race from where are we, about 8th?
Yeah, I'm starting 7th, I think. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully I can stay in the top 10, that's the plan, but yeah, we'll see.
All right, all the best, and I will jump over to the other side of the grid for one last quick chat with someone who's opposite directly in the 26. Who have we got here?
Hello, this is Jack Dollar.
Jack, how are you doing?
Okay, doing all right. Interesting first race, starting P2 last time, and difficult start, but got the grips of it, and P4 in the end. So felt good. On to this race now. This side of the grid's always had a bit of a difficult start, so hopefully we can make a difference this time.
You seem fairly confident. You did all right this morning, and there's no reason why you can't do all right this afternoon.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Fell back to 9th in the last race, so started 8th this time, so maybe we can do the same, go back forward.
Excellent. I'm going to have a quick chat with the man in front of you, Scott Jeffs, who I haven't spoken to in a while, actually. Scott, what's this on the side of your helmet?
Oh, it's some technical... I'll just put it there to look cool, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it's working.
Look a bit Euro, doesn't it?
It does a bit, yeah. I'm very impressed. Probably worth a few tenths as well.
Well, I need a few more tenths because I'm still yet to win a BUKC race, and I've got a couple left to go for my university career, and it's over.
This is the last year.
This is why I keep doing the C class. I'm in the Trent C now to try and just get a race. I know I'm eligible, but I've got to try and do it.
One day you will get that interview with me at the end of a race. That's why you want to win, I presume.
I think you gave me an interview once and I swore in it, and then this is the first time you've come back to me in 5 years.
That's why I've been avoiding you. I thought I just didn't like you.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine.
You can do all right in this one, though, can't you?
Yeah, so we've got Sam in the A team as well, so we got a good chance of maybe getting quite up on the round. So for me, it's just trying to go and maybe work with him as soon as he catches up with me. But I don't want to ruin anyone else's race because I am eligible, so I'm just trying to get that win for my head, really.
Good man, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Keep it clean if you are battling, especially if in support of Sam.
Yeah, thank you.
Scott Jeffs there for Nottingham Trent C. This, I think, is the last race of the day. So I hand back to Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell for the very last time. Boys, talk us through.
Thanks very much, Jacob. Always good to have the thoughts of the drivers ahead of the race. I'm going to try and go through this one quite quick so that Andrew can update us on the round situation. So apologies if I go ahead of the graphic. It's Cambridge A and Imperial A on row 1, then it's Leicester A and Swansea B on 2. Row 3 is Newcastle B and Nottingham Trent C. Leeds A and Brooks D are row 4. Row 5 is Warwick B and University of West of England B. Sheffield A and Loughborough C make up row 6. Row 7 will be Birmingham C and Manchester A, with Surrey A and Nottingham Trent A on row 8. Row 9 will be Warwick A and Brighton B. Cardiff A and University of Wales Trinity St David A will make up row 10. Row 11 will be Leeds B and Cambridge B, and Loughborough A and Newcastle A make up row 12. Row 13 is going to be Birmingham A and Oxford Brooks A, with Swansea A and University of Wales Trinity St David B on row 14. Row 15 is going to be Brighton A and University of East Anglia A. And then rounding out the 32-car grid, it's going to be Bath A and Southampton A. Andrew.
Very, very simple situation. Brooks B have the clubhouse lead on a very strong 175 points. Only 2 teams can beat them. Loughborough A need to finish second or first to do so. And Trent A, who need to win as well, both of them starting from the middle of the pack. And we're going round again, which is very opportune because I can talk clubman now, because that is a bit more of an open situation. We have a clubhouse leader. It's the University of East Anglia A, who I'd say a clubhouse, and there is a glider that's coming in. He came from behind.
Now that can distract. I know I keep saying, but that can be very distracting. Anyway, sorry.
They are ineligible in this race, so consider them as done for the day. They're on 157. There's teams that can beat them as follows. Cambridge B start this race 22nd. Cardiff A start 19th. Trinity B starts 28th. Leeds B start 21st, Brighton A start 29th. So no clubman teams towards the front of the grid who can win the round, but still plenty to play for in that one. Thumbs up from the pace car driver. Looks like we're ready for a race.
Some of the things just to note that means we aren't going to get a repeat winner because it was Exeter who took the win in round 5 earlier today. So definitely a change of fortune to different winner.
Yep.
And also just a little stat that you said, mate, that I quite liked. If Brooks B do go on to win it, it'll have been 3 rounds in a row.
3 rounds in a row where the round winner has not won a race.
I think that just goes to show how close the season is. Let's find out who wins round 6 of the 2021 British Universities Karting Championship. It's Sam Cobb on pole in the number 5 for Cambridge A. Imperial A's Harris Warburton alongside in the 41. Let's get ready for 25 more minutes of racing here at Shenington, and away we go. Sam Cobb leads them away. It's a good start from both sides of the grid, though. Harris Warburton is going to try and keep his wheels in it, but it is going to be Sam Cobb who leads them through Cafe Corner. and on to the Stratford straight.
A bit of bumping and barging in the midfield there. You've got both Tom Thickpenny and Rory Smith trying to come through the field for Loughborough and Birmingham respectively. Oh, brakes being locked up there. It is starting to get a little bit chilly out there. I do wonder if there's some rain about to fall.
Yeah.
It does feel like it's about to dump us onto the curb there and stranded at 22 of Swansea A.
Yeah, absolutely. That is Swansea A off, and not the start that they wanted for Jeremy Todd there. But yeah, some of the cameramen reporting that they reckon it's about to start raining out there.
There is a very, very dark cloud directly over the top of our commentary box here at Shenington, so we'll keep an eye on it over the course of the next 25 minutes. It can really, and it started.
The
rain is here.
I was going to say we can do one better. Jacob just nodded at me frantically to say it was raining on me whilst I was doing some of that grid interviewing. So we have got rain. Whether it's enough to affect grip conditions at the moment, we did have some.
Oh my goodness, it's four wide coming off of, and Sam Pooley's in the middle of all of that. This is all trying to come off of Cafe Corner.
Yep.
Bit scrappy there. It's got that last race of the day feel as the number 20's down the inside of the 23. Manchester going for it.
Battle over third place. Could just see as we cut to that shot, mate. Imperial A versus Nottingham Trent Sears. There's a driver. Is that Nottingham?
That's Warwick.
That's Warwick. That's Archie Hobson, isn't it?
Yeah.
Off to driver's left. There's a penalty for Leeds for ABC bump and pass. It does, as you say, mate, have that last race of the day feel to it, this one slightly, as they're all working their way through. Still, it is Sam Cobb at the head of this field for Cambridge A. Leicester A's Harris Warburton, we believe, is still in second place, but there's a battle for it going over the line. No, it's Nottingham Trent C who have got themselves up there with Scott Jeffs at the wheel. We heard from him on the grid, and he's up to second place with the fastest lap of the race. Maybe he will yet get the interview with Jacob. Rory Smith there working his way through in that Birmingham A kart, as is the number 2 of Brooks A, which has the who's at the wheel of Brooks A? Kyle Morby at the wheel, so he is a safe pair of hands under most circumstances to bring it from the back of the grid. There is the 41 of Imperial A in full. Sorry,
this is home circuit, of course.
True, very true for the Oxford Brooks squad. Just inside of Oxfordshire here at Shenington, which I think has been a really successful first visit for the BUKC, as Sheffield A leads a battle for 6th place through into Wilkins. Delighted to say that was a largely clean first lap. I know we've had a couple of karts fall off the back, as this is the battle for the lead. The 44 of Trent C. Scott Jeffs goes for the lead on Sam Cobb and makes it stick. I'm gonna put a bet on now. I don't think we've ever had more race experience across the top 2 drivers in a race in the BUKC than Scott Jeffs versus Sam Cobb. That is a lot of experience there. Leicester A running in second with Harris Warburton at the wheel.
And I'm hoping Sam's got the message here that that is an ineligible driver ahead of them, i.e. you just push his rear bumper now. Don't fight. This is a great opportunity because, of course, we've not talked about Cambridge A. They can't win the round by our calculations. It's very, very close. But they could get second. They could still get a big haul of points, and they could still take more points out of Loughborough's championship lead.
Absolutely. Battle down into Wilkins. Birmingham A trying to get through on... no, it's Birmingham A and Brooks A, excuse me, trying to get through on Warwick B, but Warwick B is saying let's work together. Meanwhile, Tom Thickpenny in the Loughborough A kart battling away with Sheffield A and Birmingham C. At the moment, it's Birmingham C, Loughborough A and Sheffield in that order, 6th, 7th and 8th, and then streams a huge pack of karts starting with the 39 there of Cambridge B. And down the inside goes Nottingham Trent A there on the 36 of Warwick B.
Crucially, Howard, that position for Tom Thickpenny means he is already into the realm of improving Loughborough A's current score of 172, which they've got off the back of a 1st, a 5th and a 5th. So keep an eye out for them. They could be nudging their way into a round-winning position. As up the inside there goes Rory Smith on the number 23 of Sheffield A. So that's Birmingham A getting past, and that should be for 8th place.
Yep. So, and it's going 3 wide across the line there. Jake Dodds in the middle of it all in that Sheffield A kart, but in the end concedes the places there to Brooks A, and I think Cambridge B got by. Yes, they did as well. Another impressive drive so far from Cambridge B, with Dominic Cousins at the wheel, as it's showing to us on timing.
And that might be a position that gives them a club round victory, so keep an eye on that one.
And a little bit of an exchange side by side goes Cambridge B and Sheffield A into the chicane. How did that all work itself out? It went the way of Cambridge B. You can now see the 39 ahead of the 23. The 26 there. There's a kart spun off to driver's right there, down Hanger Straight, so something there happening on the exit of the chicane. This massive pack of karts here is basically Brooks D downwards, and they're going 3 wide coming out of Wilkins. You can see we've got, it's Brooks D, Trent A, Newcastle B, Warwick B, Trinity St David A, all in the mix there. You can see Pascal Pook for Southampton A trying to work his way up through the order. This is frantic stuff. Side by side, if you're not too wide, you're not doing it right, apparently. University of Wales, Trinity St David A going... and there's someone in the barrier there, and that's not gone well there. We'll double check who that is, because honestly, with all of the karts who were on screen, I didn't quite catch who that was. It's one of our Premier teams, though. So it's going to be costly for them. But that had a sense of inevitability with it, with quite how packed up everybody is. This is really nose-to-tail stuff. Can see Sam Sanders back out there, presumably points ineligible, as one of the Warwick karts takes a trip to the gravel. And that, to me, looked unforced. That was an unforced error there, I think, for Warwick B. And it was Newcastle B, I want to say, who were our kart off to driver's left. Yes, it was the number 16 dropping down the order. So bad laps for Newcastle B and Warwick B, I'm afraid to report, for fans of those efforts.
Lap time's still holding. They're not too bad. They're in the mid-53s at the moment.
Yeah, clearly colder out there, isn't it? And a bit drizzly. But, yeah, I'm still seeing fresh spots of water appear on our comms box window here. Nottingham Trent C lead, but remember they are not eligible for points. So your net leader is Sam Cobb in that Cambridge kart, who has close attentions of Leicester A. Good job being done so far by Harris Warburton in that 41 Imperial, well, he is doing a good job, but he's in 4th. What I mean to say is the 48 of Leicester A with Tom Edwards at the wheel, who had a very strong race this morning as we watched the 23 of Sheffield A battling away with Oxford Brook D's Jack Noller there in the battle over 12th place. But yeah, sorry, so Sam Cobb in the net leader this one, with Leicester A and Tom Edwards in that 3rd place on the road, 2nd place net, and then Imperial A's Harris Warburton in net 3rd place there. Manchester showing well here, and that is now Jack Noller ahead of Jake Dodd for that battle over 12th place.
Quite a key situation going on now between Cambridge and Loughborough in terms of championship. So, okay, Brooks B at the moment are winning the round on 175 by our calculations here in the box. Cambridge A second on 174, and because they're effectively winning the race at the moment, or getting the max 60 points that you can get from one of these races, the number 8's up the inside of the 11 there, fighting over 14th place. They can't improve their score any further. Loughborough A, though, can further improve their score. They're currently scoring, once you take Trent C out of the equation, they're scoring a 5th place. It's 56 points, which would give them 172. So you could say, oh, they need 2 more points and they're equal. But Cambridge A currently would take a tiebreaker. So they really do have to overhaul all the way up to Leicester A on the road to not just win the round, but also nudge Cambridge A down a spot in this championship battle between the two of them.
Yeah, so a big ask at the moment for Tom Thickpenny, currently running in that 6th place.
He has just set the fastest lap of the race, though, a 52.831. As wide there goes the 23 of Sheffield A, and will lose a position, I think, to the number 8 there. I think it's Axel Slijepcevic out for them at the moment, and there was a big puff there. What was that? That didn't look like water to... Oh, there's a problem for the 10. It is water. It's a blown engine. Yeah. So the number 10 is out. That's Nottingham Trent A. That's very strange to see one of these cars. Oh, is that John Ratcliffe?
Yes, it is. That's Cardiff A off at...
And I wonder, has he gone on oil? That
yeah,
looks like turn 1. I think John's had a big incident there on oil off Sam Pooley's Nottingham Trent kart.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I wonder, is the damage to the radiator there? I think that's damage to the radiator that's resulted in a Rotax Evo engine going pop. But look at the rain now. The rain really starting to build. And this could start affecting things out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if that's that was clearly John Radcliffe as the battle goes on between Sheffield and Leeds here.
And when you hit oil like that, there's absolutely nothing you can do.
Yeah, that would have been a
John's
scary
fault at all.
No, that would have been a scary moment for him. He would have turned in and had absolutely nothing and went straight on at turn 1. He looks fine, just a bit shocked, understandably
and he
so.
would be, because that's a flat-out corner, even in these conditions.
Yeah. But, yeah, let it be known, John, that wasn't just the rain picking up. That was something more, we think. Pascal Pook here now in the Southampton kart, challenging Jake Dodd in the Sheffield A kart, and has got the job done. And that's the number.
Yeah,
that's Sam Pooley. Sorry, that's where he's pulled over.
Failure.
Yeah, as you can now see, the rain still coming down here. So we're going to keep an eye on lap times. It doesn't seem to yet be the case that it's seriously affecting. It's not like a sudden deluge, but it is definitely starting to impact the pace out there.
Change for 5th on the road. Loughborough A have got past Imperial A. That puts them up another point, and by our calculations onto 173 for this round. Still Cambridge A ahead of them on 174.
Absolutely, and now these drivers are going to have to, I mean, yeah, we saw a little bit of rain and hail earlier on, but if this keeps on going, this is going to be the first time that lap times have now dropped into the 54-second mark.
Just looking out for where Brooks are in the scheme of things. They're in P7 at the moment, which becomes a P6. So it's good for 4th. That is Sam Pooley being recovered back to the pit lane.
Yeah.
So as it stands, if the race was to finish right now, we would be down to a championship showdown between Loughborough A and Cambridge A only. Lots of teams still able to get on the overall podium, but it would be the BUKC 2021 overall title going to one of those two teams. Half of this race to go. You can just see John Ratcliffe walking back to the pit lane a little bit gingerly. That's a real shame for Cardiff. That's not how their day would have wanted to end.
Thumbs up from him though to some of his crew in the paddock, I think, so that's good to see, because I think it was a bit of a shock for him.
Yeah, he's just popping into the medical car for a couple of precautionary measures, just have him checked out.
Southampton still chasing Sheffield here. That's over 16th place. In fact, all of these cuts are battling over 16th place down, so we're looking at the likes of Sheffield A, Southampton A, UE Bristol B, Warwick A, Loughborough C and UE Norwich A, i.e. East Anglia, all in this pack. But they're having to be careful here, Andrew, because there's a lot of yellow flags out at the moment, or slightly fewer now that they've recovered Sam Pooley to the pit lane. And yeah, that was Warwick B taking back to the track we just saw coming out of the pit lane. That'll be for a mechanical. In all of that, they had a mechanical.
Yep.
Perhaps not quite as spectacular as Sam Pooley's, but they had to pay a visit to the pit lane, so they have rejoined the race.
Look, the rain's really starting to fall now as the slippery surface flag is out.
Yeah, lap time's now back down another
big
couple of seconds.
Big change, Howard. Manchester A have got ahead of Cambridge A. That is significant, because that now puts Loughborough A, who similarly have gained a position themselves, ahead of Cambridge A in this round. And now ahead in the race, but here comes Rory Smith down the inside for Birmingham A. Side by side, the championship rivals, Thickpenny and Cobb, Loughborough and Cambridge, and there's nothing Cobb can do. He's just got to let them go, but the rain is really starting to fall here at Shenington.
Yeah, Carl Morby coming into the fray as well in Brooks A's efforts. Not really in the mix for the championship, I'm afraid to say, for Brooks, but definitely an experienced pair of hands there and having an impact on this race.
And I'm going to say the D
and
word.
he's through on Loughborough as well, so Brooks A ahead of Loughborough now.
I think Birmingham are in proper disruptor territory now. They're not a title contender. I don't think they're even going to really be in the top 5, but when they've got Rory Smith at the wheel, he's shown what he can do over various races this season, and here he is again in now these tricky conditions, and he likes these conditions, being a bit of a pest to the... Whoa, there's a spinner there. That's a dodgy position. Get out of there, Sharpish. Well done, number 16.
Which makes it Newcastle B.
And this is the single race that Newcastle are counting in today.
So yeah, as you can see, the drivers having to drive quite sheepishly. Lap time's now down in the 57, so it just keeps on getting slower out there. I have to say, I'm actually largely impressed by how few karts we're seeing going off. They are responding sensibly to these conditions. I would say, by and large, as Oxford Brooks A go down the inside of Manchester.
Yes.
Brooks A going by Manchester, and Loughborough going by Manchester now as well.
Oh, that was close
to the yellow.
Very close.
Very
that
close.
was very close. Now we couldn't quite see from our angle. Ooh,
this is
Tom Thickpenny. Was that an OTY?
Yeah, for the yellow flag that's out at turn 1, which has just been brought in, by the way. The yellow's been brought in because they've repaired the tyre barrier where John Ratcliffe went through it in the Cardiff A kart. 44 versus the 22 there. That is not for position, I don't think. Technically, that was our leader on the road, but not eligible for points is the 44 of Trent C. Here we are with the main lead battle group working their way through Wilkins. Trent C in first, Birmingham A are in second. There they are in the number 13. Then is Loughborough, then is Brooks A, then it's Loughborough A, Manchester A and Cambridge A. They're just putting a lap on the 22 of Swansea A at the moment.
The 45 in this race is ineligible as well, so count them out of any point situations.
Albeit they are currently battling for a position on the road with Sam Cobb there in Cambridge, and if they battle a lot, then that might allow the likes of Harris Warburton in that Imperial car to come back into the swing of things.
So, as things stand, and we should stress this is provisional, Brooks B, not in this race, are winning the round on 175. Loughborough A are second, currently running in a position that would give them 58 points in this particular race. They'd be finishing on 174 as Benjamin Boris continues to hassle the rear bumpers of Sam Cobb. They've got the Swansea A kart just ahead of them that's a back marker, well observed there by Jeremy Todd, just pulling to one side. Third are Brooks A on 173. How about that? That would be a great story, wouldn't it? Kyle Morby, if he can push through to give Oxford Brooks a 1-2 here at Kyle's home circuit of Shenington, which we've never raced before here in the BUKC. Sam Cobb has let Ben Boris through, which is not a bad idea, actually, because, as I say, that's not a loss of points because the 45 is ineligible.
Don't know if it's how the yellow flags are working with traffic, but the gap to the leader, who admittedly isn't eligible for points, we might have an on-the-road overtake for the lead here because the gap has gone down by a second over the last couple of laps. So
lap time started to come back up again as well.
Yeah.
In fact, they've just dramatically jumped up into the 54s.
Yeah, so we're going to start to see Rory Smith.
He's right on him.
Yeah, catch up to the back of Scott Jeffs, which, as we say, isn't significant for points. The main significance is whether or not Jacob is going to be interviewing Scott Jeffs at the end of this race.
Cambridge B currently 10th on the road, comfortably at the moment, by our calculations, winning clubman.
Yeah.
So continuing their good day, but here is your fight for the lead on the road. Scott Jeffs in the Nottingham Trent C number 44. Rory Smith, who has already taken a race victory here today at Shenington. Can he make it 2 on the road? Into Wilkins corner, slightly defensive there from Jeffs. Wider line is up the inside. Oh, was that a move for third place by Tom Thickpenny? Yes, it was.
Got it done. He's got it done. He's up into third place. Brooks A coming back at him, though, into Park Bend.
This is over the round victory. So this is Carl Morby effectively trying to hold on the round victory for the Brooks B team. As it stands on the road there, that now gives it to Loughborough. That is it. The second place, once ineligibles are taken out, that they need to win the round.
There we go then. Can Carl Morby get by Tom Thickpenny here and give... His team can't win the round.
All round the outside goes Smith.
Great move. Brilliant move there from Rory Smith for Birmingham A to take the lead on the road. And what's important for me there, Andrew, is he did it cleanly. He didn't necessarily know that it was an ineligible runner in front of him. So he doesn't want to do some banzai overtake and lose out on actual points.
Scott Jeffs gave him a little bit of a bump there, but that was a friendly one. And Rory Smith responded with a thumbs up to say, yep, let's work together. Let's try and pull out ahead, because this is a classic Shenington battle now.
And
2 versus 2. Yeah.
Morby's doing the same in that Brooks A kart. He's just holding station. They know how it's going. They'll be able to feel that the grip's coming back to them. The lap times are improving, and it's going to mount up nicely here towards the end. The 45 of Birmingham C is there in 5th, but is not eligible for points, but is still physically, obviously, a factor in this battle. And then Manchester A are there in 6th place. It's all closing up again nicely here at Shenington as we're within the last 5 minutes.
Howard, I've got Race of the Year vibes coming here. Look at this for a top 4 coming down the back straight. Smith, Jeffs, Thickpenny, Morby, all very, very strong drivers in their own right. And Jeffs is looking down the inside for a move for the lead on the road. He's got it. That's well recovered from Rory Smith. He gave a little bit of room to Tom Thickpenny, who was coming underneath. There's a bump and pass penalty for Nottingham Trent A. That's Sam Pooley, who's out of this race. Benjamin Boris is coming into this as well. He's just set the fastest lap of the race so far, 52.809. We're almost back to proper dry lap times now. Give it a couple more laps. But this is hotting up nicely, and Sam Cobb's still there as well. Yellow flag down towards, into the hairpin. Can't quite see what it's for. That's what it's for.
Pascal Pook in the 17 Southampton kart.
Southampton have not had a good day. There's a bump and pass penalty for Newcastle A, the number 24. 3.5 minutes to go here at Shenington. This is not just important in the context of this race, but the round and the championship for 2021. Scott Jeffs leads. Rory Smith second for Birmingham. Loughborough A third. Currently in a position that would give them the round victory, 60 points, and a step closer to recovering their BUKC title.
And now it's a 6-kart battle. In fact, can Ben Boris go down the inside of Callum Morby? Yes, he can, and that could be crucial for Loughborough in their pursuit of the round victory there, because they've inadvertently, well, it's not for points though, but it is going to prevent Carl Morby from getting back.
But this is
the key thing.
This is the same duo that we saw earlier in the day, who fought off Charlie Bennett in a Loughborough A kart to a race victory in round number 5. And here comes Boris again. He's on absolute